Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the RCI World Tour 2023, live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Circuit de Valencia, also known as Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Spain, plays host to round one today, just over 4 kilometers in length with 14 turns. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me is Jesse Lee, and as always, Stewie behind the cameras. Welcome, everyone.
Well, hello, Mr. Dalton. Hello, Stewie, and hello, everybody watching on Twitch and YouTube. And a big hearty welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023 edition. Over the next 6 months or so, you're going to see some fantastic racing at some of the most premier racing venues in all of the world. And on display, you are going to see some of the most talented race teams that we could possibly ever hope to have here in ACC. John, it's good to be back on the World Tour. Good to be in the booth with you. We're going to be with you all 6 hours here today. A special edition of the World Tour.
Yeah, absolutely mammoth stint ahead for not only the drivers and teams on circuit today, but also for me, you, and Stewie on the broadcast as well. So we're glad to have you all watching from home. We are, of course, in free practice at the moment. Qualifying is due to begin imminently, and looking down the left-hand side of the timing board, looking like Lamborghini being a very strong car of choice today for most drivers.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting sort of qualifying session too. I know it says 9 minutes, but like John just said, it should tick over any time now and go into a 20-minute session. We've got so many good teams here. It's really hard to know exactly what we're going to be dealing with. Of course, we live in a post 1.9 update world. What cars are going to be good, what cars are going to struggle just a little bit, and what team is going to rise to the occasion. We've got so many teams here that we're not necessarily familiar with. A lot of returning names as well. Probably the most interesting one in the 221, you've got Felix Davenza Hacker at the top of the field. We haven't seen him in quite some time. You got Bullwinkle as well, who's raced with us before. Tobias Lang in third place for Limitless Speed. Those are the names you know, but for every name you know, John, there seems to be two that we're not familiar with.
There's quite a few names, certainly, Jesse, that obviously we're not familiar with in our kind of weekly series that we do run here at RCI, and they do tend to appear for the kind of bigger events such as, you know, World Tour, EWC, and obviously the esports series we ran not so long ago. Another Lamborghini to the top of the board with the number 8 here, Romano Barinic for the AGS events car, the number 8, going very wide at turn 1. You've got to bear in mind, Jesse, turn 1 very big on track limits, although the rest of the turns here at Valencia are quite tight on track limits, so expecting probably a few drive-throughs today as well.
Yeah, that's the other thing really we need to get into. We are at Valencia. It's the newest racetrack added to Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's a track that not a lot of drivers will have had a lot of experience on. I made the sort of joke that isn't really a joke as Baradic has driven off the racetrack there. Very interesting for the AGS car. But I made a sort of a joke when this track first came out. I said, I know this track pretty well on a motorbike, and that is kind of what it's rather known for, but it turned out to be an instantaneous hit, not only with drivers and fans, but inside the sim itself. It just plays so well. So many different cars have advantages and disadvantages here. It's so easy to get drive-throughs, like you say. It's so easy to go over the giant sausage curbs, invalidate your lap, end up in sand traps. It's just a fun racetrack. It's a challenging racetrack, a tight racetrack in some parts, but it's very fun, and you can get some really nice racing, some good passes done here.
Yeah, a few very interesting and quite technical corners that look quite simple on the face of it. However, when you drive it and you're trying to make up those extra tenths of seconds along the way, that does soon become a lot harder to find some pace through corners. Turn 1 track limits are way beyond the green, and of course every other corner is pretty much the green is the curb, almost is the track limit. So plenty of drive-throughs probably going to be had today for track limits. I'd expect a few warnings in the first few hours of the race when drivers are trying to find their feet, and certainly is a very fast technical track in places. Curbs quite flat somewhere, and otherwhere you do have, as you say, Jesse, those giant sausage curbs that really do unsettle the car, and typical kind of old school circuit with lots of gravel and grass everywhere. So going to be even more interesting if drivers do get it wrong, how they are going to fish themselves out of the trap. But looking towards the times on the left-hand side of your screen, top 13 are separated by less than a second. So already looking super competitive towards the front of the field.
It really is, and that's kind of what this racetrack does. No matter what car you're in, I kind of noted that a moment ago about how it tends to play to the strengths and weaknesses of different manufacturers, different cars, and it doesn't tend to favor one over the other. Mid-engine cars, I think, do particularly well here, but you're not completely lost in a front-engine car here either. There's certain sections that definitely favor the heavier front-engine cars, and it's going to be very interesting. We're not expecting weather today, by the way. There is almost a 0% chance of rain in the south of Spain here today, but we've said that before and been wrong, so you never can tell. Jordy Suss Racing for De Jong in the front engine AMG, and this car is quite interesting indeed. I am happy that they did not put the camber or the caster or whatever that is rates. They did not write that on the actual car.
Gotta love a good custom livery, not a total pro. Great, great kind of play on words there on the bumper as well, using the sponsorship. But you know, it's great to see custom liveries. We always say it, Jesse, time and time again. Keep your eyes peeled for some in the field today. 45 cars made it to split one out of the 90 that qualified, so split equally down the middle, and 20 custom liveries submitted. And I'm just trying to take all this in while I'm while I'm commentating here with Jesse in my ears, laughing away. It's great to see, and we're going to check out some of the other custom liveries on the field later on today. But probably as props go, maybe one of the better ones on the field, Jesse.
Oh my goodness! I agree with that statement on the trunk lid. A tire is a tire. Move before flight. Yeah, very, very, very clever indeed. Nice to know that all the teams and the drivers are taking this incredibly seriously today. Well, there's a lot of custom liveries. There's a lot of drivers racing for teams that may be sort of new to us. There's a lot of returning drivers that have signed up, multiple teams, in fact, making the top split. Of course, 2 splits here for the World Tour. We're covering split 1, the pro field. There is a silver field, split 2, and we've invited all of those drivers, John, to come talk to us throughout the race. Let us know how it's going in split 2. We will try to bring you somewhat regular updates on how the split 2 race is going on, and of course, we'll try to bring you the results of the podium finishers at the end of every round, not just today. It's going to be a fun one as we are taking down practice. I wonder if the event manager has decided just to give them, based on technical issues with the server earlier on, I think maybe they have elected to give them the full practice time, John, just to make sure that everyone has enough time to feel out the track real nice.
Yeah, of course, a little bit of extra practice never really hurt anyone, Jesse. And checking out some of the liveries here, we've got a fan of the Ram Racing guys with their choice of in-game livery. It's an in-game livery, this one. It did throw me off earlier. It was added at some point during I believe the 2022 season update on that one, although we've got plenty of other custom liveries in the field. Namely, just want to point attention to Shumi Skins running 2 cars today, a Porsche and a Lamborghini. They look great in their colors as well, so closer look at them would be great later on in the race. And Lamborghinis are plenty everywhere, it seems, at the moment. At the top of the field, P1, 2, and 5. McLaren's in 3, 4, 7, and 8. And we've got an Audi R8 just snuck in there, the 121 of Diaz as well. And fantastic livery on the Hymo car, one of my favorites there. We've got another custom 296 livery here for the number 33, sponsoring a little RCI end plate on the wing. So great to see our very own logo there. Team Barwell, obviously the in-game livery there on the Evo 2, one of the first liveries that did come with the car during the 1.9 update as well. So, you know, a very colourful field, Jesse Lee. It's great to see favourite Mercedes there, the 888 on your right-hand side. Of course, we've got a few in-game liveries, the 46 WRT, as we take a flight down the pit lane. This is going to be a very busy place later on when 40 plus cars come streaming down. You can already see there a couple of cars merged into pit boxes, so going to be careful on your entrance to see where your marker is. Pulse Sim Sport again, couple of colors that are very iconic indeed. And then we've got the SPHE Motorsport Audi R8. That's a fantastic livery. I think there does need to be more green race cars in the field, Jesse. Green is a fantastic color.
I'm just going to ignore the fact that you said that as a British person. So, yeah, of course you believe that. But no, green is an underrepresented color with the vibrancy of a lot of cars. Green, I agree with you, partner. Underutilized color. Love to see that. Seen some interesting rim color choices as well. Most times, teams, what they'll do is they spend their bulk of their time worrying about the livery and the rims and what the tires look like are sort of an afterthought. A lot of these teams, though, I noticed in the split one, they've actually added attention to detail. They've done some stuff to some of the rims and how the cars look. So quite interesting as well to see that. See the blue rims. It kind of shows you exactly what I'm talking about there. Sometimes it is impossible to change the rim color, but sometimes, though, of course, when permitted, you can get very, very interesting with it. You see it either. So we did see the end of free practice. It'll be a few minutes cool down time. Qualifying will start. We will get the full 20 minutes of qualifying in here today. John Dalton, what did you learn from practice here for round number 1 at Valencia?
Lamborghini's looking super competitive, is what I've learned. Obviously, lockout at the front row of the grid so far. A big stream of McLarens behind them, and a few more Lamborghinis dotted around as well inside the top 10. So, all eyes on who can be the fastest raging bull, should we say. I've also learned from YouTube chat the number 87 apparently has a hidden anime girl on it somewhere. And the cameraman,
You telling
aka Stewie,
87 has an anime on it?
yep, we got to find the hidden anime. Apparently.
Oh, here he goes. Here comes Stewie.
Here we go.
Here he goes.
Let's see.
Our
Can we find
broadcast
it?
producer, Stewie, of course. Stewie, who less than 24 hours ago won the opening round of the Friday Roulette RCI Championship, and now today on broadcast duty, and he's looking for the. Oh, we found it! We found it! That is absolutely an anime.
Being told as well, the 86 might have a similar thing hidden.
You got to
as
be
well.
kidding me.
I'm not. I'm being told in the chat by a few people. So I'm not sure the 86 if we can find that one as well. Here we go, Jesse. He's going straight for the hood vent. I think this time it's not in there.
For the vent. No,
it's not in there.
That was
Where
a
is it?
misdirection play. It's not on the air box. It's definitely not on the side. I don't think it's in the brake duct. Is it around the diffuser area? We're going to get up in there.
Not under the wing. This is
No.
no.
Not under the wing.
We're struggling
All
with
right,
the 86.
Maybe it can't be inside the engine cover. It's got to be on it. Oh, we are looking at the air box now. He's suspicious. It's not in there. We didn't technically look inside the brake ducts. Some of the time you can paint in there a little bit. I wonder. Nope, not on that one. No.
Sometimes paint behind the center grille as well on the front, maybe.
Oh, is it really hidden? I wonder.
I wonder. We might have to come back to this one later on. Got to be somewhere.
I think we've stumped the broadcaster. I think the 86 car stumped the broadcaster. Case, it's not anywhere obvious. Looking through the canards and the multiple aero elements, things that normally at speed you wouldn't actually get to see on these race cars, but you can tell the Lamborghini Evo, the Evo 2 in this case, you can see that it has aero elements inside of its aero elements.
Yeah, absolutely so. And I think Stewie has given up on this one for the sake of an onboard lap of the Circuit de Valencia as we come kind of through sector 1. It's very kind of, slow, twisty stuff, long sweeping turns. Very easy to unsettle the car through this one here before coming out onto what is essentially the back straight of turn 6. You've got to get a very good run here. Be very careful of track limits. You don't want to overextend yourself too much and gain an advantage. Now down into the kink of turn 7 before standing hard on the brakes for turn 8. Very awkward corner. Looks wider than it is. You can carry quite a bit of speed through it. Get it all the way over to the right hand side to open up turns 9 and 10. And again, very technical braking zone for 11. very kind of easy to misjudge this corner when you're pitching your way through it before opening up the throttle, heading towards turn 12. Be very careful of the curb on the inside, equally so. Be very careful of the curb on the outside there. You see the amount of bouncing and movement for the number 812 of Bullwinkle, the grid finder racing car, before hitting some traffic down into the long sweeper of turn 13, standing on the brakes again for turn 14, and now firing his way down to the start finish line. Pit exit, of course, just to drivers right there, the 50 board just after the orange bale on driver's left, and that puts Christopher Streppen as the fastest car, Keller in P2, and I believe Bullwinkle possibly invalidated the lap through turn 12.
Yeah, it's going to be an issue running off the track. You mentioned that earlier. You get the tires onto the green AstroTurf, and it is invalidated. It's a big problem. That might have also been an invalidation for Stas there in this car. Stewie's back at it again. He's been given a hint, and he's looking at it. He's trying to figure out where the anime is. You can't hide the anime from Stewie. Is it in there? Can you paint in there? There's no way. Surely.
No, there's no model. It's solid blackness. Maybe one of the front brake ducts in the bumper?
Maybe
That's
so.
The only other place I could really think it would be.
I will say this about Valencia as we continue to look for an anime here in qualifying with 16 minutes left to go. This track is notorious for track limits. John was not lying to you all at home about that, and it's actually a bigger problem than you may realize. Half the field in RCI's inaugural 1-hour race at Valencia, when this track released, we had half the grid that got drive-through penalties in a 1-hour race. Was that being a novice at the racetrack? Probably. Was that not knowing where the track limits were? Sure. But still, if that can happen to half of a pro grid in an hour, you can imagine what these pros are going to be doing pace-wise around here, digging for every possible thousandth of a second. It's going to be likely. That could be the key to victory here today, John, not getting drive-throughs.
Yeah, you could play it, really safe and just avoid any track limits and pray that kind of everybody else around you starts picking up track limit violations and infringements. And of course, today as well, we do have the live stewards casting their eyes over both split 1 and 2. So you might be able to leave it into the hands of the stewards. If you keep your race very clean, of course, keep out of trouble, keep out of the track limits, you could find yourself propelling up the grid quite easily. Normally a testament in these longer endurance races. Keep it clean, and you should see some gains later on in the race.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun sort of affair for a lot of people. You don't want it to turn into frustration today. It's the opening round. This is the point. Everybody is even on points, nil for everyone. And you want to start out by making a statement here or potentially just not having a disaster. It's easier to start somewhere, stating the obvious, but it's easier to start somewhere near the front of the field or front of the championship and build upon that. You never want to have to play from behind. It can go wrong in a hurry here, though, and that's why we continue to bring that up. Nearly the entire field has set a valid lap here. The 91, one of the few cars that has yet to set a valid lap. Now that certainly, almost certainly, is an invalidation for your current provisional pole sitter, the meatball flag delivery zone 800. I'm told that's actually legal in turn number 1. I would not have guessed that in Aspar you could go that far off the racetrack, but you can. Marvin Kovacs doing absolute work here, a 30.615, the quickest of anybody, 35/100ths quicker than Baranek in second place, Gutman in third in the 969 car, who is 92/100ths. You've got to go all the way back to fourth place, the second row of the grid, before Tavenza Hacker is outside of a 10th. It's going to get close. It's probably going to get closer.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's going to be trying to find that very small margin on their opponents. And just touching back on your turn 1 point there, Jesse, I believe the track limit is the green. So providing you keep 2 wheels on the green stuff, you're normally all right. And then everywhere else in the circuit, there is. Everywhere else in the circuit, I believe the limit is the curbing. So the kind of red and white stripes. So, if you are listening to the broadcast and you're wanting to fill your teammates in on this one, track limits on turn 1, you can push quite a lot. So do be very careful of that one. Cassiaro now for the Thomas Angus Sim Racing car, the number 34, coming to the line, fires himself up to the top of the grid with a 1:30.492. The level has been set even higher. Kovacs now down into P3, and Gutman for the 969 Audi is now provisionally on the front row of the grid as well. So Audi's looking very competitive in qualifying trim too, Jesse.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. We only had one within the top 10 or 15 cars in practice, but absolutely showing up here for qualifying. That's good and bad if you want to. It's double-edged sword, really. You're really good in qualifying, but does that mean that in race trim with a full fuel load, maybe you're not quite as nimble as you are on low fuel? That could be a potential problem, especially early on into a run. That's not necessarily something that you want to have occur, but if you know that you're going to be a little bit slower at the beginning of a fuel run because of the balance of the race car, the best thing you possibly can do, though, is go out there and set somewhere vaguely near the front of the grid, give yourself a nice big buffer, and then hope maybe the clean air helps you out just a little bit. Also could be maybe the Audis just didn't get a good practice in.
Yeah, of course, could be still maybe just finding their feet, and they finally unlocked that little bit of pace that they so desperately needed in practice to get themselves up a little bit higher. Riding on board here for the latter half of the lap with Gear Axlin for the E1 Simsport car, the number 91 Ferrari comes to the line, does improve ever so slightly up into P31, but you've got to go all the way down to P32, Jesse, before you now hit that magical 1 second difference. So that is a super competitive top 30 or so on the field at the moment, and everybody's going to be trying to, eke for a little bit more on their opponent. Running on board now with the Hymo setups car, the Tatsvina Hacker 221, coming through the latter half, the middle stage of the lap, into turn 8. Got a little bit of traffic ahead of him, another Lamborghini. I think that's maybe Flamga in that one. Hopefully they don't kind of impede the lap too much. And of course, in the driver's briefing, the car on the valid lap has the priority over the chasing car, unless the lap is invalid, in which case the leading car should then, of course, yield to the car that is on.
Hey, you came to my briefing.
I didn't come to your briefing. I did read the text briefing that was, of course, put in the chat, and a big bump there through turn 12 on the exit. Got to be very careful that doesn't upset the car, and being told on my ear it's already a very good lap for Tatsvina Hacker, the 221. The traffic is maybe going to benefit here, Jesse, with a very slight toe towards the line up to the Repsol Bridge. Hymo setups car, the number 221, goes pole with a stonking time of 1:30.125. I'm wondering, with 10 minutes to go, Jesse, would we even see the 1:29 barrier maybe being broken today?
I think to be safe, you're going to have to flirt with that 29 barrier, John. I don't think even a 30.1 is safe, but what a lap that was for Team Hymo. That was exactly what you wanted. You got a really good run. You got as close to track limits as you possibly could have done. And he's fighting that car a little bit as Hacker, and he might have lost time doing so. He's trying to get every ounce of performance out of that car. And also, too, having that toe down the straight, it's not worth a lot. You've got to be within about 7/10 to make it work to begin with. But it's not worth a lot, but it's worth something. It's something that you have in the bank that a lot of other cars coming to the line probably aren't going to have. It just turned out perfectly timed to be able to get the toe of that car just a little bit to get that extra kick, and that's why the fastest lap sets at a 30.1. But is it safe? I don't know. With this talented field, it's going to get close. I know it says it's 3/10 up at the front of the field now. I don't see it staying like that for long.
Absolutely so. And I mean, just watching Van der Katsbeek there getting way out of the way of the kind of traffic, you see how chocker the circuit map is on the right hand side of your screen. It's crucial to find a tiny gap where you can set a time. It looks like the number 8 car just behind him, you've got a tiny gap between the them and the 888 and the 33 coming down the straight, and then everyone else is pretty much nose to tail. Plenty of blue dots on the circuit. So for those of you that are, of course, new to watching ACC, the blue dots on the track map mean the car is on an invalid lap, whether it be an out lap, they've been validated with track limits, or otherwise. Anybody with a grey dot is currently on a valid lap that will be, set and legal when it comes across the line. So right on board here with Cassiaro as he bumps over the curb for the Thomas Angus Sim Racing car, the number 34 McLaren, still provisionally P2. He's got a big gap to gain, and equally got a car ahead of him, possibly aiding a little bit of tow from that Mercedes just down the road. Coming to the line, Cassiaro crosses it, but not enough to improve there. Still remains in P2, so they're going to have to dig really deep if they want to find something good. Diaz for the Odox Motorsport, the number 121. Also rounding through turn 13 towards the latter half of the lap. Fantastic livery on this car. Very light aqua blue at the front, fades to black all the way down to the back of the car. The 121 coming to the line. We said it earlier, Audi's looking very good in qualifying trim. Can they improve? They do. Up one position to P4, making the second row provisionally so far an Audi lockout.
Looking pretty good on the second row for the Audis. They've certainly broken up the dominance of the Lamborghinis and the McLarens at the front. Bear in mind, it was all Lamborghini and McLaren in practice. Qualifying proving to be a completely different story indeed. A couple of Audis up there, and now you start to worry. You start to think, with 6.5 minutes left of qualifying, how much more performance can we get out of the car? How many more laps? How many more opportunities are you going to get? You would imagine everybody on a run right now, which is almost the entire field. There's only about 3 or 4 cars under our commentary position in the pit lane. A couple more now resetting to get that final stint in. They'll be making some adjustments. They're going to have one more crack at it. Everybody else that's still on the racetrack, though, as I was saying, probably going to get 2 cracks at it here. Whatever they're doing right now, they'll get 1 attempt. They'll get to reset. They have enough time to do that and go back out for one final push. But as it stands, Hymo in the Tavinza Hacker in the Hymo car, a 30.125, more than 3/10 faster than the 34. And that is, it doesn't matter what series you're in, that is quite a gap.
Yeah, absolutely so. And I mean, even in the pro field, such as we got here today, as Diaz comes across the line, does improve himself up into P2 with a 130.385, but still a long way to go before he catches the Team Hymo Lamborghini as he pulls off to the right-hand side to hop back to pits. And our man here, Christoph Verstappen, currently down in P21 in the RCI Esports Blue BMW. Looks like he's trying to ace himself maybe for a lap ahead at the moment. Coming through turn 12. Need to be very careful on the inside, although the BMW M4 tends to be very much like the old Bentley. It just kind of eats curbs up as it goes, and it's really unfazed by kind of any undulations or bumps, so probably able to really exercise the curbs here at Valencia. Comes around the last corner, a little bit of a gap ahead, probably not going to be enough to get a beneficial tow towards the start finish line. And does he improve? He does, but not enough to improve position at the moment. A 131.030, and he will take another lap. Just under 5 minutes to go, so still plenty of time to improve. Doesn't pull off to the driver's right, and he does continue on the lap up to turn 2. You can see from the splitter cam, Jesse, really how flat the curbs are. You spoke earlier about the kind of motorcycle aspect to the track. It's almost very similar to Misano in the way the curbs flow.
Yeah, it really is. And something, too, that you can see from this angle that you may not get from the higher positioned cameras is, and this is something I noticed about motorbikes and driving them on the virtual racetrack here at Valencia, was that there is quite a bit of camber in the corners, and it sort of aids you. It looks like a flat track, but it really isn't. And the way that it cradles a motorbike is it's quite satisfying to race around here. And the point I bring up is it does the same thing for four-wheeled racing cars as well. It's subtle, but you feel like you're driving an open-wheel car around here, even in these fendered machines, because of the subtle camber in the corners. It's not aggressive. There's not a ton of elevation change, though there is some, but these corners, you just feel, even if you're crawling through them, you just feel like you're flying through them because of the way that they're set up. Just a lovely racing circuit. It's so easy to drive around, but so difficult to master. That's why you've seen so many invalidations. These drivers, these teams, absolutely on it in qualifying, pushing for everything, and it's so easy just to be a millimeter off and go too far. Trying to maximize every entry and every exit.
Yeah, that's what it's about, of course, is maximizing everything that you can in the qualifying session, at least anyway. And we have a fantastic look here at one of the two Schumi Skins cars on the field. at the moment. This is the number 63 Lamborghini of Ada Wheelspin currently in the car. Fantastic kind of dragon pattern up the side and varying levels of blue across the livery. And their Porsche also looks very good indeed. So hopefully have a closer look at that later on. Just reading through some of the YouTube chat from you guys at home. Apparently the number 911 Jesse had a code brown before they even started, with driver one just joining a few minutes before qualifying began. So the number 911 car currently in P7 overall, with Taron at the wheel, half a second roughly off top time. They panicked today, so mentally probably going to have to try and get in the zone a little bit in qualifying and just set themselves up for a long afternoon of a race. Currently the highest placed Porsche as well in the field. I believe we've got a few of them today. The Sim brothers also electing to take a Porsche, and Sim brothers, of course, we run on board with one of their cars at the moment, the McLaren, with Shelgren. We saw him just on Monday, Jesse Lee, in the Mini British GT Championship, put on a fantastic performance in pace-wise, but just couldn't get it done in the race. He's rounding in to the last corner of the circuit, turn 14. Another McLaren ahead, possibly able to aid a little bit of tow towards the line. Does Shelgren improve? He does, up into P6. Fantastic improvement there on such a competitive grid. The 1 second window that we spoke about earlier on has certainly come down. It's now P24 roughly, separated by less than a second, and it was another 10 cars on top of that earlier on in the session. So drivers probably finding their rhythm and their flow now, Jesse, and they're setting their fastest laps that they ever have done with just over a minute to go.
Yeah, we're sort of spoiled, to be completely honest with you, up here in the broadcast booth, and also you at home, whether you realize it or not. We're so used to these teams of this caliber coming out here and putting 40 cars within a second on the grid. That does not happen, well, outside of American oval racing. That does not happen anywhere but esports and sim racing. You see so many teams, so many different backgrounds, different cars. They all come together and they run within a second. And we don't really think anything of it, putting 25, 30, 40 cars all that closely together. But if you look at it, you take a step back and you think about it, that is so wild that you can run so close together at a venue like this. And what we're going to do is release them on the racetrack for 6 hours of racing here today. Think about it. 1 second gap. That is a minor bobble in most of these corners, John, is the difference between being first and 31st.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's, it's such a small margin when you kind of speak about it, Jesse Lee, and you don't see it all too often in the real world. I mean, if we take the whole field all the way down from P1 to P41, they are separated by just under 2 seconds. So even again, that's such a small wobble in a corner. It's a small, minute mistake. And before you know it, you could be losing quite a few positions. And it's a glorious thing, of course, about sim racing is we do have this kind of min-max kind of style of competing nowadays. If you compare this to a real world life scenario, you do have to, of course, get your car to a circuit. You have to then practice, put fuel, tires, and drivers and team members into the equation. Where, as in sim racing, of course, everybody at any given time of the day can fire up and turn a few laps, which means all these guys are, at their highest competitive point that they should be in their driving career. And it's fantastic to see. You'll never get this in the real world due to that kind of min-max, style that we have in sim racing now.
Yeah, it's quite interesting too. You mentioned that about the real world. The real world uses simulators to train drivers, gather data, and also feel out racetracks before they ever go to them. Qualifying is ending, and Verstappen comes to the line to improve quite mightily, jumps up inside the top 20 into P13. That's really good for RCI's own esports team getting involved here. Here are the results of qualifying. The Hymo Setups team wins qualifying. Tavinza Hacker doing the lifting there in the 221 Lamborghini. So that's the quickest first and third sector. A 30.125 was, in the end, good enough to take pole position here today for the 6 hours of Valencia. On the opposite side of the front row, you've got Diaz and the 121 team of Odox Motorsport, not setting any purple sectors, still running the second best time, a 30.385. Then you've got Cassiaro and Gutman the next row of the grid. And, well, the list literally goes on. And past the top 20, nobody outside of a second. and it just keeps going. Here we are, 30 places. What is it? 28 so places before they go out of a second. 41 cars on the grid today. John, I asked you what your takeaway from practice was. I'm going to ask you a completely different question now. Can anyone stop Jaimo in this race? They have a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, they've got some, great pace in the Lamborghini today at the moment. And I think the only thing that could probably stop Hymo would be themselves, I would say. If they overpush in the race, it's a long afternoon ahead, 6 hours at Valencia, especially in the heat. Of course, it's been very hot in practice and qualifying. 32 degrees in air temperature translates to 41 degrees on track. Of course, overdriving the Pirellis will not end well for them. Once they're grained, they are ruined. And of course, you do have a minimum, or you have a maximum, should I say, stint time of 1 hour and 5 minutes to get through with one set of tires. The last thing you want to be doing is pulling your driver in early and upsetting the rhythm of the race. So it's going to be a very long afternoon, and I think the only thing that will undo them is themselves, Jesse.
Yeah, and also too, this is a racetrack, and this race is short enough. You can get away with double stinting. I typically don't like double stinting my drivers. That's not something I would ever want to have to do. But this is the day and a track where that might be preferable in some ways. There's no threat of rain. You know you're not going to be interrupted in that way. So yeah, if you have a driver in the zone like Defensive Hacker was in qualifying, why not just leave them in there for a double stint? Especially if you're a two driver team, double stinting might be quite a nice looking proposition here today. What a racetrack we're at for the very first time, our first ever real endurance race here. And I don't think there'd be a lot of teams who can say that it's their first endurance race here. I think enough time has passed, but you have to wonder how many teams have been on a race of this magnitude at this racetrack with this much pressure and this much competition. I think it's quite thick right now.
Yeah, it's very thick. I mean, there's quite a lot of cars on the grid to couple as well, with 41 cars obviously making it to the grid today. It's going to be a very chaotic turn one, and I'd say an even more chaotic turn two when they all kind of stand on the brakes for one of the slowest corners on the circuit. Everybody's going to bunch up, and you're going to have to really be paying attention to the cars ahead of you to see what is going to happen. Of course, turn one, you've got all the extra runoff space to drivers right. We expect a lot of drivers to be using that to get out of the way of any accidents that may happen, bumping and barging their way down to turn one. And as you said, Jesse, not many endurance races happening, should we say, on Valencia, of course, in the real world calendar of the Fanatec GT World Series. It is, of course, on the Sprint Cup round, I believe. So it's only, sprint races that are formed here at Valencia. So running a little bit longer is going to be maybe a little bit strange to some of them. And like you say, you do want to be double stinting your drivers, I would say here. Once you get one stint out of the way, you're kind of in the rhythm, in the motion of the track, and you really do build momentum across that. So keeping the same guy in could prove very profitable today rather than chopping and changing. And of course, looking down the list, a couple of three-car efforts, a couple of two-car efforts as well, and even one, the number 86, with four drivers to do the 6 hours. So they're going to be lovely and fresh when they come out of the cars, are doing single stints. Whereas you look at the the double the double teams, shall we say, with just two drivers to boot. The highest one up, obviously, the 969 Audi of Rule and Gutman. They're going to be really feeling it come the end of the 6 hours, and it's going to be a tricky afternoon. We're going to see some chaotic scenes. I think. Just look at the grid, Jesse Lee. It's fantastic to see, and all these cars barreling into turn one. It's going to be very interesting, I think, in about 5 minutes' time.
All the teams now in their final preparations. They're getting the driver into the car. They're taking out the qualifying setup. And make no mistake, for almost all these teams, their qualifying setup completely different thing to their race setup here. They'll be installing the proper air pressures, put the correct tires, put the correct amount of fuel based on what number they're looking to hit. Make sure their tire pressure is correct. Everything now taking place in these final moments. That'll be calm, slightly reserved conversation occurring, allowing the driver to focus on the task ahead. And what is the task ahead exactly? You've got to get through lap one here. You cannot win a motor race on the first lap. But I can guarantee you, folks, you can sure lose a motor race on the first lap. Nobody wants to have their day done before it ever really begins. It starts in Aspar, turn number one, and then goes to Dohan. Then we'll start to separate out the contenders from the also rans, even on lap one. Will there be chaos? Is the big question here today. We have had significant incidents here at Valencia in the past due to the nature of the track and the amount of entrants involved. A race restart is on the cards if it gets a little too aggressive, if I wouldn't say a majority, but if a large portion of the field gets involved in an incident, there is the potential of having a full race restart. Qualifying, of course, in that case would be saved and the race would just be restarted. And before we get going here, we've thanked you all at home for being with us. We hope that wherever you are on your Saturday, you're doing very well, and we do very much appreciate you being here with us. You know, we gained 20 subscribers in the last couple of weeks. That's really awesome. Thank you all for liking and subscribing to the RCI channel and following over on Twitch as well. Finally, John, we got to thank the stewards who make this as fair of a competition as possible. Live stewards here today, double duty, doing both splits. A thankless job most of the time, but I think in our case, we need to thank them. So thank you for the RCI stewards for helping with today's race. Of course, they're doing the heavy lifting. We're doing the easy part up here in our booth.
Yeah, we've certainly got the kind of more glamorous job, should we say, today. It wouldn't be, I wouldn't want to sit down and try and make some decisions that they have to, but it is, of course, why we do employ them here at RCI. And if you are interested in joining the RCI family, circus, whatever you want to call us, bunch of lads, whoever you want to refer to us as, you can do so by heading on over to our Discord. We do have a vacancies channel where we are, of course, always looking for staff. And I say this every time, Jesse, I think we can never have enough stewards in the team.
No, of course, the steward team, I was talking to some of them this week. They are looking for stewards. So if you're interested in getting involved in stewarding, we would love to talk to you about that and potentially have you on as one of our stewards. In addition to that, too, if you're interested in broadcasting races here at RCI, we would love to have you as well. The only requirement is being able to stream consistent 1080p video. If you are also a streamer yourself and like to donate maybe one night of the week to help us bring broadcast to the people, we can cover more races, and who doesn't like more races? So stewards and broadcasters, we're absolutely looking for those always. Rare breed of people that do both of those jobs, and a lot of people, a lot of time you don't think about it, but couldn't do it without either of those.
Yeah, absolutely so. And couldn't do this at all without, like you say, everybody at home, Jesse Lee, that has, given up their Saturday, whether they're racing, watching, taking part, stewarding, casting or commentating. We welcome you all to RCI TV, and it's of course great to have you on board with us. And on board with us as well is a list of partners that you can catch in the bottom left hand side of your screen, as well as our website racerci.com, where you can sign up to any of the events at any given time for pre-qualifying or anything else. And quite a new championship we have just launched on Friday. It's a random car championship, so you want to kind of turn it back to the fun side of racing, and that championship will be the one for you. And of course our partners, AK Esports, driver61.com, Fanatec, digitalmotorsports.com and Go Setups, to name a few. And we now round through turn 13, the long swooper towards the final turn of turn 14. Drivers already double file. We've got Jaimo at the front of the grid, followed by the number 121 Audi, not so far behind. Of course, both very similar engine cars, going to pick up very similarly indeed, with the McLaren with the turbo, of course, just behind them as well. So look to see who can get the better launch. Watch for the Porsche, currently in P9. We just see in the bottom of the drone shot there as we come towards the line. Keep your eye on that, because that's going to take off like an absolute rocket as well. And round one of World Tour is about to begin here. 6 hours of racing this afternoon. The green flag drops everybody in double file. A few cars trying to move to the middle to open up turn one of the apex. Looks like the Audi's got the much better launch on Hymo, but Hymo on the inside line swoops up the inside. Everybody using all of the track on the outside. Looks like a relatively clean turn one, but now this is where the pinch point is. Turn two, we see the Schumi Lamborghini go wide on driver's right. We see a few cars bunching up in the background, a few hits there and about. One drive-through down in P22, I imagine, for exceeding the start limit box, and contact out of turn two into three. 4 or 5 cars involved there, a Porsche, a couple of McLarens. I'm not sure what's happened. We're going to have to get a race replay of that one, but looking at the front of the grid, it all looks relatively clean. A few cars side by side through turn 6 onto what is essentially the back straight before heading down to the hard braking zone of turn 8 at the bottom. And like everybody has more or less thinned out now into single file. I think the Schumi Porsche is still side by side coming through the middle sector here. 9 and 10, they filter back in for turn 11, but all looks relatively clean, Jesse Lee, so far. Obviously a few cars involved. The 116, the biggest loser on the field. Look where he is on the track map, and another stationary car in turn 11. I think it's a McLaren of some kind. I'm not sure who that is either, but looks relatively clean for the front kind of top 15 of the field, I'd say.
Yeah, it was pretty good for most people. The SRT car, the 116, as you put it, they got the absolute worst of that. Got spun completely around backwards, had some time to get it going back the correct way. The TE Racing 996 with the drive-through, but here's where the calamity started. This is out of Dohan into the dog's leg, and 4 wide, 4 into 1. Definitely doesn't go, and that is absolutely where the 116 Porsche got span around. Definitely getting the worst of that. They're the only car that's not in the train. Everybody else that got a piece of that was able to recover somewhat and at least join the conga line at this point, as this is a racetrack where you can make passes, but also you need to be single file to be making lap time. If you get stuck side by side, even for a corner, you are losing a lot of time. Not a few tenths, you may be losing more than a second being side by side around here. Passing needs to be done definitively and concisely to do it properly, especially early on into this motor race, simply because you can get jumped by a lot of cars. Case in point, earlier on, these cars side by side, a little bit of contact there between some of the Lamborghinis, the 134 car, the Tier Sim Racing Iberia car, getting a little argy-bargy there, but not really any harm or foul. Just a little fender rub. And speaking of,
Christian Lindgren side by side with Martin Ulrich in the BMW. That's through turn 12. And you just said it there, Jesse, side by side through a turn. Christian Lindgren has been absolutely mugged by the 888 and even the 33 getting involved there as well. So very easy to lose not 1 but 2 places there for Christian Lindgren. And he's now got the Mercedes breathing down his neck, just looking from the rear wing here of Martin Ulrich's BMW, the McLaren Racing Team, sorry, into turn 1. You got the Ferrari of Roiling behind there, and you see how wide all the drivers are going. They're really exploiting the track limits in 1, and Ulrich opens up the door into 2, and that allows Roiling up the inside into the dog's leg. We saw it earlier, kind of 4 into 1 didn't go, but 2 into 1 certainly goes. Ulrich has the inside line for turn 4, but surrenders it. Roiling goes wide. This backs up Christian Lindgren. This now brings the 888 into the scenario, who's gone all the way around the long way. They've opened themselves up to Evans in the 76 as well. It's all kicking off in the midfield, Jesse.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. You get a little out of sorts here. You get stuck side by side. You certainly make contact or run off the track a little bit. It will bunch you up. It creates instances like this. Adso Alila when the 888, the Jordi Suss car, trying to make a pass here. It's going to be a little bit of a hip check on the Ferrari, but he's going to get it done on Evans. And here they come streaming through. Here come the boys.
Here come the boys indeed. The Ram racing car there all the way around the outside. That's Van der Katsbeek in the pink and black car. And of course with him, he will bring the Ferrari, the number 29. We're still side by side into turn 12. We saw it earlier. big amount of momentum for the 29, clatters into the side of the Mercedes and turns himself around. He's now got to get spun the right way around again, all the way down into P40. 10 positions lost. Just look at the momentum the 29 carries on the side-by-side. Saw the gap, went for it, and just couldn't turn right anymore. So Stewart's definitely going to be looking at that one. And I've got to say, that's probably all on the 29 Ferrari there.
That could potentially be the Across Europe Racing team there getting it all wrong and getting span off of that. Not exactly what you were looking for. Not what Aviles Diaz is looking for either. Losing 2.3 seconds to Davinza Hacker in the Hymo car out in front of this field. The Odox Motorsports car running P2, but that's Casiero right behind him in the 34 Thomas Ing sim racing car. And look at that line of cars. This is second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth all together. It's gone wrong here for Nicholas Keller. Synchronized spinning off of the racetrack there.
Yeah, I don't think that could be more synchronized if you even planned it, Jesse Lee. I mean, that should be a category in the FIA World Games next time, I think. The synchronized spinning event, and see how the sim racers get on with that one. But towards the front of the grid, it is Tatsvina Hacker that has disappeared up the road, over 2 seconds to the good now on Diaz's R8 Evo 2. Looked like Diaz got the much better run towards turn 1 when the green flag dropped, but just couldn't hold it on around the outside, and now finds himself losing more and more time, now up to nearly 2.6 seconds that gap, and he has got a train breathing down on his neck. The first car being Casiaro, of course, in the Thomas Enger Sim Racing McLaren, but he's now going defensive because he smells a move from Gutman in the 969 behind. So if Diaz can play this one well, he could try and use the sister Audi car, essentially, you know, manufacturer's help to distract the McLaren and see if he can open up the gap on the number 34.
It's all about strategy here. It's all about what you have to lose and what you need to do right now for Diaz. It's full on defense mode. You can't really give up these positions. There's no guarantee that it's ever going to come back your way. Of course, if they're beating down your rear bumper, then you reconsider it. It isn't quite the case for the 121, so you're not in that situation quite yet where you have to make that decision yourself. Clayton Austin for Pulse Sim Sport, a little bit further back than where I would have expected Pulse Sim Sport to be, but they look like they're making their way up a little bit. They've already made their way into 20th place. They're looking at Timothy Flamker in the 224 Lamborghini directly in front. That's the Alpha Sim Sport car. These two fighting over what is 19th place. The pylon says they're fighting over 20th, but they are fighting over 20th as they break the timing beam. So this is actually a battle for 20th, the top half of the field. Clayton Austin just sort of feeling him out a little bit. Flamker, it leaves the inside open off the final turn. A little bit of a move from Austin, just seeing how much time they can make up. That wasn't a move to make the pass from Austin there, John. That was just, hey, if he leaves the door open and I'm a little bit closer next lap, maybe I can put my Ferrari in that gap.
Yeah, possibly so. I mean, you know, we've got 5 hours and 51 minutes to go on the race clock, so you've got plenty of time to get your moves done, should we say. And Flamgo looks like he runs a bit wide into turn 2. It kind of leaves the door open a little bit to Austin into the exit of 2, but not enough to capitalize on the Ferrari. Typically the 296, very slow turbo spool, I believe, is still the thing with this one. And we see another couple of cars off here. Let's have a look. The 545 turned very strangely on the exit of turn 1. I can't say I've ever seen that happen before, Jesse. And then in the background, 2 more cars going backwards. I think that was the number 29 involved with somebody else. Let's have a look. The 46 is flagged up on our replay. Here we go. The 29 gets run into the back of by, I believe that's Keller in the 271, and they exit to drivers right, very wide as well. So Stewart's going to have to be looking at that one. It's a busy afternoon in the Stewart's box. I can see them all frantically scribbling notes down, and they're going to be busy for quite a while, I feel.
I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. What did we say that was? The Team Volmont car, the 271 with that contact? I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. I wonder if maybe the 29 was attempting to yield there a little bit and maybe caught Volmont unaware, because it just looked such an awkward incident to begin with. I find it hard to understand. We will eventually know, of course, because the stewards will, if it's reported, of course, the stewards will look at that and they will have the telemetry data to tell us exactly what went on there. We get to see it from maybe 1, 2 different angles, but they get to see it from whatever angle they need. And of course, they also have the benefit of the telemetry at the time. The stewards get all the cool tools. Tobias Lang for Limitless Speed drivers trying to work their way a little bit closer up into the top 10. He can get one spot closer by taking it from the 669. They're certainly trying to make that move on the Luna Rossa racing car. There's meant to be 2 Luna Rossa cars in this race. I think one of them signed out of the round here today. Hopefully you get to see them for round number 2 in 1 month's time. But fighting all up and down the racetrack here, as you would expect earlier on. The fight here, back for 20th place, a little bit of contact. Flamger. What do you make of that, John?
Yeah, it looks like the battle between Flamger and Austin there. Of course, elbows out, and now Martin Ulrich capitalizes on that one. I think flash of the lights there from Flamger is, signals some dissatisfaction maybe with how that pass was handled into turn 11. So Flamger is going to be wanting to get those positions back. You see the Pole Simsport Ferrari has already disappeared up the road, and now just behind the number 33, the Steady Start Racing blue entry is probably going to want to try and capitalize. Ruling currently at the wheel of that one. And it's so awkward with elbows out racing, Jesse Lee. We see it in touring car an awful lot, where it's the kind of nature and the racing style that is kind of dealt in the touring car aspect, whereas GT could be, in theory, a bit more gentlemanly sometimes, should we say, and it's not always how it goes down. Tudor Budu, driver who we're no stranger to here at RCI, our Super Trofeo Cup champion on Monday in the silver class, getting very close in the final turn. The flash of the hazards there to say sorry for whatever happened there. And even down the back of the grid, we're still getting fights here. Axelin coming under fire from Vladimir Julpov in the Garage 59 entry. They're coming through the first sector now into what is essentially the back straight. So we've got Ferrari on McLaren action here, and there's even a Porsche just behind in the form of Engman. Can't quite see there with the driver's netting covering the TV cam, but definitely a Porsche just down the road behind as well. So fights up and down so far, Jesse Lee. We've only been running for what is essentially about 13 minutes or so, and it feels like we've already been going for at least an hour with the amount of action we've seen already from 41 cars on the grid.
Yeah, for these drivers, it feels like the same. It feels like their stint is almost up, but you look up at the clock and it's only been about 12 minutes or so as everybody, I mentioned this earlier about these cars, they all drive independently. They drive differently to each other. A Ferrari does not drive like a Lamborghini, and a BMW does not drive like a McLaren. And I know for the vast majority of you watching at home, you go, well, of course, Jesse Lee, of course it doesn't. They're all independent cars. What I mean is the way that they're programmed, they all drive like the real-world counterparts. Some cars can do this. They can dive. The Ferrari really good on the brakes, the 296, and they can dive down to the inside of the Lamborghini, but the drive off the corner of the Lamborghini just too much, and it resets the nil. But that's what makes GT racing so special. And you see the front-engined AMG in the background. I think that's Olila in the 888 machine for Jordy Suss, getting absolutely sideways trying to dig off the corner as well. This is why I love GT racing. This is why I'm a GT supremacist. I love this kind of racing. You can have all these different cars and have a great race. They're all in a pack together. They're all trying to use whatever advantage their car has on this racetrack to outwit and outdrive each other. And a lot of times it looks like a high-speed chess game. Right now, in my opinion, it's a complete stalemate.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got, like you say, the slight advantages, disadvantages, a big wiggle there from Olila over the bumps in turn 12. We said about it in qualifying, and that is how it can affect you. Philippak is now towards the outside for the number 420 McLaren. Gets it all over the curb on the inside, very squirrely indeed, as we begin to see a few penalties coming through, Jesse Lee. Just saw a 5 seconds flash up on the timing tower there, so we're going to have to keep an eye on the stewards chat to see what is coming through in the next 5 minutes or so. Race replay here. This is the number 800, the McLaren on the right here, getting involved with the 969 towards the front, the SPHE Motorsport car, and shoehorns open the door, tries to get the Lamborghini through as well. The Lamborghini just about gets a snout up the inside of the Audi, although keeps it clean through the dogleg of turn 3 and then sets themselves back up for turn 4. Very clean indeed there. So the AGS events car of Berenick, the number 8, now is going to look to the back of the R8 Evo 2, and it's going to be very tricky indeed. You said earlier, Jesse, about the cars all driving differently and kind of independently of each other, but a Huracan Evo 2 and a R8 Evo 2 is near enough the same car, let's be honest.
Yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you? But they drive completely differently. I've driven both recently, and I gotta say, I would definitely prefer the Evo 2 Lamborghini on most accounts, especially here in Valencia. There are a couple of tracks where it's probably really close. You'd think they'd be close, wouldn't you, considering the manufacturers and where they're aligned? But the cars drive like two completely different animals. It is so odd and strange, but that is sort of the beauty of it. Two manufacturers have two different approaches. Though they use a lot of common parts, it is still very different. Penalties are starting to come through. A 5-second penalty for the 256 car. That is, of course, the Rebound Racing McLaren. So 5-second penalty, avoidable contact versus car 139. And also it gets worse for car 256, I'm afraid. Rebound Racing, drive-through penalty. Let's see, 256 and 8 with 888. Racing incident on exit. The 256 loses control and takes out the 545. So that's interesting. So the 256 and the 888, John, had contact, which was a racing incident. But then on the exit of the corner, the 256 loses control and then takes out the 545. That, I suspect, was deemed a drive-through penalty. That is a very interesting one. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd stewards incident there, shall we say? It's not one you see every day. It's a little bit rare to see something with 3 cars involved, 2 cars then mentioned at the end, and then 1 car finally getting the penalty for the overall incident. So keep an eye on the stewards chat to see how it's all going down, and we will keep you, of course, updated as we go through the race. But riding on board here with the number 8, looking back at Shelgren in the 137 Sim Brothers McLaren. Endurance lights ablaze on the McLaren to try and make it as obvious in the mirror as possible. We saw earlier Cassiaro still dueling it out with Diaz, and that's of course allowed Tatsvina Hacker to accelerate up the road. 5.5 seconds to the good last time they crossed the start finish line, and still about 5.6 now they've gone through sector 1. So Tatsvina Hacker with a maybe easier day at the office than most. Of course, no pressure really immediately behind or ahead, but soon enough they're going to start hitting traffic, and traffic is going to be the interesting thing at Valencia, especially when you've got cars going 3 wide on each other, and the number 76 giving a hip and shoulder check to the Sim Brothers Porsche, the 138 of Christian Lindgren there, I believe in turn 2, and very surprised Olila in the 888 didn't get through as well. But of course, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, and another incident here, Jesse Lee, for the number 29 and the 271. Is this going to be
again
a mirror incident? It's essentially a mirror incident of what we saw just a few moments ago, and again, synchronized spinning to boot at the end. It just looks like the McLaren is so much more confident into turn 1 than the 29, but of course you've got to be very heads up in these scenarios, Jesse. You can't just plow through the car ahead of you. You've got to understand in such a wide range of 45 cars that pre-qualified, of course only 41 here today. You've got to be really sensible on knowing the other car is not going to be as quick as you, and looks like a little bit of rivalry here coming out of the last turn, a little bit of bumping of mirrors there on the Ferrari and the McLaren. So interesting to see, and we're now flicking for another race replay as we come down to turn 1. Keller around the outside, the Ferrari 29 up the inside, squeezes off the track, and another hip and shoulder check. I can feel some rivalry between these two teams now.
Well, I'm just going to go ahead and say what we're all thinking. The Across Europe team and the Volmont team, this has become personal at this point. I don't know at what point it became personal exactly. Was it first contact for second contact. Make up your own opinions at home. But I can guarantee you here, less than 30 minutes into this race, for the last two running cars on the track, it has become a personal affair. And you got to be careful about that because the stewards are not going to appreciate two cars anywhere on this racetrack just running into each other, knocking seven bells out of each other simply because they can. Ooh, a little bit of contact there. How many times have we already seen this? One car a little bit conservative going into some of these sweeping corners, John, and then the car behind them charging into the corner, leading to contact. Almost insignificant contact, I would say, but still contact nonetheless.
Yeah, contact nonetheless, and of course the stewards tool will be reporting this to them. So if they do need to look back on any reports, they will find it very, very easily indeed. Christopher Streppen to the inside of Taron into turn one, just about made the move stick, chopped the nose of the Porsche off. Gonna have to go defensive into two though. Can the BMW draw up in time? Yes, it does. Taron on the inside still for the dog leg of turn three. Going to have the outside line for turn four, though. Let's see what happens here as the McLaren, the number 7, I believe, get involved. And another hip and shoulder check in the fight. And Taron goes down 2 positions, loses out as well to Tobias Lang in the Limitless Speed driver's car. The number 23 gains a position based off the back of that. And that'll stem from Christopher Streppen, shoehorn opening the door into turn 1. And that, of course, allowed the fight to continue to 2, 3, and 4 before eventually Taron found his way off the road. And looking towards the front, these guys still fighting as well. Cassiaro can't find a way through Diaz, but you know, still a long afternoon ahead. Just 5 hours 38 minutes remaining. This fight could go on for quite a while, and I'm excited to see when they start hitting traffic. It's not going to be for another hour or so, I would say, at least yet, of course, with the pit stops coming through at normally the hour mark. Traffic could be the determining factor today with, you know, how tight the field is bunched in various places. It's going to make it very awkward for the leaders to get through.
Yeah, it certainly can be, especially if they run into the trains of cars. And they were told in the driver's briefing that if you are a lapping car, of course, it is your responsibility to do it safely and smartly, of course. And if you are a car that's being blue flagged, you have to drive appropriately and be predictable and all of that stuff as well, and not hold up the car in front. So it's a fine line, it's a balancing act, and it's one that these teams are going to have to deal with for 5 hours. And we typically think about, in the terms of lapping cars being blue flagged, typically think about the cars at the sharp end of the field, don't you really? Oh my goodness, near contact right there. That almost came to blows. Ruling nearly ran into the back of Timothy Flamger. That allows the 420 of Philippak through. Oh, and he's going to go wide. He's going to go absolutely wide. Timothy Flamger is. He's going to go from 22nd to 27th in a flash, in an absolute instance. One corner, he's lost 5 spots.
Yeah, Flamger absolutely kind of undid himself there into turn 4. It got very close into turn 2 with Rolling nearly outbraking himself into the back. Probably upset Flamger and kind of put him off his rhythm a little bit, and just forgot to brake for turn 4 by the looks of it. But have a look here. We've got Denis Strelnikov in the Crazy File Racing team. Verstappen there outbraking himself by the looks of it, running too deep into turn 11, and that allows the 2 McLarens through. Tobias Lang again gaining another position. The RCI Esports blue car down into P11 now, just outside the top 10, but highest BMW in the field at the moment. The other BMW in the field will be Martin Ulrich's car in P20, and then the other sister BMW car down all the way in P34. So looking quite good for manufacturers wise anyway. And Taron is now coming under fire from Van Burr in the number 87 spin car, going up the inside very nicely into turn 2, gets the move signed and sealed before 3 even happens. So everybody back into single file there.
Well, just looking up and trying to keep track of what's going on in chat, trying to keep track of all the contact on the racetrack. Sloppy racing there between those two. I felt like that contact was slightly unnecessary, but they will continue going at it themselves, of course, finding a spot inside the top 10. No, I was looking at chat, and I'm getting reports from Split 2, and something that a lot of the drivers in today's race that are joining us in chat have noticed, the Ferraris seem like they're absolutely nowhere here at Valencia. And if you remember when this car and track came out, that was the combo to have. You wanted the brand new Ferrari 296, and you wanted it here at Valencia. It felt like you were driving an F1 car around here, quite frankly, is what it felt like. What we haven't done here at RCI is been back to Valencia since the most recent BOP updates for a lot of the racetracks. I would hazard the guess that Ferrari has been absolutely nerfed to oblivion here, because it was very much the only car to enter here at one point, and I think it's been nerfed into oblivion. Further Split 2 updates, Mike Redford's team had a technical issue with their setup at the start of the race, so they're doing the last to first challenge.
Yeah, I did read that earlier on in YouTube chat. And another update from Split 2, of course, in qualifying. They had 1 second covering their second position all the way down to P31. So even Split 2, very competitive indeed. And just want to give you guys a heads up. Currently, if you are in the server with your teammate, do not leave, because ACC servers are currently down for joining. So if you are in any of the ACC servers at the moment, please do stay in, because when your driver swaps come around, it may be very awkward to try and get back in once again. So just want to give you guys a heads up on the broadcast.
Yeah, just to be clear, that's not giving free rein for all of your drivers to be in the server at the same time, but whatever 2 you have connected right now, it's probably best, based on the server availability issue of the browser itself. Has nothing to do with our servers, of course. It's just the browser itself is having technical issues. The 2 drivers that you have connected now, it's probably in your best interest, and this is not legal advice from John and me, but we would argue if we were a part of your team, we would keep whatever 2 drivers you have connected right now until, of course, a time where you know you can have a 3rd driver come in, and then obviously one of your drivers can leave. But don't leave your driver alone right now. Always have a racing buddy, John.
Yeah, absolutely. So, even in every race, it's good to have somebody else with you. Of course, the ACC not really having a spotter system such as iRacing does, and you've got to have somebody else in the server to let you know what is going on around you, especially with other cars and other teams, and keep you updated on lap times, because of course it does take away from your attention when you're trying to manage everything in an endurance race. It can be quite overwhelming sometimes, mentally as well as physically. A couple of updates from the stewards, a few lap 1 incidents being tied up, the 138 and the 29, no further action. 29 and the 33, no further action. The 29 and the 420, no further action. We then have an incident involving the 296, the 141 and the 712. We have a warning for the 296 for failing to hold their brakes after an incident. And lastly, lap 1, turn 11, involving the 996, the 555 and the 271. We have a drive-through for the 996 for avoidable contact with the 555, causing a takeout of the 271. Those stewards looking like they're nearly up to date, I would say, Jesse, all the way up to turn 11 now, of course, of 14 turns here at Valencia. Cassiaro riding on board with, still looking at the back of the Audi R8 Evo 2 ahead of Diaz. He's going to get pretty fed up of seeing the back of that thing after 5 or 6 hours of racing today. And Tarsvina Hacker, just to give you an update on him, 7.6 seconds to the good last time at the line, Jesse. An easy afternoon in the office so far for the Hymo crew.
Yeah, what more could you want? It's the opening round of a championship, and you give credit to the Hymo team, to Vinza Hacker, that entire 221 team for being here. This is not the esports series. A lot of those drivers, if not all of those drivers, are esports drivers. You've got Wajda over there, and I think McWilliam is also a driver on that Hymo team. There's no money on the line here. They're not going to win anything by winning this race, or indeed this championship. They're here for the love of sim racing. They're here for the love of competition, and they're out there getting it done. They're having the time of their life right now. It could not have gone better. It was a nice, clean start for them. They've created a bit of a gap. All credit to Felix and the crew. You know what? This battle for third, and I have a theory about this. We talked about Simon Alessandro Cassiaro not really making the move or just hanging out behind Aviles Diaz. I think that's sort of on purpose. The Thomasine sim racing car, they've got 4.5, 5 second gap back to Mo in the small PP 800 car. It's not a pressing matter to get by Aviles Diaz. It doesn't necessarily matter. And if Aviles Diaz makes one mistake, based on what we've seen already, you get by them, you get into second place, and maybe you drive away. Maybe you don't. No pressure in this situation for Cassiaro right now, and I think that's what his team's telling him. I don't think he's feeling any pressure. It's just pacing the second place car.
Yeah, I reckon he's just playing the long game. Obviously, 5.5 hours to go this afternoon, and the guys in the car at the moment are more than likely going to be the strongest competitors, shall we say, on the field. You know, it's very tricky to gauge the skill level of the car ahead of you, especially in the kind of in the middle of the race when, you know, various drivers have cycled back and forwards, but everybody in the car now should in theory be the fastest or the quickest driver or most competent driver, shall we say, on the team. So, you know, when the teammates cycle through, this order could change. Maybe, you know, the Cassiaro Thomas Enger lineup has a stronger skill lineup compared to the 1-2-1. You know, it could be Diaz's a gold in a team of silvers, or, you know, vice versa on that one. So keep your eye on the fight at the front. Skidinov now in the number 920, looking at the back of the number 90 Ferrari ahead. And we said it earlier, the Ferrari was the popular car to pick at the beginning of 1.9, and now it seems it has been kind of nerfed into oblivion. Not many people electing to take it here, and the highest Ferrari currently, the Pulse Sim Sport number 52 in P18. And just looking at the board, being told the number 137 has had an incident and towed the car back to the garage and has called it a day already. And with the current server issues, of course, they will not be back anytime soon. The ACC server browser is currently down. So the last thing you want right now, Jesse, is a technical issue and a disconnect. We flick away from the pictures briefly here to some cinematics of the Valencia. Stewie is currently trying to find a replay to see what has happened to them, and see if we can get you an answer on why they have brought the garage door down.
Well, there's been trouble for another one of the Sim Brothers cars. The 139 was overtaken by the 256 Rebound racing car off of the racetrack. I believe the Sim Brothers took exception to that, so that ends up being a 5 second penalty for Rebound Racing, the 256, for an off-track overtake position not returned. John, we're looking at the incident here. We've seen hardware failure before. I think a lot of us, rather unfortunately, have experienced it in the past. And if you're ever going to retire from a race, pedal failure, something of that nature, likely what happened there, that's what'll do it to you, right?
Yeah, it looked a bit strange there for Shelgren, just kind of turning right and then ended up turning straight and kissing the barrier. Pedal inputs were being registered by the game, but steering input looks to have kind of died off a little bit. So maybe a wheelbase issue at hand for the Sim Brothers McLaren. Such a shame. They were running very strong indeed, as we now see a little bit of Lamborghini on Lamborghini action between wheelspin here in the Schumi Skins car and the number 134 Tyre Sim Racing Esports through into turn one, side by side, both drivers making it through just about safely there, and the entire Sim Racing Esports car ahead now of the Schumi Skins team.
Unfortunate set of circumstances here. You never want to exit a race prematurely. Job number one, you want to see the checkered flag. Sometimes, though, that is just not possible, especially when hardware failure and car failure is a part of that. Freddie trying to make a move on BP. It hasn't worked out. The 555 McLaren of the BW4E team staying out in front now. That puts Ram Racing into a vulnerable position. Thunder Ketzbeck 82 trying to stay just in front of Bodu, and now Anderson I believe has joined in Dolpov as well. Oh my goodness, Eamon's involved here, Ila's involved. So many cars. That is a span from 24th all the way back to 30th place. We saw Timothy Flamger make a momentary mistake, got vaguely off into the gravel. He lost 5 spots. The same thing can happen to any of these cars as well.
Yeah, one small mistake, Jesse Lee, and of course You will be shuffling yourselves back down the kind of train order that we have going on at the moment, of course, with varied manufacturers in this train, all the way from Ferrari to McLaren, Mercedes, Lamborghini, and even a Porsche in the mix. Every car is going to have its different traits and be stronger in certain sections. So you really want to do keep those guys behind you. Van der Katsbeek looking to try and kind of slipstream his way towards the McLaren ahead, the 555 down the front straight away. We know the Mercedes does have usual kind of grunt in a straight line towards turn one. Doesn't look like he can get close enough to get an overlap going. Of course, a shorter front straightaway here at Valencia than, of course, what we're used to at most circuits. I believe it's just half a mile in length or so, so not enough really to capitalize on any slipstream, which does make overtaking that little bit harder. So biggest defense you can put up, the better, I would say, at the moment, but not too much, because of course running side by side for too many corners, we saw earlier what happens. Of course, you can lose a handful of positions, and especially if you're in this train, it's going to be a good 4 or 5 positions, as you said, Jesse.
Yeah, you're really right about that too. You're not going to ever get a slipstream. You shouldn't get a slipstream enough to facilitate an overtake. You can use it to your advantage, make up a little bit of horsepower if your car is lacking. Some of these cars may be lacking just a little bit of horsepower, and you can make that up with draft here. But more than likely, what you're doing with the draft on some of these straights, especially the pit straight, is you're trying to set up a dive into turn one. Trying to do that off of any street, if we're completely honest. You're just trying to get your nose in there, get close enough to make the move. Same thing with exiting a lot of these corners, setting up the straights. You just want to get as close as you can and not compromise your exit, and try and hope for something at the other end of the straight. But normally here, I would say usually you're not going to see a lot of overtakes. It's not the Kimmel straight, for instance, and it's not Bloeschemont, it's not Spa, where you can facilitate passes here on straightaways. That's not going to happen. It's all about how you set them up for the corners.
Yeah, you have to make it all in the corners and corner exit. Of course, you can really focus on that one, or if your car is exceptionally good on the brakes, try and get a move done into the corner. And this battle still raging on at the moment now. Wheelspin, we're at the head of the queue, and the Schumi Skins Lamborghini, Martin Ulrich breathing down his neck, and Whole Simsport now getting involved as well, down into turn 8, the inside line, giving up to the Ferrari. The BMW tries to do it around the outside, a wiggle off the corner is going to put them side by side through turns 9 and 10. Of course, Ulrich on the inside for 11, manages to fend off the Pulse Simsport car, though looks like he runs himself a little bit too deep, but does keep it on the straight and narrow. So Ulrich still remains in P18, although Austin looking very racy in the Ferrari on the brakes. We said it earlier when we were watching, the Ferrari does look very good on the brakes compared to the other cars in the field.
Running wide here is a problem, obviously, for drive-through penalties. If you go off of the AstroTurf, the green surface, obviously that's going to give you a track limits warning. But really, what I saw out of Martin Ulrich there was not actually a detriment to them. They didn't quite get the apex, like you said, and they did go wide, but that's not a hindrance to that car. It doesn't really matter, as you were able to use the runoff here quite effectively. It's not, they've not got gigantic curbs that you run over the back of and lose grip, so you can use all of the curbing here to your advantage and run out. Even if you missed a corner, you can make it up by going a little bit wider. And of course, in that particular fight, we saw Austin did the opposite. They knew that Martin was going to run a little bit wide. So what did Austin do? Austin hit the apex perfectly and didn't necessarily go as far. And in a way, it sort of equaled out there to absolutely nothing. Ulrich was happy with that. Austin was probably looking to maybe see Ulrich go a little bit wider. He didn't. A nice recovery for the 41. And they continue on. The battle, as they always say, battle is on.
And the battle rages on indeed, and we finally have an answer for the turn 3 incident. Of course, the big one we saw at the start of the race, involving the 116, the 76, the 296, and the 920. 4 into 1 certainly didn't go, and it was for the number 76 hitting the 116 at the exit of turn 3. The 76 carried too much speed into the corner, understeered into the 116, resulting in the takeout of the 116, the 296, and the 920. Stop go for car 76 in that one. That's Evans currently running in P23 overall. And this battle still rages on as well in the train of cars at the moment. Vander Catsby at the head in the pink car, followed by very closely Tudor, Boodoo, Anderson, Dulpov, Alila in that train as well. Now side by side, some more Lamborghini action going on here. The Tire Sim Racing Esports, the 134 on Kulikov in the 86 with the hidden anime figure somewhere on the car that we're still yet to find. Any hints, boys, in the chat?
Stewie's convinced it isn't on the car. Just so
he's convinced it's not. I'd like to know a hint.
I want everyone at home to know that Stewie is quite certain that he would, if there was an anime, he would have found it by now.
Yeah, just want to update you as well. I'm getting reports in that the ACC servers are back up. The server browser is now accessible, so you should be able to get your drivers in time as well. Of course, with 25 minutes or so on your stint timers, I would probably use this now to get anybody in that you can do. And of course, remember, maximum of 2 drivers connected at any given point for a prolonged period, if possible, people.
Yeah, of course, make sure before you disconnect that it is in fact working. That's just the report that we're hearing. We are unable to confirm that. What we are able to confirm is that there is a split 2 racing simultaneously here. We, of course, watching split 1, but we're always interested to hear how it's going in split 2. And what a better way to catch us up on how the race had started for split 2 than bring in RCI's own Sarah Stan.
Hey there, guys. Hope you've been enjoying Split 1. Split 2 has been absolute chaos today.
Well, Sarah, you were briefing me momentarily on exactly what was going on. Talk us through your team. First of all, tell us what your team is for those of you that don't know at home. Tell us about your team. Tell us how it's going and what's been going on in the first hour.
Well, some of you know, you've only heard me as a commentator with RCI, but I'm also the founder of Fetch Motorsports, KVETCH Motorsports. We are driving the Porsche today out there. Look for that one in split 2 with the little wooloo on it. That's us. It has been an absolutely hectic race. From my own personal count, we're looking at about 40 accidents so far. Some of those are just little door bumps. Some of those are much bigger ones. Our fastest driver is setting a 1:31.367, but that time puts them only in, let's see where they are currently, 36th place overall out of 41 drivers. Absolute chaos out there.
What was it like the opening laps? We saw quite a bit of side-by-side. We saw one major incident in split number 1. What was the difference for you guys?
For us, we were sitting about 25th heading in. We got bumped behind by a driver and then bumped ahead again by the same driver, which spun us out, unfortunately. We fought back up from 36th place up to 24th currently, even though we are dealing a little bit with track limits. I don't know about split 1, but split 2 has seen a couple drive-throughs so far.
Yeah, quite unfortunately, I think the drive-throughs in split 1 have been given out by the stewards thus far today, Sarah. I don't think we've seen a drive-through yet for track limits here, but John and I were warning everybody at home that it was likely going to happen. Valencia just seems to invite going a little bit wide, getting that drive-through, doesn't it?
It really does, especially with the misleading first turn. You can go so wide on turn 1, but when you come around into turn 3 there on that little kind of bend, that limit feels like you're at Coda. You are able to only get just the tires on that curve without a problem.
Well, I got to ask you, as the Queen of Kvetch, how do you feel so far? We've made it through the first 45 minutes of the race. We're settling down into a groove. Obviously, your team's doing that as well. So what are your thoughts? What are your feelings now about where you're running, and what do you reckon is possible for a result today?
We're really hoping to at least finish, like we finished mid-pack in silver in the pre-qualification. Our goal is to hopefully finish mid-pack in the race. But we have some really great drivers out there. We have Nick, we have Chris, and we have Skylar. They're all amazing drivers, and I look forward to seeing what they can do on the track today. And of course, I'll be out there too, but not for a couple hours yet.
I've got to say, you qualified mid-pack in the pre-queue, and how many cars are there in Split 2 exactly? Because we have like 40-some. How many is in Split 2 again?
I believe 41 are currently in the race as of right now.
Oh Oh, close racing here. It's going to be contact. The Ferrari is going to get spun around. The Porsche continue on, but ruling in the 33, the steady start racing car, and that is sportsmanship. Lindgren with the contact, allowing ruling back through. That's also going to allow BP in the McLaren to slip through, but just a classy act there from ruling in the 33 or excuse me, the other way around. In fact, the Porsche, classy act from the Porsche there to allow them back through. No malice there at all, just a momentary mistake on the brakes. We're talking with the Queen of Kvetch, Sarah Stant. John Dalton, do you have any questions for Kvetch Motorsport?
Yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, in about 20 minutes time or so, pit stops are going to, of course, start cycling through. Myself and Jesse were speaking earlier in qualifying about the strategy most of these teams will take, and we kind of elected to assume that a lot of drivers will be double stinting in their kind of opening stints just to get a feel and a flow. What's the plan of action for the afternoon? 5 hours ahead, are you going to be double stinting? You're going to single stint, keep everybody really fresh, or what's your take on it?
So in our little bit of early testing, we found that because of the nature of this track being so tight with this many cars on it, with really no opportunity to rest your hands, rest your head, we opted actually to go with single stinting. So that way our drivers, when they're hitting the track, they're at their freshest, their arms aren't tired, their head is in the game. Because at the end of the day, this is a mind game. With this many cars on this track is definitely not seen this many tracks in a while.
A little bit of more contact there. Schumann contact with the McLaren. But yeah, that's interesting. Can you speak to sort of, I said it's high speed chess, near contact there again, maybe a little bit of a touch. Can you talk to sort of, you mentioned that, Sarah, the mind games. I call it high-speed chess, right, where everybody's at a stalemate. What's it like being on a racetrack like this, tight confines, so many cars? But what's your thought process? How do you deal with that?
At the end of the day, it's just making sure you keep your head down, focus on what's around you, make sure you got that radar on because you're going to want it to know where those other cars are, and at the end of the day, realize that while you may be playing chess, the guy behind you is playing checkers and the guy in front of you is playing Monopoly. So do your best and just keep your head down.
I absolutely love that. That was way better than my analogy. No wonder you outclass me every time we do commentary. Just want you to know that. A little bit of contact there and some more close racing behind between Ruling and Lindgren as they were taking it to each other. Quite interesting racing there. They got as close as they could to each other, and after the previous contact, you'd think you'd be a little bit more careful, but you can't. You can't ever put your foot off of the throttle and off of the gas. So, Sarah Stant, the Kvetch team, single stinting today. How many drivers do you have on the roster for the 6 hour?
We have 4 drivers because we are trying to get every driver kind of in the right headspace because we got to get ready for that 24 hours of Suzuka in a couple months.
So what car, so tell everybody home, what car are you in? And now that you've gotten basically an hour of racing, are we calmed down now? Are we more confident in the car, or are we learning things that we need to fix for next round?
As for our driver is absolutely doing wonderful out there. They're super calm in the car and just pushing back up. They're already up into 22nd place now. We'd love to see. The car we're driving is the new Porsche, I believe, the 992. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. I'm a little tired. I slept about an hour last night.
That is the new one, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
It is a lot more stable than the old Porsche for the drivers out there who are maybe a little scared of the Porsche. Give it a try. It's a fun car.
Well, the Kvetch team is having a lot of fun in it. And Sarah, thanks for joining us, being a part of the broadcast here. Double duty for you then. You're in the broadcast booth with us, talking to us, and we appreciate that. You're going to be in the car. Good luck to your team, and good luck for the rest of the race.
And good luck to everybody else out there, and good luck on comms, guys. Keep it up. I love hearing you all out there, and I'll see you guys after the race.
Thank you, Sarah. Good luck to you as well. Sarah Stant there from Split 2, giving us a little insight into what is going on with her team of Kvetch Motorsports. And back to Split 1 this time. It looks like some traffic on the horizon. Jesse Lee, Cassiaro still looking to the back of the 121, but Evans in the 76 being a part of this fight and gets out of the way very cleanly in turn 11 to allow these two through. But just look to the front, Tatsvina Hacker, 12 seconds to the good Jesse Lee. I think they've got it on easy mode this afternoon, and I think the prediction could be right. If it's going to be anyone's undoing, it's going to be their own.
Well, last night I saw something absolutely spectacular in the Friday Roulette Championship. Something that didn't seem possible is more contact there that time between Lindgren and BP. That allows Ruling back through. Ruling trying to look down the inside, has to fall back in line. The Porsche too strong in a straight line. If it was a year ago, I wouldn't have been able to say that. Better on the brakes, Ruling down to the inside of Lindgren. Lindgren giving just enough room. They're using all of the curb space here. BP driving away just a little bit. Back to single file again. A little unruly on the throttle was Ruling that time in the 33 Ferrari, but he gets it all settled. The 82 car in the background has gone completely off. What has happened? Vander Katzbeck. Oh, it's a pinball move. It's an absolute snooker shot.
Yeah, classic ACC kind of bump physics there, playing at hand for Van der Katzbeek. Kind of checked up in the hairpin to avoid the car ahead. The car behind checked up as well, but the car behind him failing to do so and gave it the old snooker shot into the rear. As we see the first of the kind of pit stops coming through, I believe Jesse Lee Flamger going to be the first one down the lane. 15 seconds added on to his pit stop as well. If you're wondering how the drivers do serve the time penalties, of course they are taken in with the pit stop time. So a tank of fuel and a set of tires in ACC typically costs you 30 seconds of stationary time. Flamger's car will be held for 45 seconds, so going to slip down the order that little bit more. They're going to have a long afternoon ahead, and Christian Lindgren finally finds his way through on BP in the 555. BP with a big wiggle there. That's going to allow Ruling with a better run down into turn 8. We know the Ferrari is much more superior on the brakes, looks to the inside, fires it up the inside. The McLaren brakes as late as he can, and Ruling is sideways on the apex, and Olila into the side of them as well, and that allows this kind of train to swarm on them. Of course, Budu in the Barwell Lamborghini is going to gain a couple of positions, and Ruling getting very fired up on the brakes, and that Budu's wide. There's a hip and shoulder check, a flash of the lights from Olila, and another of the Sim brothers car getting involved as well there, and everybody just bunching up in this train. This is probably fantastic stuff, Jesse Lee. Olila sizing up the back of the Sim Brothers Porsche of Anderson into the final corner. He's going to have to go the long way round, but the Porsche with great drive off the corner. That's now going to allow, Anderson in the 712. That's Engman ahead. Apologies, in the Sim Brothers car. That's going to allow Anderson in the Ferrari maybe with a better drive off the corner. But race replay, let's take a breath and see what happened here. We've got Christoph Verstappen and Tobias Lang side by side through turn 1. Just about enough room given there, Jesse Lee, I think, and Verstappen trying to go around the outside into Doohan, but I don't think it was done because Verstappen is still behind Lang as we cut back to the live action, and that was some chaotic stuff right there.
Yeah, here it is, just a couple of more contacts. The Baronet car getting a little bit of a shove, and this is a close racetrack. This is a tight track. You're going to get chaotic races like this, especially with so many cars. There's nowhere to go to escape from danger, and everybody out there making contact. This is the kind of race that fires you up as a racing driver. You remember the number and the livery on every car that makes contact with you. But you mentioned earlier that you think that the drivers might be enjoying this. Do you enjoy a little bit of contact, a little elbows out racing in GT cars? I know you're no stranger to GT racing. Do you prefer to race this way, though?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, you know, it's one of those things where if you're having it done to you, you do feel really hard done by. But then, you know, if you're the one dishing it out, you think, yeah, that was fair. I'd have thought that was fair on me. When in reality, if it's done to you, it is very much the opposite. It gets you really fired up and kind of frustrated that somebody has had the audacity to try and shove you out of the way on the road. So I try and take a much more gentlemanly approach, shall we say, in GT racing, but it's not always the case when adrenaline levels are that little bit higher and you are in the midst of a battle. Sometimes the fog comes down and you kind of forget the gentleman aspect and get your elbows out, as we've been seeing a lot with these drivers, of course. we've got over 5 hours of racing still to go, Jesse Lee, and they're kind of going at each other like there's only 20 minutes left to make up any positions.
Yeah, you got to get while the getting's good, and the easiest time of the race to make up positions is at the start. That's why in most forms of motorsport, the starts are very frantic and it calms down. The problem is because these are 40 pro drivers that the majority of them qualified within a second and a half of each other, there's nowhere to go. There's no more time left to give or get, as Arlavi had issues here. Was this contact that started this? No, it wasn't. Just a spin. Now, we saw that quite a lot in practice. A couple of cars doing that, not just the Lamborghinis, but that's maybe the first or second time we've seen that in the race, though. But the Quali Motorsport team having to get it back on the track. And oh no, Otso Alila's been off. Was it help? You bet it was. Oh, and look at the stack up.
Yeah, and then another car collecting as the car sat on the kind of apex, almost corner exit of turn 11, I believe that is. And just want to touch on Arlavi there, spinning himself out in turn 6. He was the car, of course, if you remember, Jesse Lee, in turn 1, ran a bit too much curb, and the Lamborghini kind of bottomed out and fired him off to driver's left into the Armco. So one of those Pirellis are going to be hurting ever so slightly, as the pitboard has unfortunately gone flying. So anybody listening to the broadcast on behalf of your teammates, keep your eyes peeled on pit entry, because that is no longer there either, as Olila comes down the pit lane, and it's the number 29 coming in, and of course I would say a very much deliberate take out of the board there, Jesse.
Yeah, the stewards aren't going to like that, and I don't like that either. I have no idea why you would swerve like that. Was already slowing down, and if that wasn't deliberate, then I have no idea what that sudden steering jerking motion was there. That was so odd and just unfortunate. There are drivers, and I'm not saying that this is the case here, but there are drivers that do deliberately do that to try and get an advantage, catch other people out, not knowing where the line is. And I do know in the past the RCI stewards and the SRR stewards too, for that matter, have not been particularly fond of people doing that. So we'll see if anything is made of that. Meanwhile, the race does continue for everybody else. They're getting all sorts of all over each other, as you would expect in a race like this. It's just never calmed down, has it really, in the hour that we have been going. And I don't know if it ever will calm down. The leaders of the race, the Hymo car, getting into the lap traffic proper now, right behind this group that we're watching right now, as it were. And none of these drivers, they were told the driver's briefing, John, that, look, if you're blue flagged, you need to not hold up the quicker cars. And also, the lead lap cars are told, look, you cannot force your way through. But what do you do in this situation? You're leading the race, you've got a decent enough lead, but you can't take your foot off the gas. But there's 7 cars all racing for what is effectively 24th place in front of you. So what do you do if you're the lap car? What do you do if you're the leader here?
Yeah, as you say, Jesse, you can't really take your foot off the gas, can you? You've really got to kind of, keep within touch of each other. And if you take your foot off in the fight like this, you could lose your chance to get ahead of a rival. But equally, you don't want to be, hindering Tatsvina Hacker too much as he comes through in the Hymo Lamborghini. I think he's already dispatched of one of the cars in this train, and he has done. He's now sizing up the Garage 59 entry up the inside, and Van Katspeak, whether or not deliberate or not, runs himself wide in turn 12, and that allows Hacker through on that one. So great kind of foreshadowing, and a bump there between Dulapov and Van Katspeak, and that allows Benjamin Schumann to come through around the outside of turn 13 as well, though the Mercedes still on the inside for turn 14. He's going to have to go the long way around Schumann, and I think he's just about done it, although be very careful of track limits as everybody now streams into the pit lane from this fight. It gives Hacker some clear breathing space. Of course, the next car in the field now, that white Lamborghini, just going through the bottom of the shot now, as drivers are now ghosting into each other in the pit lane, and Schumann coming
now,
through
look
here.
At this. Look at this intro, Dalton. This is also interesting. Look at what Schumann does here.
Yeah, Schumann trying to capitalize, of course. The
Yeah.
Sim Brothers car, not sure where the line was after the pit board has disappeared, and a little bit too early on the brakes, and rightfully so, to avoid any penalties. Although Schumann knows exactly where it is, and that just proves if you practice your pit entry and pit exits, you can gain a massive amount of time on your rivals. One RCI member who you know as well as I do, Jesse, who's very fast down the lane, is Wolf Matushka. Practice sessions are purely pit entry practice for Wolf. We ride on board here with Diaz still looking at the front end of Cassiaro's McLaren in the number 34 behind. This has been a fight that's been raging on for well over an hour nearly, and this could be won or lost on pit lane if both drivers do decide to come down in the next 5 minutes or so. Could be position swap time for these guys. We've got the number 8 down pit lane for the ASG events car. That's Beranek in the car at the moment. He slides down the order. Of course, the maximum stint timer for drivers today is 1 hour and 5 minutes in a single stint. Once that has passed, you do need to come down the pit lane to either drive through it to reset or take your mandatory pit stop, and most cars in ACC of course can go at least an hour on fuel. And Diaz comes down the lane and brings with him Cassiaro. Do both drivers know where the pit entry line is? They do. They both check up in time just about, and Frederick Gutman, I believe, is gonna be staying out at the moment. He's playing the long game with Mo just ahead in the number 800 McLaren. See if they can gain any time on pit lane, although a little bit of traffic ahead. Pit lane's looking quite busy at the moment in the left of the shot, and we do of course have maximum driver time as well for the drivers within the event. It all depends on your team lineup. If you have 2 drivers for today, you could do a maximum of 5 hours each. Of course, over a 6-hour race, that is null and void. 3 drivers can do a maximum of 3 hours and 20 minutes each, and 4 drivers can do 2 hours and 30 minutes each maximum. Of course, every driver must cycle through the car at least once, whether or not that is coming in, putting a driver in, doing an outlap, and coming back in and switching again. That is classed as a valid stint. So, of course, if you've got drivers on your team that are feeling a little bit unwell and not up to the task at hand today, just cycle them through on a lap and it will still count, and you should still have enough time on the other drivers, in theory, to get all the way to the end on that one.
John, have you ever seen in recent memory that aggressive transition into pit lane? Just streams of cars flooding into the pit lane, flocking together, cars trying to outfox each other, getting to the line. We saw Schumann earlier know exactly where the line was, and everybody else creeping in there, not want to get a penalty. Schumann knew what it was. Clearly somebody who had practiced a pit stop exactly like what you were talking about. It's a lost art form. Most people don't practice that sort of thing, but some are going to benefit off of that today. The knowledge of where the line is, how to get on and off of pit lane. You're going to see that throughout the race. Some teams are going to be getting better at it as the day goes on, more reps, of course. Others, of course, are going to be on it from the get-go. Several of the front-running cars still yet to pit. The Hymo car out in front, and then you've got the small PP car in second place. I think somebody from their team earlier was making fun of us because they thought we were avoiding saying that. We can say that if we want to. Matter of fact, just did.
Yeah, terms of service on YouTube and Twitch. I'm sure we can mention that 1 or 2 times in the broadcast and not get in trouble. We've been watching Martin Ulrich on the past few laps trying to find his way through and Rubia in the number 134. And as you said, Jesse Lee, the art of pit stops is kind of being lost at the moment. You know, not a lot of people are practicing and losing out on crucial time that could definitely be gained on the lane on their rivals. I'm sure when all the pit stops have cycled through, we'll have a handy overlay on the screen to see who was the fastest down the lane and who the big gainers were in that as well.
Yes, indeed. It is not only a war out there on the racetrack, it is a war in the pit lane as well. You got to have all facets of your game here today, and you wouldn't call a race a dress rehearsal, but we had Sarah Stan in here earlier, John, and she said, look, we're tuning up the car, we're getting everything in order. Big prize is the 24, right? The 24 of Suzuka. That's the one. And this is a championship series. There will be points given out throughout. I wonder how many teams in this series are doing the exact same thing. They're either new teams, newer teams, they haven't worked together necessarily, or what have you, and maybe they're in new cars, the new BOP. Maybe they haven't raced at these racetracks with these BOPs. Who knows? I just wonder how many of these cars, this is a tune-up race. It's a nice 6-hour race, not too long, not too short. You can get a lot of valuable data out of this race. You know who's getting some valuable data? The entire top 7 coming in and off of pit lane this lap.
Yeah, very busy down the lane at the moment. We've got the number 800, the 23, the 87, 134, the 41, and the 52 all down the lane. I think that's the 712 peeling down as well as the race leader. Tatsvina Hacker is coming in as well this lap. So keep your eye on that pink Lamborghini to see where they come out. About 13 or 14 seconds to the good, I believe, when the pit lane came down. And again, the 271 McLaren, they're running very wide in turn 1. Not sure what happened with those guys. We do have quite a few more stewards reports to go through as well. Just trying to figure out where we got to. I'm pretty sure it was the failure to hold brakes. The 139, the 256, we have a 5 seconds for the 256 for an unsafe rejoin. The 139, the 256 again, another 5 seconds for the 256, leaving the track and overtaking the 139 with position not returned. 271, the 90. We have a drive-through for the number 90 for takeout, position not returned. The 911 and the 23, a warning for the 23 for excessive dive bomb causing contact. The 116, the 76, and the 296 and the 920, a stop and go for the number 76. The 991 and the 7, we have a 5 seconds for car number 7 for a forceful overtake. 63 and the 134, a warning for the 134 for hitting the 63 in the rear and forcing them off track, position returned. 888 and the 224, 15 seconds for the 224 for losing control, causing a takeout of the 888. That's, of course, the Lila car we saw earlier on. Lap 24, turn 1, the 54 of the 41, 5 seconds for the 41 for a forceful overtake on the 52. Lap 6, turn 1, going all the way back there to the beginning, nearly 20, car 29, 271. 271 gets a 15-second penalty for late braking, taking out the 29, but position was returned. Lap 31, turns 2 to 5. This spans across a good amount of corners, the 555 and the 138. No contacts found at the specified lap and turn numbers. So stewards have had a report and they couldn't work out what was going on between that one, so no further action. Lap 35, pit entry. We saw it earlier on the broadcast. Number 29, drive-through for the number 29 for that deliberate takeout of the pit board. Stewards deemed it deliberately taken out as the pit stops now flash up on screen, Jesse.
Yeah, here are the pit stops. This is, of course, the first stop of the day. The first number, most of them in the 30s or the 40s, is the lap number that they pitted on. The second number is the total time spent on pit lane. You see a lot of them, the vast majority, within a minute 5 to a minute 9, I think, is the longest there. You get further back, some of the pit stops are just a little bit longer. I would suspect anybody over a minute 10 is repairing some amount of damage, and especially certainly into the 1 minute 20 something bracket, you're having some damage repaired or major issues in the pit lane. Saw a car off in the background there, and this car is about to go off. Actually, no, this car isn't going off. You did see the car go off in the background. Didn't know if that was conflict with another car or a self-spin, but these decent times for the vast majority of the top 10. 1 minute 9 will lose you comparatively a couple of seconds to those you were racing, though, inside the top 10. Now, is there contact here? Nope, just an overtake. Trying to find the incident there. Happened very beginning, not between the cars pictured, of course. Sometimes these cars are quite elusive.
Yeah, absolutely so, Jesse. And after the pit stop cycle through, We do have a few driver changes on the field, namely Tartavina Hacker out of the car. Max Wojner in the 221 now at the head of the field, 13.5 seconds to the good. The number 34, Thomas Engus in racing car, has changed driver as well. Santima now in there, and the 121 Diaz is out. Bondsfield's in. So they have switched position as well. We see the car on screen now. They were separated. They obviously came in to the pit lane, kind of nose to tail, and you see there the Audi in the background, 5 seconds to the good, nearly on P2 now. So the 121 losing out big time down the pit lane.
Yeah, about 4 seconds difference. I mentioned that too. The difference between the top 10, you were running a 105 and the longest stop was a 109. That wasn't the case for the 121. They didn't quite run that slow of a pit stop, but still losing 4 seconds. There was nothing in it, maybe a second of gap. That's what's happened here. And now you have Thomas Ing Sim Racing out into second place. All of that patience, John Dalton, in that first stint paid off immediately on that first pit stop. That's exactly what you got to have. You got to have that mentality, that patient, fast mentality. It's a war, not a battle.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a marathon, not a sprint, as well as another analogy you can take on that one. Long afternoon ahead, just under 5 hours of racing to go. And not only is it a long afternoon for some of the teams and drivers on the field, it's also a long afternoon for myself, Jesse, and Stewie on the broadcast team today. We're going the whole 6 hours with you for the race, plus the qualifying earlier on. We are going to need a very short break indeed. So we're going to dive away for 5 or 10 minutes. There's we grab a drink and a toilet break and everything in between, maybe even some food if we're very fast. And we'll join you back on the broadcast in the next few minutes or so, and we'll leave you with the battle here with the Pulse Sim Sport car and Team Spin. Tyler Hobson and Jacobs going at each other, the 52 and the 87. Bear with us. We'll be back with you very shortly. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023 live here at RCI TV on both
Oh,
Twitch and YouTube. And we're coming back to a very good battle indeed. Still battles raging on up and down the field. Marcin Kovacs for the number 800 coming under fire now from the Audi R8 of Rule. I believe this is a position change in turns 9, 10 and 11. The McLaren sets up the inside very nicely. The Audi R8 almost has to turn away Jesse Lee. It was such a late missile move into the hairpin.
yeah, but I don't know if they made contact with each other there. I think they just about got away with that. Millimeter precision required for a move of that magnitude. Gave him just enough room up the inside to try it, and it was inviting contact, admittedly just a little bit, but it turns out no real contact of consequence, even if there was any, and he looks absolutely smart, calculated up the inside, making that work. It's not often and not always in this race been that cleanly done, I must say. Christoph Verstappen has made the best of this race thus far. Didn't qualify exactly where you would expect the RCI Esports team to qualify, but they have made steady progress inside the top 10, but they've got bigger problems. That is Bullwinkle and the 812 right behind him, and they look just a little bit quicker to my eye, that Grid Finder racing car. Though I am completely wrong. Stewie's just told me that RCI made the move on Grid Finder, though Grid Finder really fall back there at all. Sold me a dummy in that case.
Absolutely so. And done and dummies, we've got moves still trying to be made up and down the field. The number 8, a big gainer last time in the pit stop, Jesse Lee. They were just inside the top 10. They're now just outside a podium position in P4. And looking back from the rear wing of the AGS events car, we've now got Jonjic on board there in the number 8 from Croatia. He's got the number 800 behind of Kovacs, who we saw making a move just a few laps ago on Rule in the 969. So the number 800 definitely on a mission to try and climb their way forwards.
Certainly looking that way, the 8 versus the 800 here, and if they get any sort of side-by-side action, they're going to have Rule, like you said, in the mix as well. It just takes almost nothing to get them involved. And in fact, already right there, you see Rule in the Audi in the background. Those are for position. The McLaren, of course, on a different lap, not involved in this for overall position. But Zoran here doing their best. This is kind of what you see here at Valencia. You see a bunch of cars. Ooh, something interesting happened to Chris Brook here. They
Very
seem to be
slow
by
off the corner.
Yeah, oh, that's why. Yeah, I was going to say, they seem to be by themselves, and they've spun it. Did they make it? They saved it off the wall. The 76 of Steady Start Racing just about stacked it into the wall, but they saved it. But they are certainly losing positions here. Something amiss on that car, like it has no rear grip.
Yeah, maybe the bias dialed too far back by the previous driver. Just caught Chris out there in the final turn. It's a very tricky corner. Of course, it is, you know, a long sweeping left. You brake almost while you're turning, and it's downhill and cambered. It's very easy to try and lose the back end of the car, sorry, on that one. Kovac still sizing up a move on Jonjic ahead. Looks like he's got the better run out of turn 14. Down the very short start straight away. No slipstreaming advantage really here. You've just got to get good drive off the corner and the overlap into turn 1. McLaren dives on the brakes side by side through turn 1. Maybe a little rub there on the Lamborghini, but now, like we said, Rule is going to want to get involved in this one. In the 969 in the background, he's going to have to go the long way around of turn 2. If he can make 2 and 3 stick, he'll have the inside line for 4, and that will pretty much set him up for a pass, but he tucks back in behind the number 8, and Jonjic is safe for a few more corners, although Tim Rule for the SPHE Motorsport team looking to try and make a few moves up the field now.
Yeah, if you're Tim Rule, you're licking your chops here a little bit, aren't you? You can see a couple of cars in front of you. You know, this is not small peanuts, these positions. This is big points. This would be huge for SPHE Motorsport here early on in this championship. To talked earlier about getting yourself in a good position. You don't have to have a great day today. You just don't want to start off on the back foot. You don't want to have a nothing burger of a race. Get something on the board, something you can build on. And Tim Rule in a great position to get that done here right about now. Just has to play this nice and calm, Gunjic in front, just lost that spot. And now, oh, that's not what you need. That is a huge move there. And a nice save from Tim Rule. There is several bumps there, anti-cut curb as it is, and you can definitely crash the race car through there. Certainly lost a little bit of time. He's going to have to make that up, get back on the bumper of the 8 car, because that was a scary moment. It gets your attention in the driver's seat, that's for sure.
Yeah, it certainly wakes you up when the rear end of the car bounces like that. Of course, you've got the anti-cut curb. You've then got the, I believe there's a cut through for a service lane at Valencia there. So very easy to, use too much and undulate the car that little bit and throw it off completely. Said and tuck now looking on the inside into turn 8, clatters into the side. I believe Chris Brook in the Ferrari turns himself around and finds himself back on the straight and narrow again, but a big time loss there for the 555 down in P39. They've got a long afternoon ahead of them. They got Brook just ahead now, 4 seconds to the good, so a very costly mistake to be had there. The Alpha Simsport car we saw earlier, Timothy Flamger in that car. Now his teammate Jonathan Clifford is at the wheel and just avoiding a near spinning Ferrari there. Very heads up driving to stay on the left hand side of the road and just allow the pass to happen. Far too often, you try and dive back onto the racing line to defend the position away, and that was Plate in the number no, it wasn't, sorry, it was Zaza in the 712 just behind there. Plate is in the 33, of course, after taking over from Ruling that we saw earlier on, getting his elbows out, getting some moves done. Now going to be Ferrari on Ferrari time as they come around the last corner. 2 very different lines there, Jesse. Very interesting to see, and looks like Mo Plate just has the slightly better run off the corner. Going to try and size up a move on Zaza into turn 1. We say the slipstream doesn't give too much advantage, but it certainly did in this scenario. Side by side, steady start racing blue to the inside, move signed, sealed and delivered. I think Zaza in the 712 there backed out, knew the fight was kind of lost and just said, you know what, it's all yours. And that's what endurance racing is about, Jesse Lee. We say it a lot on the broadcast. It's about choosing your fights very wisely, of course. You could spend hours taking lumps out of each other and getting nowhere. If 2 drivers are very sensible and heads up driving and realize when the fight is lost, both drivers can progress through a lot faster than if they are quite stubborn and refuse to give up the position.
Zach Doran making a move here for 13th place on Orton, able to facilitate that. And look at this, another one of Santo, Danny Santo for Tim Sim Racing Esports. I said it right the first time. Trying to make the move in their home country and just about gets it done, but no, the door shut and stopped for Orton. He stops the bleeding, but pass made. And again, just like the pass we saw, I would say a lap ago, but it was technically on the same lap. You mentioned that you don't want to lose time, and it's all about positioning and stuff like that. It's very true. It's called co-opetition here in the States. It's a made-up word, but it's cooperative competition. Look, don't hold me up. I'm not going to hold you up. Don't do anything that's going to make me lose more time, and we'll get on with it. I'll let you by. Just do it in a fashion where we don't both hemorrhage time, because there's always somebody behind you. There's always somebody trying to catch you and benefit on you losing time. You saw that with Zaza a lap or so ago. They got a bad exit. Their tires were probably way too hot after the slide, and they could not get it back together. What has happened to Ivanyuk here in the 86? Is that another Lamborghini losing traction, or did he have some help in the 86?
Yeah, looks very similar to what we saw earlier on. Possible contact, Stewie's reporting in our ears, so maybe a replay somewhere to be had there, but if not, we'll keep an eye on the stewards chat and see if anything does go down from those 2 teams. Of course, live stewards across both splits today, split 1 and split 2, with the luxury of a team of stewards. So it's going to be a busy afternoon for them, and Sarah Stant reporting there has been many incidents in split 2, so hopefully not all of them have been reported. Otherwise, stewards might be working overtime tonight, Jesse.
Well, you certainly hope not. They divide and conquer. They do a really good job of making their job efficient. I am fortunate enough to be a part of the stewarding team and work with them. I understand how they work. Oh, that's not working right there. More contact. Zaza making contact with the Zaza Ferrari there. That was interesting because that was a back marker having that contact. Look at this. The McLaren absolutely sailing it in. Tim Rule, again, not for position. That's also a car that is on a different lap. How do you play this if you are that McLaren in this case? Certainly Tim Rule doesn't want him to sort of go by, but remember, it was just a couple of laps ago. He was on the back of Jean-Jacques trying to make that move for 5th place. Now he's lost a little bit of time as Tim Rule. And there is Safazo in the 996, the TE Racing car. Man, they have had their struggles early in this race, but certainly you can tell they still have a lot of pace, John. They're trying to get back in this. And eventually, if you are quicker, if you are Marcis, you kind of have to say, look, I've got to get by, right?
Yeah, if you are Sforza, you're going to have to find a way past Rule. Of course, you can't sit in a train with him knowing that you're the faster car. If you know you can make progress and gap in them, by all means go for the move. But the last thing you want to do is, of course, force your way through and then end up holding up Tim Rule in his stint later on in the race, because Rule isn't going to, go lightly on that one. He is going to shoehorn open the door on you, and you are going to have to give it back to him. Obviously, they do want to make some progress towards the back, as you said, of Jean-Jacques just a few laps ago. Gap now 2 seconds to the good between Jean-Jacques and Rule. So that's a fight that's not, I wouldn't say dead in the water. I'd say they've kind of met stalemate at the moment. Later on in the stint, when the tires flip round, we might see something else happen. Danny Santo making up a position now on the 669 of Auto, it looks like, on that one. And Claudio Zaza still tucked in behind Sforza there. He doesn't want to, of course, get held up too much by Tim Rule ahead, because of the 712, sorry, just behind him. He could come under fire, but Sforza at the moment does have a little bit of breathing space in that 996 McLaren.
We talked earlier about the lap traffic coming into play for the leaders. After the pit cycle was completed, Jaimo was sort of dumped onto the racetrack by themselves. They were completely without anybody within, I would say, a literal mile within them. I just don't think that, I think based on where they were, that they were in a really good position. Now they find themselves, and I had to find it on the racetrack, folks, wondering why I stopped talking there. Couldn't find the triangle. The triangle on the track map indicates the race leader. They're coming through the final turn and up to the start-finish line right now. They are now getting back into some of that lap traffic. We're talking about how the greater pack deals with lap traffic. The leader also has to deal with that. And as perfect of a day as it has been for Jaimo, they've still got to work this traffic, John. They've still they've still got to not get drive-through penalties. They've not to draw the ire of the stewards as well. 4.5 hours, it's a long time. They've got to be perfect, just like everybody else, to have a shot to win this. No matter how big your lead, you have to be perfect. You have to stay in the game.
Yeah, we said it earlier on in the broadcast, of course. Jaimo setting a blistering qualifying time and essentially driving away from the field at the start. A little contention from the 1-2-1 going down into turn 1, but by turn 2, Jaimo was well ahead and sailing away in the distance. And the only kind of thing that can undo Jaimo at the moment is themselves. Like you say, Jesse Lee, the track limits here are a force to be reckoned with. It's very easy to pick up warnings, and then that fatal drive-through penalty. Riding on board now with Taron in the Porsche Team Schumi Skins entry. Fantastic livery on the field. I think that's one of my favorites that we have at the moment. He's currently looking at the back of Stallworth's Mercedes, the number 133, just ahead there, the white, blue, and pink-wheeled machine. For the Mercedes, we know, is very good with the kind of grunt in a straight line, but the Porsche is going to be much better in the corners. So we're going to have this little bit of a tit-for-tat fight here with Taron in the 911 and Stallworth in the 133. Looking in the mirror, he hasn't really got to focus on too much. Doran, the next car behind, he's 2.3 seconds to the good, so he can really turn his attention to the back of Mercedes ahead, try and fight for that all-important top 10.
Yeah, of course, these, again, big points here on the line. If you're in the top 10 exiting the 6 hours of Valencia, you kind of feel like you have a shot to do something great in this championship. If you're somewhere vaguely just outside of that, you realize that you got to set your targets a little bit higher next time. And clearly, if you've everything to play for, essentially, if you start at the back, or you have everything to make up, I should say, in that case. But huge moments here in this race. We just exit the first hour and a half. Things settling down just a little bit for some. For others, there is no respite. There is no break. They continue to have to battle hard. And Stant was in here earlier. She talked about single stinting. We were talking about the potential to double stint in this race. I still think if you are by yourself or if you're in a relaxed sort of mode, double stinting is not a terrible thing if you can get it done. But I will say this, with how tightly compact the field still is, with how much actual defensive and offensive driving you have to do, John, throughout an entire stint here, I think the only thing a lot of these teams can do is single stint. Drivers are being poured out of these racing seats at the end of their stints. It is an hour of just constant attack and defend. Case in point, Mark here in the 41 for the McLeod Racing team, just under fire. He's got Phil Pocky right behind him, and just right behind them, I mean, there's a Lamborghini there, but right behind them is Hobson in that McLaren. Two McLarens following him. So no time to relax, no time to breathe. We're in constant fights. Single stinting does make sense in that case.
Yeah, we were speaking to, like I say, Sarah earlier, and they were going with a single stint due to the fact there's no real kind of main straight as such to relax yourself on. If you look at the rest of the calendar, of course, on the World Tour, we have some fantastic circuits coming up in the calendar. And of course, next time we go to Monza on September 9th for 12 hours, of course, you've got the very long straights around the Temple of Speed. You've got enough time to kind of relax your arms and regain your thoughts before you hit either another chicane or a couple of 90 right-handers. October 7th, we find ourselves, of course, down under for the 6 hours at Mount Panorama. Again, you've got the very long straights between turns 1 and 2. You've got the Conrod Straight as you descend the mountain, so plenty of relaxation time there before the biggest on the calendar, Suzuka, the 24 hours. Of course, you've got a couple of nice straights there going down to 130R and, of course, into turn 1 before finally we head to Watkins Glen on December 9th for another 6-hour event, taking us up to the holiday season very nicely. Though Valencia is probably going to be the most physically demanding track, I would say, on the calendar. Very short main straight, and it's just corner after corner after corner when you round through turn 1. Nicholas Nordquist for the Sim Brothers Racing, the number 139 Porsche, currently down in P32. Keller just ahead in the 271 with 15 seconds of time penalties to their name, so they're kind of going to be very wise to the penalty. Nicholas Nordquist can probably just meander about behind Keller as we see the Porsche there with a big bounce over the anti-cut curbs in the entry lane, as we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast. But knowing Keller's going to be stationary for another 15 seconds on pit road is going to allow the Nicholas Nordquist car to, of course, jump them. And we now jump back on board with Taron in another Porsche. Still looking to the back of Stalworth's Mercedes. You see there the Mercedes just ever so slightly, Jesse Lee, pulling away from the Porsche, even with a slight slipstream for the 911.
Yep, they will continue to battle, certainly, and it's all about trying to gain ground, especially here into the corners. A couple things that have happened brought up by the stewards at lap 32, incident between the 555, the 33, and the 888. No further action. The 33 deemed to understeer the 555. 33 spins, the 555 continues, and the 888 cannot avoid the 33. So nobody deemed at particular fault for that incident. What do we have here? This is also something that's going to come up in the stewarding report. Not quite sure, especially involving that car. Drive-through penalty for car 555 for taking out car 33. Position not returned. And I saw the 555 on pit road a moment ago. Warning for car 33 not holding brakes after an incident with the 555. That's a good point as well, just because there's been an incident that you were on the receiving end of does not give you leave to not be respectful, not hold brakes and stuff like that. They are watching, of course, all the time for stuff like that. That was brought up in the driver's briefing, John. Hold the brakes.
Yeah, very crucial moment there. I think we saw a few stewards reports ago, somebody else getting penalised for not holding brakes after a spin. So stewards looking very closely at telemetry. Just saw Axland then jump down 2 positions. Clifford and Plate jumping ahead of him. The 224 and the 33 pushed themselves to position or position forward each, did we say, as Axelin's car goes backwards a little bit. Axelin has been in the car since the beginning, so he's going to be quite fatigued by now, more than likely. So, concentration levels are going to be a little bit lower. Looks like Elgard and Philippak here for the Simulation Esports number 420 still going at each other. McLaren could not find a way past the BMW of Elgard, the number 41 ahead there, just cycling around. And we were speaking earlier, Jesse, about traffic, and seems to have all calmed down a little bit in relation to the traffic. We've got gaggles of cars together, but it looks like the leader, again, the 221, way out in front with no real car to phase him. Next up is the 888. Then got 4 cars or so, and before he even hits this giant train, and we're only 25 minutes or so away from the next round of pit stops.
Yeah, I think we will get into that at the end. Who's in that car right now watching it? Right now. So Max will get into this before the end of this stint, and I think after the conclusion of this cycle of stops, of course, they'll be closer even still to some of the main pack of cars. So whoever gets into this leading Hymo car next, they're going to be in the thick of it with lap traffic. It's going to be very hairy for them. Max would very much like to not have to be the driver to drive into that, and I wonder if Andrew McWilliam will get into the car next and have the honors of dealing with a lot of the blue flag cars at that point. Basically, the pack of blue flag cars is a pit straight in front of them right now, much to Max's delight. We talked about the race sort of calming down. It has done just a little bit. I think cooler heads have prevailed. A lot of the teams have gone with a driver change. Some have not. Some are, in fact, double stinting their drivers and cars. But nearly everybody a little bit calmer now. You see what was packs of 5, 6, 7 cars earlier on, reduced to packs of 2 or 3, all racing each other. Glenn Stallworth here for Tier Sim Racing, racing Terran in the 911 for the 11th place honors. And you could tell the car language, or the body language of the car, if you will, is different. Like you said, John, it's a bit more relaxed. It's a lot less aggressive than it was. But I will say this about Terran, they're still applying the pressure. The difference is Stallworth absolutely soaking it up right now.
Yeah, just absorbing it like an absolute sponge is Stallworth for the Sim Racing Esports car. The number 133 Mercedes, of course, they do have a Lamborghini in the field as well. So a kind of two-team, two-car entry, 2 different manufacturers. So unable to share data between the two. And Stallworth has picked up a drive-through in this fight. And we said it earlier, Jesse, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And Stallworth is going to be kicking himself after absorbing all the pressure from Taron, fending him off lap after lap after lap. Basically just giving him a free pass now to take that P11 away from him.
Yeah, split 2, there have been several, according to reports, drive-throughs for track limits. It's not really been the case here. A lot of our penalties are steward assessed, but there you have it. A drive-through for track limits for the 133, and that wasn't what they wanted at all in this race. Spain without the A, that spells pain for spin. Actually, I'm from America. We don't teach English here. But the 87 of Hobson into the pit lane, that strikes me as slightly odd. That's about 10 to 15 minutes early at minimum.
Yeah, very strange indeed why they have come down pit lane. Maybe some technical issues at foot. Maybe they want to just get Hobson out of the car and somebody else that's a little bit faster in. We spoke earlier, Jesse, of course, everybody needing to cycle their drivers through the pit lane, as we see Stallworth on the left-hand side of your picture coming down the pit road for his drive-through penalty. He will trundle down at 49 kilometers an hour, which will feel like an absolute decade by the time he gets to the end of the lane. Comes off the limiter, he's going to go like a scolded cat and see what he can make up as we watch here from the pit wall. Of course, trundling down, it's so slow. Just watching yourself slip down and down and down. You might even lose out of position here to a couple of lapped cars. going to come out ahead of Wojner, at least the race leader, and he comes off the limiter there. Mercedes squats down as it drops all the power, comes out just ahead of De Jong in the 888, and that puts himself all the way down to P18 from P11. We saw him just a few laps ago fighting with Taran, who has now been promoted up a slot, along with Doran, Alton, Santo, Jacobs, Elgard, and Filipiak as well. So down the order goes Tire Sim Racing, up the order goes everybody else. And Carlos Calatayud still within earshot of Zaza here. Let's see what happens. We've got a race replay coming through 9 and 10 on the brakes for 11. Zaza clearly not on the brakes for 11 at all, and Carlos sails through for Rebound Racing.
Yeah, Zaza, I would say they outbraked themselves, but they didn't. They just didn't brake there. I don't know if they were caught unawares with mirror driving just a little bit, but just got on the brakes way too late, way too optimistic for that turn. Free position given, of course, to Carlos Calatayud in this race. He'll say thank you very much, and luckily, Zaza went off so far. He actually gained more than a second before the Ferrari was able to get back on the racetrack. You take all the easy passes you can get because they are few and far in between. You know, going back to drive-throughs for track limits, and let me just say this one's not. Nordquist, John will tell us all about that in a second, but talking about drive-throughs for track limits, no driver, regardless of how far in the hole your teammates have put you, by the way, if you're unaware, you get 3 track limit warnings, and then ACC will assign you a drive-through penalty on your 4th track limit warning. So it doesn't matter if you're the driver that got all 3 of the warnings. What you don't want to be is the driver that gets the 4th one and sends you down pit lane. So much so, John Dalton, I have always been the kind of guy, I will purposefully underdrive the car to not come back down the pit lane. But that is not the case for the 139. They have a drive-through penalty, but that's Stewart assigned. John, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we have an incident on lap 35, turn 11, involving the 888 and the 139. The 888, of course, the Olila car that was, you know, a bit of a meme livery, shall we say, on that Mercedes. Drive-through for the 139 for a takeout on the 888, position not returned. So funneling down pit lane shall be Nicholas Nordquist, and hopefully he is not going to pick up any more track limits, as you say, Jesse Lee, because you don't want to be the guy that puts the nail in the coffin. And now Martin Kovacs looking very racy to the back of Bonsfield's Audi. The 121 goes defensive into turn 8. The McLaren's going to have to go the long way around. A little hip and shoulder check from Kovacs around the outside. Can he make it stick? The Audi's forcing him over the curbs onto the AstroTurf. If Kovacs can hold this line here, it will become the inside, and it does, with the 121 trying to open up the corner, hitting the marbles and just trying to drive off the corner. Kovacs now promotes himself provisionally into P3. Bonsfield's down into P4 for the 121, and now Kovacs can set his sights to the back of the Thomas Enger sim racing car ahead, the Santima car, as the next car in the field. So very good fight there, very clean move. Caught Bonsfield's unaware. I think the marbles, like you say, Jesse, on the outside of 11 just caught him out completely. Wasn't expecting to have such little grip. Thought he could maybe widen the corner and jump on the power that little bit earlier to try the undercut towards turn 12. Just wasn't enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, Bonsfields was trying to late apex the corner, and it just went all completely wrong. And what happened was exactly that. You called it perfectly. He did mean to go wide there. He was trying to do a late apex, just swing very wide and try to beat him off the corner. Just got in the marbles. You can't brake in the marbles. The tires don't work appropriately. The tires are just as important to the braking of the car as the brakes are most of the time. If you don't believe me, try to stop one of these GT3 machines on worn out tires. It is incredible the distance and the stopping distance is, or incredible the difference in the stopping distance new versus old tires. And it's the same effect on the marbles. You just can't stop, and you got to clear the tires or clean the tires up after you get on them as well. Just went a little bit too far. I like the idea Bonsfields did there. Just maybe a little bit too far off of the line trying to make that move. He'll remember that if that comes up later in the race. He'll remember that, and he'll be a little bit further, a little bit closer to the actual racing surface when he tries it a second time.
Yeah, it could be even on the flip side of the coin, Jesse. Could even try the same move on somebody else, knowing what the grip is like out there. Force somebody to the outside of 11, and you might get yourself an easy pass on position. Mark Elgaard still under pressure from Philippe Yack's McLaren, the number 420 behind there. Looks very good on the brakes, although the BMW looks like it just has that slight better drive off the corners, although wide into 11 opens the door. Philippe Yack has seen the move, and he wants to make it side by side into 12, Jesse. This isn't going to end pretty.
Filipiak trying to go up the inside, holding wide on the outside. The BMW able to do it. Elgaard able to hang on, but it's not over yet. There's a car who potentially might see an opportunity to unlap themselves just a little bit in this group. I believe that's Karpov in 30-somethingth place in the background and not for position. Had a little look, thought better of it, says, these two are fighting for a top 15 position maybe, or a top 16 position, I should say. I'll try it just a little bit later. A little bit further around the field, a little bit behind this group. A little bit of contact there. The Ferrari of Vanberg quite slow into that corner. I'm not sure exactly what was going on there. Caught the other driver unawares there. A little bit of contact. Quite odd.
Yeah, I think that was Van Burr in the McLaren dealing out
that
the,
was
the
indeed,
bump,
yes.
should we say. The number 29, of course, at the moment is underneath us in pit road. 29 not having a great day, of course, been caught up with a few calamities in turn 1, being very cautious through there and catching a few drivers unaware, chasing them down. We ride on board now with Carlos Calatayud, again on home soil, the Spanish RCI staff member. We know him all too well. Name is notoriously difficult for myself to pronounce, but I think I've just about got it down as he looks at the back of the 116 of Rands in the Porsche head. This is, of course, for P24, and Carlos, a very quick driver in his own right. We've seen him on the Monday Champs recently, Jesse Lee, putting the car towards the top end of the field, but just having a terrible amount of luck in the race. But so far, looking pretty good this stint for Carlos.
Carlos has always had decent enough speed. He can compete with really good drivers, and it's really interesting. It's cool to see him out there with Rebound Racing, trying to do everything he can do his part in his home country, his home race in this series. And it's just he's one of those guys. He's a fair racer. He's a smart driver, and he's a good steward to boot on top of that. And you know, he's so nonchalant about the pronunciation of his name, John. Does not care, does Carlos. I once asked him how to pronounce it. He goes, it doesn't matter. what's his answer? I'm like, no, that's not the point. The point is I have to at least know how to pronounce it. But lovely human being, fair all around. Fair as a steward, fair on the racetrack, smart driver. My worst enemy, a smart, calculated driver.
Yeah, absolutely so. And yeah, Carlos doesn't really mind what you call him as long as it's vaguely similar to Calatayud. He will accept Circuit de Barcelona, Circuit de Catalunya, any spear off that toss of names. And it looks like he's got the move done on Rands, although Rands looks like he tried to come back into the inside of turn 14, but I think the McLaren's just about going to have enough legs down into turn 1 to fend off the charging Porsche. It was the Spain on Spain action on Spain soil. So both drivers on home turf here looking to impress.
Soren Racing Team, shout out to them. The 116, Javier Rands behind the wheel. Carlos Calatayud. I'd be quite curious too. And I speak as an American. All the tracks that came out in the Americas DLC for Assetto Corsa Competizione, I was pretty intimately familiar with. And obviously, as an American, you kind of more sensitive to your regional races. This track, of course, known as a bike track, we've documented that already in this broadcast, but I'm curious for Spanish drivers if they were more familiar with this racetrack than the average sim racer, simply because it is one of the premier Spanish racing circuits. Just like I, for instance, was more accustomed to Indianapolis Road Course simply because it's an American racetrack. I'd be quite curious to know how the Spanish drivers fit on that, or maybe it took them by surprise as well if they're not into MotoGP. Don't know. Have to ask them at some point.
That might be one to pitch to somebody if we do end up with a Spanish driver in the box at any point for interview. I could obviously speak for the British GT pack, of course. Very familiar with circuits like Oulton Park, Donington, Snetterton. Not too much, not particularly a fan of that circuit. Although Oulton and Donington, very familiar with that. So definitely had the upper hand, should we say, when that DLC launched. And Oulton Park still seems to catch a lot of drivers out. It's a very hard track to master, I would say, for anybody that's kind of non-British and hasn't kind of grown up playing a lot of touring car games and channeling their efforts to their home circuits. You know, as a national driver, you do tend to focus more on home soil, don't you? I mean, I'm sure I speak for you as well, Jesse, with the America DLC. You probably spent more time in the America circuits than any others in ACC.
Sure have, but I will say I've been wrecking Jason Plato in racing games since I was a child. So I'm well versed on that. I did learn something about you just now. You don't get out to Norwich a lot. You don't like Snetterton, or you're not familiar with Snetterton. You don't go to Norwich a lot. So that's interesting.
I don't like the circuit. Despite what the British GT Championship said when I won that round in a Mercedes.
Oh yeah, that must have been terribly embarrassing for you.
It was.
John Dalton has won at a racetrack he didn't want to be.
Exactly
and
that.
Nothing is more British than that.
It is indeed. Just don't gel well with Snetterton. It's an awkward circuit to drive and very awkward to master, but it clearly worked somewhere along the line. I'm going with the fact that Mercedes had a favourable BOP that day. The fact that I won.
Or Oriosh was the best driver on the track then.
Secretly, Snetterton is my favourite circuit, and I don't want people knowing it.
I've had drivers tell me that before. Be like, hey, I really dislike this racetrack, but I'm really good at it, so I can't stop driving it, but it makes me miserable to drive on it. It's the old driver catch-22. It's like, oh man, I wish I was good at any other racetrack, but this is my one, so I've got to use my talent. I don't think anybody's going to be saying that about Valencia today. I've rarely heard anyone say anything ill against this racetrack. It tends to race really well. We've seen so much good side-by-side, some fender rubbing as well, which I think largely is okay, especially at a tight circuit. I have just heard that our broadcast producer, Stewie, not a fan of Valencia. There's one in every crowd, John.
Yeah, I mean, Valencia, again, I'm not really a fan of it. Who knows, maybe I race really well here. We'll have to find out maybe someday. But yeah, Valencia, again, not a particular fan. Going back to your point of circuits to hate, Zandvoort, again, was another circuit I dislike, but I seem to run really well at. Again, hate it. I wish I was good anywhere else other than Zandvoort. Don't like the circuit, but again, it always yields good results. So who knows what's going on there? Maybe it's a mentality of if you hate somewhere so much, you drive much better at it. Try and improve the fact that you hate it, and then secretly become a master of said circuit.
Welcome to the RCI podcast. I used to hate a racetrack in America called Sears Point so much. It's not called Sears Point anymore,
no,
but it was called Sears Point at the time.
What's it called now?
It's not called that either. It's what's it called? I've been there already this year, a couple of months ago, and I've forgotten what it's called.
Sonoma.
It's not the point. Sonoma. It's called Sonoma Raceway, because that's right. It's in the Sonoma Valley. But it was called Sears Point back in the day. I may or may not have, on purpose, blew my engine after a race had not gone well, just so I didn't have to race at Sears Point anymore. That's how much I used to dislike that circuit. Oh, and it's a hip check out of turn one. A couple of cars get together. Elgard with the contact and immediately back up the inside. It's the 420, and that's going to scare the 41, the McLeod Racing BMW of Elgard off the racetrack. What on earth happened there? Boliviak with the he didn't actually hit him again, I don't think. But let's look at this again. The BMW trying to make the move. Oh, there was contact on the straight. BMW up the inside. They're going to hip check the McLaren off the racetrack. The McLaren comes back on him. Scares the BMW. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Elgard just running
indeed.
Lepiak off the racetrack there.
I think Filipiak maybe squeezed a little bit too hard on the straight. Elgard thought he was hard done by, saw a gap and thought he'd go for it.
Oh.
Had the hip check and then maybe thought, you know what, that was a little bit too aggressive. I'm going to give it back. Don't want to feel the wrath of the stewards this time by, as the Lamborghini Team Strumi Skins car, Zach Doran currently at the wheel, the number 63 trundles down pit lane. We're going to see a few stops cycling through now. Obviously, we're close to the pit window, Jesse. About another 10 minutes or so, and you'll begin to run out of driving time. So probably crucial to get your car down the lane, especially if drivers are currently struggling. Of course, very hot today at Valencia, 32 degrees in air temperature, 41 degrees on the track. These Pirellis are going to be screaming out for some of these guys, especially if you drive a particularly loose race car with a bit of oversteer dialed into the setup. They're not going to be enjoying the sideways momentum, but Filipiak is back through on Elgard, set his sights to the back of Jacobs, just up the road in the Pulse Sim Sport car as well. So I think all's well and ends well, as they say in that fight, Jesse.
Yeah, that's an interesting analogy you use there, because I think because everything we set to naught here, I think you do let that go. I think you let that go if you're both teams. Simulation is not going to particularly feel hard done by it because they didn't really lose anything. They're right back on Jacobs in front of the 52 Ferrari. They've lost Elgard a little bit after the initial sort of skirmish that they had. Elgard did get out in front, but then they lost the position again. So it's like, and now you're falling back. I felt like that was, that's like watching 90 minutes of a football contest, and it's a 0-0 draw at when the referee blows the whistle at full time. It's kind of what that feels. Of course, you won't find that in the Premier League this year because they're going to play an additional 10 minutes after full time because the rules don't need to make sense. But I digress on that point. I feel like that was a lot of aggression between those two drivers, but in the end, nobody really won or lost. I tell you who is winning. Lipiak trying to make the move and just about gets it done. More cars coming into the pit lane slightly early according to our stopwatch, but rather besides the number 7 in the pit lane. That's the Crazy File Racing car. Brings Terran in the 911 for Shumi Skins in as well. Stallworth brings the 133 that was struggling earlier into the pit lane. The tier car. P2 in the 34 is also in pit lane now. Thomas Ing sim racing car. A little bit early, John. What's the strategy here?
Yeah, I'd say a little bit earlier, and with that brings the 121 of Bondsfields down the lane as well. So very strange strategies going on at the moment. Maybe the drivers that haven't driven these hot temperatures have just overdriven the tires, maybe overworked them slightly. They're seeing a bit of degradation, and they want to jump off these tires onto a new set and maybe just go for a double stint again. Gonna have to keep an eye on if any driver changes do happen. Of course, Santima in the 34 at the moment. Bondsfields in the 121 at the front. Rule, Kovacs, and Wojner stay out. Was just looking to the gap of Max Wojner in the Hymo car, and was up to just under 20 seconds. Has been very consistent throughout the stint. They've not really pulled gaps like they did in the opening stint. They've stayed relatively the same, so not sure if Max is just pacing himself at the front, you know, as you say, Jesse, underdriving the car, maybe trying to avoid any additional penalties that aren't needed. Mark Elgard looks to the outside of the Pulse Simsport car into turn 1, nothing to be had on the Ferrari, and he used the torque of the BMW to try and get off the corner. Tries to outbrake the Ferrari around the outside. Very brave there, Jesse. We saw how good the Ferrari was just a couple of hours ago when a move was made there. Yellow flag briefly out for something. Number 87 looks like he's maybe had a team spin, living up to the name. Let's have a look, and it is indeed very nearly avoided on the Sim Brothers car, and turns maybe the wrong way, I would say there, Jesse, to recover it. I would have turned the other way, gone to the inside off the racing line, but back going again. Julian Van Burr there for the team spin, living up to the name, should we say. And looks like the number 63 has a drive-through. That's the Team Shumi Skins. I've got nothing on a steward's report at the moment, being told in our ears it's possibly for track limits.
Track limits, the second time today that we're aware of a car has violated track limits, and folks, we're not even halfway as the pit cycle continues. A couple of things from the stewards thus far. A warning for car 52 for crossing the pit lane exit line with 2 of their wheels. So they can give more than a warning for that, John, but they've elected a warning simply because they only crossed it with 2 wheels. They didn't fully rejoin the track. Just letting them know. Stewards are paying attention to that. They was talked about in the driver's briefing, and they cannot let that happen. Battle here for, well, we suspect it's about 10th place when it's all going to settle out. Right now, it's for P7. Elgard around the outside of the 52. He's got position here. He doesn't have to do that late braking maneuver. He's just got to break it up in front of him, but he hasn't done. The 52 of Jacobs fights back on the inside. That was contact. That's going to send Elgard off of the racetrack just a little bit. He's going to lose 1-2 spots. He may lose 3 spots. This one to the 121. Up the inside is the Audi, and one move that looked like it was going to come off and pay off brilliantly for the McLeod Racing team has now seen them tumble down the order, losing 2 or 3 spots. Valenica now in the number 8 Lamborghini comes up to the back of the 41, as this has been an incredibly nightmaric lap for McLeod Racing. How did that start off looking so sweet with him in front of the 52, now down 3 to 4 spots?
Yeah, we were speaking about earlier about the old hip check, weren't we? And the big loser there, Mark Elgard, going backwards, and the 121 has changed driver. It's now Cifuentes in the Audi R8 ahead, and that's the last thing you want to see, of course, coming out the pit lane to begin your stint. There's a BMW off in the gravel to your right hand side, and you've got to suddenly find a way around. And it looks like the Hymo car has dropped down a few positions down into P4 at the moment. Of course, I think they've just made their pit stop with Wojna staying at the wheel from what we can tell up here in the booth. That promotes Earntrout, Rule and Kovacs provisionally up to the top 3 positions, and Wojna here is just coming out onto the back straight essentially after taking his pit stop. So heads down for Wojna, see if he can get another stint drilled in before possibly handing over to his teammate. The only driver not to cycle through yet is McWilliam, and a drive through just popped up there. Mark Elgard, Jesse Lee, it's gone from bad to worse.
Yeah, that one is for stewarding, and we'll get to that in just a moment. There was a drive-through for car 271 for taking out car 29, position not returned. That back on lap number 12. A warning for car 41 for an overtake with contact on 87. We saw that as it unfolded. The position was returned, the stewards noted. That on lap 55, 1 lap later on lap 56. A drive-through for car 41 for taking out car 87. This time, position not returned. They were fighting hard, but just went a little over the rules. John, I apologize to you. I apologize to Stewie. I apologize on behalf of everybody, but I've got to say this. Ladies and gentlemen, Small PP is leading this race.
We had to get it in there, didn't we? Small PP indeed leading the race at the moment. Only provisionally though, I'm being told in my ears as well, 996 has been caught for track limits. Blizzard at the wheel currently. I believe they've had a rotten start to the race, and it's only gone again from bad to worse. It seems a few drivers and teams are down on their luck today. The Alpha Sim Sport, James Mead making a move on the number 86 of Van Vegchel there, the 86 with the hidden anime somewhere that Stewie is convinced it's not on the car, but it must be somewhere, as we've been told. Sim Brothers peeling out of the pit lane here on the driver's left-hand side of your screen. I believe that's the 138, Matthias Thornberg, now at the wheel there. Drivers got to be very careful on the pit exit, as you said, Jesse. Stewards are watching.
Yeah, they're watching, and also, too, these teams need to be watching their track limits because it's starting to come down to it now. A lot of teams already violating the steward or the track limits that ACC assigns. Stewards not necessary for that, but a little bit of contact there. We've seen that pretty steadily throughout the entire race. The difference, oh, the 52's around. Xander Jacobs is around. The 86 slides in, takes a piece out of the 56. I think the 52 might have had a little bit of contact, Xander Jacobs, and he's trying to get out of the way, and he does, but the 86 comes in here. Oh, and he spins it, look. He's on the marbles. He's got hot, greasy tires, and now he's waiting, and here comes the 86 that's, for whatever reason, undressed in that replay, but the 86 comes sliding in like it's a Seinfeld episode. That's a joke only people over 30 will get.
I think that was possibly two cars involved there, Jesse. That was that was an unskinned Lamborghini. I'm not sure who that was coming in first. And then I believe
Oh,
some contact
no!
with the 8 started it all. So that's how it began.
Yeah.
Of course, if you're in the Audi, the number 121 of Cifuentes, again, it's something you don't want to see as a Ferrari broadside across the racetrack. But I think that's how it all started. I think an unskinned Lamborghini came in first time, and I think the 86 was the next car in. So it was almost becoming like an Italian car park down on that turn.
Yeah, well, they're no stranger. These major circuits, they do host these supercar weekends, don't they? But that's not necessarily what was on the schedule for today. We're scheduled for 6 hours of racing, not 6 hours of admiring priceless works of art. And I do believe cars are works of art a lot of the time. Racing everywhere and more contact here. A couple of Lamborghinis going to get together. That's two cars racing for position. That was Budu and Arlavi making contact in the final turn. A scary situation there as they were in the middle of a pack of cars. The 134 just now gathering it all back up. Let's take a look here. What happens? Robert Arlavi, hard to say, but did the 134 not realize that he had a car down the inside? I have no idea. The 134 paid the ultimate price. They were backwards for quite a long period of time before they were able to right their car and get it going back. It's all kicked off. It was quiet for a while, but now it's kicking off again.
Yeah, we do have this kind of lull, don't we, in the race sometimes, where it goes a bit quiet, and then it all kicks off again when new drivers get in the car and start trying to fight with each other. Being told on our ears, the 888 has a drive-through for track limits, so that's the Mercedes going from bad to worse. And on our screens now, we see the pit stops as we see the Pulse Sim Sport car getting out of the way of this fight. This is Cifuentes leading Gutman, Audi on Audi action here, the 121, the 969. Most drivers seem to be in the 1 minute 6 Jesse, the 1 minute 8. We've got a 1 minute 4 down there for Gutman, so the SPHE Motorsport boys are definitely quick on pit lane, but everybody relatively in with the same amount of time. We've got a few slower stops down the back end of the field, and contact the 121 and the 969. You don't want to see it, but it's happened, and everybody's getting their elbows out at the moment. But pit stops looking relatively equal across the board. No real big losers, big gainers. A bit of damage being fixed down in the back end of the field, I would say, but all fairly consistent.
All credit to SPHE Motorsports for what they've been able to accomplish on pit road. That's not their first quick stop. That is the quickest of the two, but not their first quick stop, and they are threatening for a top 5 spot today. And man, I gotta tell you, I've been shaking my head the entire time my partner's been talking. It is turning into bumper cars out there. You've got a lot of fresh drivers on new tires, and they're getting a little overzealous with it for my taste. And it's unfortunate. You don't want to see drivers taking out their aggression or being quite this aggressive. I dare say several of the moves we've just seen were a little bit too ambitious. Speaking of the devil.
Yeah, speaking of the devil there, elbows out, Cifuentes and Gutman. Let's have a race replay to see what happened through turn 1. Looks like the 121 didn't get a good exit. The 969 did. Thought it could have an overlap, sent it up the inside to a gap that was only ever going to close. Very clumsy move there. The Pulse Sim Sport car even getting through as well. That's, of course, a few laps down on this fight. It's nothing to do. Although now the 969 has a buffer with Cifuentes in the 121. And all the meanwhile, the RCI Esports blue car, Jesse, has a great view of this fight.
Yeah, certainly does. I'm absolutely lost for words. I'm still on that previous incident. That was a pass Ted Edwards would have loved to have been a part of.
I think I saw this on an episode of Initial T once.
Okay. All right, that's an inside joke. Next time on Initial T. Ignacy Buszek in the 769, the RCI Esports blue car. Luke Breccia in the chat, cheering on some of the teams here tonight as well. Those of you that are hanging out with us in chat, thank you for sticking with us. We're about 40 minutes away from the midpoint in the race today. The second sequence of pit stops has just occurred. And that can only mean one thing as they continue to fight on the racetrack. We're going to step aside, take a little break, and get a drink of water. We encourage all of you to stand up as well, have a break of your own. We're going to step back off the comms, but in our stead, we're going to leave you with the sights and the sounds of the RCI 6 Hours of Valencia. Crank it up, turn it up, enjoy. We'll be back with you in a few moments. Oh, shit.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023, live on both Twitch and YouTube at RCI TV. Circuit de Valencia is playing host to round one. We're nearly at the halfway mark, just 37 minutes to go until that point. But for now, we do have a couple more drive-throughs coming through, the 545 and the 90, both for track limits, Jesse Lee. And we said it earlier on, track limits were going to be the big thing today.
Yeah, track limits is playing a big role in this race for a lot of teams. And the longer you can prolong staying out of that conversation, the absolute better for you. We saw with the second string of pit stops, Max Wajna stayed in the leading car, and we were talking earlier about the pace of the car as the 82 looks to be making a move, getting into 29th place. Fernandez didn't necessarily fight that too much, has a look up the inside. Ram Racing has that covered off. But we're talking about the leader, and we're talking about Wajna and the pace that they were doing. You know, they have a 17+ second gap. It's up to 19 seconds now. They don't have to just drive away. They've got a nice gap, a good cushion, if you will. It's more important for them to take care of the car, take care of your tires at this point of the race, right? And also, too, working traffic is also an issue. You've got to do that respectfully. You've got to do that very smart as well. And I wonder, Wajna, knowing that they were going to double stint, because we didn't know that, but now we do. Was that Max Wajna just driving to a number, driving as hard as they felt that they need to, still continuing to do that, knowing it's a physically demanding racetrack, knowing that they're going to be in the car for quite a long time? I reckon it was. Now they find themselves in some of the lap traffic. In fact, just clearing some of that now. For the most of the stint, though, this is where it really matters. You've got to pick yourself through the traffic, not get yourself into trouble. For everybody else in the field, John, of course, it's all about managing those track limits.
Yeah, of course, and traffic giveth and traffic taketh away is the famous saying. So you win some, you lose some in traffic, and Max Wajna is just going to have to drive, like you say, Jesse, to a number, make sure he's drilling that lap time even with traffic involved, and just try and steady himself from the Thomas Anger Sim racing car, the number 34 of Santima, who is also on a double stint at the moment. So P1, P2 double stinting. The number 800 of Mo has changed driver for the small PP Sim racing team, and Berenik in the number 8. That's a surprising car that we weren't expecting to see so high up. But after the fights between the 969 and the 121 of Cifuentes and Gutman, that has promoted the Lamborghini up into P4 as well. And we see the fight here between Cifuentes and Busek for the RCI Esports blue car just behind. Looks to the inside into turn 2. Cifuentes gives the space. Busek finds the space, uses a little bit extra curve, I think, on the inside to try and avoid the Audi, and around the outside goes Cifuentes into turn 4. He's got the inside line. Can he make it stick? I don't think so. The torque of the BMW just drives him off the corner into turn 5, still side by side. We spoke about this earlier, Jesse Lee. Turn 6, if Busek can keep the overlap, he's got the inside line. I think the move is signed, sealed and delivered if the BMW can get the drive off the corner, and it can. A little hip and shoulder check from the 121 down into turn 8. He's going to have to cover off the inside line. I think he's just about done it, although the Audi around the outside tries to make it stick. No can do, tries for the switchback, catches the grass. Busek through into P6.
I'm going to tell you something. That was some excellent defending by Cifuentes, trying everything in their arsenal to keep Ignacy Bucek right beside them. Knew that they had to keep them beside them. Several corners going to the left there. They needed to stay side by side to have a shot, and Cifuentes did an excellent job maintaining side-by-side position, not allowing Bucek to take the outermost part of the racetrack, which is what the BMW wanted, but that was excellently raced. At some point, Ignacy realized what was going on and just started letting him have just the outermost part of the track. That takes a lot of trust between those two drivers. I don't know if Cifuentes and Bucek are very familiar with each other. I can't recall them ever racing against each other, at least in recent memory, but they were taking each other to the apex and to the exit of every corner. There's a lot of contact there, little micro contacts throughout that entire exchange, but nothing out of the ordinary for this kind of racing. That was really good, almost textbook, if you will, of how you have to race. And again, there'll be drivers in this field that hate having any sort of contact on their race car. This place invites it. They embraced it in that battle.
Yeah, Robbins Racing, as they say, and the number 969 riding on board here of Frederick Gutmann through Sector 1 and Sector 2. There's a lot of oversteer in that SPHE Motorsport Audi at the moment. The 969 really wrestling the wheel through the slower turns, coming out on of corner exit. Of course, the Audi R8 Evo TC system is a little bit broken. It's not used in the way it should be. So the fastest way in order to drive this car is unfortunately by oversteering it. And in these conditions here today at Valencia, 32 degrees in the air, 40 degrees on the track, Pirellis are going to be overheating, and a very near miss there for Jordan Nixon on the back of a Lamborghini. I think that was the 134 of Rodriguez. Through turn one they go. The camera's struggling to keep up. Oh no, it's the Schumi Skins car just ahead. That's the 63 car of Byrne currently.
Ooh.
Looks like the Mercedes just misses the braking point and narrowly avoids plowing into the back of them.
Yeah, Jordan Nixon for Tier Sim Sport, they just needed to avoid the car in front of them. They were caught off guard. I don't know if Nixon was overrunning the corner per se, or maybe he's just able to drive in there that hard, but certainly realized about halfway into turning into that corner that car in front, that Lamborghini, was going to exist in that corner and was not going to be able to keep up with their pace, and sort of had to abort. Nixon did a good job, didn't lose anything other than time at that moment. So that's a good sort of not only self-preservation, but also saying, you know what, don't want to go in there and make contact with another car. I've got to pull out. It's always the harder thing to do, is to give up time or give up track position, even if track position literally means a few tenths of a second. It's always a hard decision, but definitely the right decision. We've seen so many other drivers today do the selfish thing and just go ahead and rub the other car bumper to bumper. We call that the chrome horn in America, back whenever race cars had actual bumpers on them. And it's not a maneuver many racing drivers are fond of, but you saw discretion there play out, and all credit to Nixon for it.
Yeah, maybe we can rename that one the carbon fiber horn in modern day times.
It.
A lot of carbon fiber on race cars these days, normally on the front and the rear, so it kind of works, Jesse. Looking now forward to Martin Ulrich for the McLeod put my teeth back in. McLeod Racing Team, the number 41, on the back now of Van Brugge, who's been in the car for 2 stints from memory. He was in it just over an hour ago, and he is still in that McLaren, so he's going to be feeling the pressure from Martin Ulrich, who is, of course, fresh in the car, giving up from Mark Elgaard just a few moments ago when pit stops did cycle through. Of course, track and air temps will start falling down ever so slightly in the next few hours as, of course, the sun goes down at Valencia, and it should make for some very spectacular scenes for the finish, fingers crossed. BMW looks very good off the corners, of course, with the torque it produces. Very easy to get it up and go, and the McLarens and the Ferraris obviously take a little while for their turbos to spool. The sheer torque of the BMW does pull it through. Tobias Lang on the back of Cifuentes now. Cifuentes for Odox Motorsport really losing out, gives up the inside line, and Tobias Lang is already there, I'm afraid. Too late to defend. The pair clatter together. It looks like Cifuentes stops on the corner exit, and Lang possibly plows into the back of him, so not sure how the stewards are going to take that one. You see Lang with the massive dive from very far back. I think he just about got it drawn up in time, Jesse. Cifuentes tried to shut the door and it just wasn't there. Possibly the Audi's engine stalled out, and Cifuentes off at turn 12. We're going to have another race replay to see what happens here. Looks like the Audi gets
the car's
again.
dead.
It's certainly going from 11 to 12. It goes from 12 and a big twitch mid-corner, throws it into the gravel, and Cifuentes is just going backwards, Jesse.
So something's wrong with that car. Javier Cifuentes was driving perfectly fine up until that point. Something in the last couple laps has gone wrong with the Odox Motorsport Audi. And it looks like they've got it sorted now, but that driver, that looked like to me a distracted driver trying to fiddle with something, get the car sorted, maybe an equipment issue. I have no idea, but that was unlike them in every single conceivable possible way, especially the way that they've driven. Odox has so far in this race. They've driven such a good race, so that was completely bizarre what occurred there, and hopefully the end of their trauma for today. Fuentes still in the top 10, but only just P10. It's been a bit of a fall for them. P6 just about 4 or 5 laps ago.
Yeah, Cifuentes last lap by 146.4, lost a lot of time that last lap with the incident and the fumble and then the off as well at turn 12, so not good for him. Everybody else running 132s, 133s roughly on race pace, so quite a considerable chunk of time lost. Martin Ulrich up the inside in turn 13, tries to size up a move into 14. He's alongside the McLaren. Up the inside he goes, stands on the brakes, tries to get it drawn up. The McLaren goes for the undercut, and I think Martin Ulrich has made it stick. He has through turn 1. The BMW leads the Spin Motorsport car, and it looks like Austin is now getting involved in the Pulse Simsport Ferrari just behind. He shoehorns it up the inside of turn 3, moves signed, sealed, and delivered by turn 2, signed by turn 3, and the Pulse Simsport car up, and Team Spin down 2 positions now.
Well, kicking off again, I felt like we had that brief reprieve where there was a bit of calm, and I think you and I, John, we agreed that sort of silently to ourselves that, this is the normal of the race, this is what it's going to be like, but it has not been so. It is kicked off again in a big way, and it's almost like somebody's kicked a hornet's nest, and everybody diving down to the inside of corners, some of them making it, some of them not so. I just wonder how much of that is patience running thin or the urgency of the moment getting to a lot of these teams and drivers.
Yeah, it could just be, the clock is running out. They feel like they've not done enough in the first half of the race, and they really want to get a move on for the second half and maybe hand a car over to their teammate that's in a little bit of a better position than it once was. Jordan Nixon still in the fight with the Schumi Skins Lamborghini, the number 63 ahead there of Byrne, and just ahead of him, I think he's got the Thomas Enger car just ahead of the train here. The number 34 has had to navigate through the traffic here and find their way through. Indeed, it is the number 34 at the front, the number 420 at the head of the field. We look back on the rear wing of the Simulation Esports car, the number 420, great view of the Schumi Skins Lamborghini, and of course the Tyre Mercedes of Jordan Nixon. So get these trains starting to form again, Jesse. We saw it earlier, we had a 5-6 car deep train. Now it's only a 3-car train, but still a train nonetheless. And we always say it, we don't want to be that guy in the middle of this fight.
No, you don't want to be the guy in the middle. You either want to be the car out front defending, or you want to be the third car in line that has the complete survey of the battlefield. Unfortunately for us, Byrne is the car in the middle, Nixon is the car in the back, and Ostrishars is the car leading the group, doing a pretty decent job, staying just far out in front of Byrne enough that no move is really possible for the Schumi Skins car. Just as I say that, did they miss the apex? No, they're just taking a wide arc, but that did allow Byrne to jump in there for a moment, and that definitely was the better line for the Schumi Skins cars. They've closed right up. Nixon waiting in the wings to see what happens here. Could we see a pass down into turn 1? Wide is that of Ostrishars, and no, covered off at the last possible second. Here comes Nixon. Nixon trying to go around the outside. Nixon's back, looking for it in turn number 2. He's not going to be able to do it there. Does he get a decent run out of the corner, though? Not nearly good enough. This battle for the position behind for 14th place, that releases Ostrishars for the time being as Byrne regroups. But another charge from Nixon there. Nearly got into the back of him, but that's how racing has been all day long as both cars has caught up Ostrishars again. That's how quickly it happens. That was only half a lap.
Yeah, so it's a very short run from turns 2 to 3 to 4. It's not really enough to get an overlap on if you did try. Of course, it's very, very tricky indeed there as we run aboard with Jordan Nixon through the latter half of the lap. We, of course, know that the marbles out at turn 11 are very slippy. The Lamborghini taking themselves off them to avoid any loss of grip and trying to maximize as much as they can down into 12. This train is warming up to be a very nice one indeed. Be very careful over the bumps, Jordan Nixon. Don't upset the car all too much. The Mercedes, since the 1.9 update, very good over curbs, very good over bumps. It kind of acts like it's not even there, and I hear it's something to do with the hitbox essentially of the splitter not being very present at all. But I think we have another interviewer, Jesse Lee.
Yeah, we sure do. Joining us from Split 1 and involved in some of the most intense fights today, Elgard has joined us. Hello, welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I gotta say, it's been an intense one in Split 1, and we're not even in the race. We're watching up here in the booth, and we're sweating. What's it like down there in the car?
It's equally as hot. It's very, very rough to be driving around here because it's a very taxing track. There's corners everywhere. There's very fine margin to like be better than the driver ahead. So it's very taxing.
You're a team largely made up of drivers from the nation of Denmark, McLeod Racing Team, of course, the number 41, Martin Ulrich, who we are no stranger to here at RCI. Tell us a little bit about your teammates.
Well, my teammates we're actually way more than just us two Danes. We are also having a sister driver team-ish, which is the other BMW with Buchek now. But we are an older team compared of many drivers starting back from Forza Motorsports, and we moved slowly through the ranks, and all of a sudden we ended up here with some drivers consisting of Verstappen and Buchek and me and a few others.
Well, tell us about yourself. We saw you out there in the race earlier on. What makes you tick? Why do you enjoy sim racing? Or if you don't enjoy sim racing, tell me why you
I think we all enjoy sim racing, otherwise we wouldn't use 6 to 24 hours sitting here. But what I really enjoy...
Oh no, it's contact. McLeod Racing is around, a little bit of contact with Austin in the 52, and that has sent the car around. We've got one of the drivers in the booth as their car goes around. I swear to God, that never happens.
No.
But Pulse Sim Sport has had contact with McLeod Racing. What are your thoughts on that now?
Well, it's definitely not comfortable. No, I think we have an overall great race, but we are in the midst of learning how the car works. And compared to other cars on the track, there's an issue for the BMW where it's front heavy. So when we go into turns, we have to force the front wheels to turn quite heavily, and which overheats them, and that makes us brake even worse. And it's a bad circle where you get to that. So it might be a reason why that happened.
We documented through your race this entire time. Like I said, you've been quite entertaining to watch. Rather unfortunately, entertaining for the wrong reasons about half a lap ago. We do apologize for that. But it's been a physical race, hasn't it? It's just been everybody for themselves, a lot of fender contact, a lot of driving sort of vaguely near the racetrack, diving down into the corner. What has it been like from your perspective?
Well, it has been very frustrating. BMW is very great, actually, for a car. But for me driving it has been kind of frustrating because it's not better than any other car on track over the whole track. There's no corner where it excels more. So when I got behind T. Hobson, I think car 87, I was stuck behind him for half an hour or something, and I just was unable to get around him because the McLaren, when it accelerates out of the last corner, it has so much straight line speed and it can rotate on the brakes. So the only place where the BMW was actually faster, or where I was faster, was at the mid corner which is where he places the car on the apex. And yeah, so it's very tough driving this car.
We were speaking about the car, obviously there. One of 3 BMWs, I believe, in the field. Are you hoping it kind of comes to light a bit later on in the calendar? Of course, we've got some very different circuits coming up later on down the line. Are you hoping it comes to light and contact between, sorry, just to interrupt there, the 133, I think that was, and the 420? That fight's been going on for a few laps now and has unfortunately come to a very ugly end. But just going back to the point, are you hoping it comes good later on in the season? Are you playing the kind of long game essentially here?
Yeah, I think the car will improve. Overall, it's not the worst car here, but like in general, the whole stint, we're having a great like pace. The others are starting great and very fast, but are dropping, and we can consistently stay in the 32s. So we actually have great pace. We just can't overtake. But for the rest of the series, I think it will be an awesome car, and it's very stable and has a lot of downforce. Where I believe I'm looking quite a bit forward to Bathurst going over the top and everything. So yeah, it's gonna be a great race, a great car for the whole series, I think.
Yeah, it should be super stable coming, of course, over Mount Panorama. Obviously 6 hours of that to tackle on October 7th. But before that, obviously Monza, the BMW, a bit of a talky monster out of the corners, so could really help you exit the chicanes. Monza should maybe even come to light there as well. But for today, obviously, we're reaching the half hour mark, or the halfway mark, essentially. Plans going forward for the race? Are you gonna hop in and out? You know, is anybody plan to do a double, or are you just gonna try and keep each other fresh and alternate throughout the last 3 hours?
Yeah, we're alternating. So Martin drives a stint, I drive, and so on. But the focus was actually during the qualifying. We were like, oh, this is not going well, and we were hoping for a top 20, but it seems like the pace is pretty good, so maybe we can actually get up to, like, big hopes is top 10, but I believe depending on contacts, crashes, and what else happens, yeah, hoping for top 10, but at least top 20 is, we're happy.
Yeah, a long afternoon ahead for sure, and obviously 8 places to gain between now and then, but it's all about consistency, as myself and Jesse say. Over the 6 hours you can be fast one lap, but if you're not fast for the 6 hours, then it's, you know, no good really. So hopefully heads down and looking ahead to the end of the race. It should be good for you. I would say best of luck to yourself and obviously Ulrich in the car at the moment. Jesse Lee, any further questions for Mark Elgaard?
Oh, you absolutely know I do. I gotta know, Mark, how many track limit warnings is the 41 on right now? 2.
Very clean.
We had one at lap 3, and then I got one by sliding sideways in the in the fast right-hander going uphill the second to last corner. For some reason I got one even though I was out of control, and but it worked. So 2.
Well, I will say the McLeod team has been incredibly entertaining to watch the entire day, and we've been watching a lot of your progress, and it's interesting to have that perspective now and talk to you and sort of get to know like what the car's doing well, what it's not doing, and sort of what the conditions are like, and also how you feel about the type of racing out there. Again, we only get to speculate on stuff like that, but is there anybody you want to say hello to, thank, while you're here?
Well, I want to highlight my teammates, which is in the 769 car, our sister team, and we are in Discord with them and enjoying. So we are very, very close together, and shares setup, shares everything. So they're doing impressively well, and I hope the best for them at least. Overall, no, we're just happy to be here and enjoying the stream you guys are providing and the races overall.
Well, we wish you guys, as always, the very best of luck. It's been a interesting first half of the race, and we'll see where the dust settles at the end of this one. But for right now, top half of the field for McLeod Racing. Mark, thank you for coming and talking to us. Give our best to your teammates when you leave.
Will do. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure as always. Do you know what's interesting about that, John? Really, is you got a team. We've documented their struggles and their successes thus far in the race, and to have a driver come in from the car, give their unique perspective on, well, I'm not so fond of the contact of racing, but also give you it's not like other sports where they tell you what you want to hear. Mark did not do that. Mark said, this is what our car is doing, this is what it's not doing, this is our strategy. You don't really get that perspective from other sports. That's unique to sim racing.
Yeah, I say it's great to get, like you say, the inside kind of story while the event's going on. Obviously, in the mid game of what we call football, what you guys call soccer, you can't really run onto the pitch in the middle of the 45-minute half and start interviewing players out of nowhere. It's a great thing about endurance racing. You've always got a handful of team members that aren't in the car, whether it be 3 people, 2 people, or 1 person in the case of the McLeod Sim Racing team. It's great to hear, obviously, the struggles they're having. Not great to hear, but it's a good insight to know where the BMW isn't so strong, and what they are really struggling with, as they said, was the front end turning, as we see an elbows out move here from the Thomas Anger Sim Racing car, the number 34. I think that was on some lapped traffic, the number 76, falling victim to a bit of contact there. We've got a couple more stewards reports coming in. Lap 85, turn 2, involving the 121 and the 969. 5 seconds for the 969. That was the aggressive move we saw earlier. Audi on Audi contact. The 969 dives up the inside of the 121, hits the 121 and takes the position. The 969 did not establish an overlap before the corner and is not able to draw up the car in time or near the apex. The 121, of course, broke in a straight diagonal line, does not change his line while braking, and overtake with excessive contact. Lap 82, turn 6, involving the 5 and the 8. Drive through for the 52. The 52 dive bombs the 8 to overtake the back marker, forcing a takeout of the 8. And lastly, an incident on lap 82, turn 6, again, same turn, involving the 52 and the 86. This time, this was a warning for the 86 for avoidable contact. I believe that was the turning around of the Pulse Sim Sport car, if I'm right in saying, Jesse, and a drive-through for them.
Yeah, you had to see that coming. There's a lot of, I will tell you from a steward's perspective, they love when something is pretty cut and dry. So often stewarding isn't cut and dry, and you got to look at the facts, and you've got to get down into the telemetry and the causality of incidents. But nothing is better for a steward than having slam dunk penalties, and I think quite a few of them today, quite frankly, have been of that variety. It's been sort of obvious where cars maybe were a little bit out of line, and that requires some sort of penalty. And I also will mention that a lot of teams, they're not as argumentative as you might expect when receiving penalties, simply because if you're not the one in the car at the time, you're actually quite level-headed. When you put the visor down, you turn into a completely different animal. But when you're not in the car, you're a lot more receptive, and you've got a lot more perspective on it. So that all plays into it. But stewards love what we call a slam dunk penalty, meaning that it's easy, it's obvious, it's flagrant, and so often not the case, but you like it when you have it.
Yeah, one of those very clear kind of cut penalties that you can instantly slam the hammer down and close the case, sign the paper off, and off it goes to the filing report. It's one of those things, isn't it? Like you say, Jesse, when you're fired up, you've been in the fight, but some of these guys have been fighting for way over hours now, and when you've been part of that, your adrenaline's up, your heartbeat's raised, you do really get quite argumentative sometimes, and racing drivers will always admit they are never in the wrong, ever. No, I can't do anything wrong on track. However, when it comes down to the stewards, of course, they are the middlemen to diffuse the situation and try and find a result for both parties involved. And Looking back now from the rear wing of the number 8, the AGS events car, Burnick in there at the moment. Looking back still at Gutman's Audi, the 969. The number 8 knows the number 969, of course, has that 5-second penalty in the pit stop. So all he's really got to do is just watch the mirrors, make sure there's no impeding kind of dive bomb coming in. And Joshua Evans in the 76 has been in the wars a few times in the past couple of laps to lap traffic, and he's now getting his elbows out on the spin McLaren there in turn, I believe that's turn 8 at the end of the back straight. Essentially, Joshua Evans there, the number 76. Steady start racing. 2 entries today in red and blue, so very distinctive liveries. Easy to tell which team is which. And we've got Freddie van der Katsbeek here coming under the rear wing of Van Wegschel in the number 86 Lamborghini. And a big bump over there, Jesse. We said it earlier, that can really upset the car, and it did that time for the number 82. Very well held, though, for the Mercedes driver.
Seen a lot of bump and runs. We've seen a lot of good saves as well. And, well, it's I forget what the saying is, John. I'm going to screw this up, but it's something like, it's not about if you fall, it's what you do when you fall that matters. And the only correct answer to that is to get up and dust yourself off. Or if you don't actually fall, if you catch yourself, turn it into a beautiful dance. The other part of that saying that I've absolutely ruined that, certainly. Somebody knows what I'm talking about, though, and for that person, seek professional help, because you should never understand what I'm saying since I don't make sense. James Mead here racing on. How many times have we seen passes set up here, and this is pretty cut and dry. No fight from the 33 there. Probably the most sensible thing we've seen out of anyone here today, quite frankly. Shout out to the Steady Start Racing. They've been steady on for a little while now. Interesting news coming out of Split 2. We've talked a lot about drive-through penalties for track limits that are assigned by ACC in Split 1. We've had an interesting incident in Split number 2. The number 60 car in that split has been disqualified from the race. This is Split 2 now, folks, and I believe that's the Sim Seniors number 60. Sim Seniors has several cars in Split 2, but the number 60 was disqualified because when you get a drive-through for track limits, you have 3 laps to serve it. They didn't and were disqualified. I have never seen that. Well, maybe once have I ever seen that in ACC, somebody not serving the penalty.
Yeah, it's quite rare. I mean, it does flash up, of course, on the screen, reminding you to serve it with 3 laps, 2 laps, and 1 lap to go. So yeah, a bit strange that they haven't served that, and they have, of course, disqualified. Going back to your point about the saying, are we thinking of the Rocky quote about how hard you get hit and keep moving forward? Is that what we're speaking about here, Jesse? Guessing Jesse's internet has died slightly again. Had a few issues with Jesse and Discord today, but back to the fight at hand. We have Frederick Gutmann in the 969, still on the back of the number 8 Lamborghini ahead. Still can't find a way through on that one. We saw earlier riding on board with his teammate that the 969 Audi is very oversteery in its nature, so maybe finding it hard to tame the Pirelli tyres down to an acceptable level to try and get some grip. The 996 of Jacob Blizzard for the TE Racing car here is now sizing up a move on the back of Bayron. This is the Sim Brothers racing car, looking down into turn 1 side by side, got the overlap done, fully sent it up the inside of the Porsche. Now it's going to open the door behind to another car. Not sure who this is. This could be a lapped car just trying to get a little bit of time back, and it is indeed. It's the 669 coming through to try and take a lap off of Byron to try and progress himself forward.
Still moves to be made here, and these are 4 positions. I don't know. One thing I didn't look up prior to today's race. I don't know how many positions back get championship points. I wouldn't know how they would do that if the entire grid gets points, but usually.
I've got it to hand.
Do you? What is it? Top 30 like normal?
It is top 30. So first position on the table for 65 points, all the way down to P30 that gets 1 point, 4 bonus points for pole position, and 3 bonus points for the fastest lap of the race.
By the way, I don't know why I sounded Canadian right there. Don't look too much into that. Elgard, who spoke with us earlier, who came and did a lovely interview, he actually has done something that you said you've never seen. You've never seen a driver say that they were wrong. He said in chat that he admits that he was wrong earlier on in the race. That is the first recorded instance of a driver in history, sim or real, doesn't matter. It's the first recorded incident of a driver taking responsibility. Congratulations to Mark Elgard being the very first driver in history to do that. I, on the other hand, John, as you were putting it earlier, I know every single incident I've ever been involved in was the other person's fault, and that's just a fact, and it's undeniable. I've never been at fault. My driving is immaculate, and I certainly wouldn't go around causing collisions, nor would you.
No, I'm on the same boat as you there, Jesse. It's never ever my fault. It's always the other party.
I could not agree more. Of course, we jest, of course, but there's two different drivers. I mentioned that earlier, but there's two different kinds of drivers. There's the driver with the visor down, and then there's the driver who is sitting on the sidelines. Two completely different perspectives of the race, and it definitely changes how you see things. But right now, it is a very warm racetrack, 39 degrees C on the track, 31 degrees ambient, just after 4 p.m. in sim time here in Valencia, Spain. And it's been one of those races. There's going to be a lot to debrief for a lot of these teams. I think if you're running poorly here today, you're looking forward to other events on the calendar. I think if you're near the back of the field of no fault of your own, you're looking to just sort of survive at this point in the race as we near the halfway point. It feels like we've been here for 9 hours is how brutal this race has felt to watch. I can't imagine what it's been like behind the wheel. Our very own broadcaster Stewie mentioned after his win last night, he was a bit sweaty. I can imagine Niagara Falls for some of these drivers right now.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tricky indeed. I mean, I'm sat here in my room, lovely and cool, sat here casting, not having to do much arm work or leg work, and my room is running at 30 degrees C currently on my thermometer. So it's quite warm, even in Britain. So I'd hate to think how warm it is in some of the countries further to the equator, running in hotter temperatures, of course, with full rigs going, direct drive wheels fighting in gloves, fully clothed, whatever they're doing. It's gonna be a sweaty one today, and it's gonna be very, very hard indeed. I mean, the conditions at Valencia kind of reflect this. 31 degrees in the air, 39 degrees on the track. Pirellis are going to be very hot indeed as we see a few more cars peeling off into the pit lane beneath us, getting on the brakes nice and early for the pit board. And I think that's the 1-2-1 coming in behind as well. They've pulled it very early indeed. We're expecting stops to come in at about, I would say, 3 hours 45 to go would be your maximum stint time if you've been kind of elongating it from the beginning. So still a good 10 minutes away nearly from pit stops, Jesse.
I don't hate that for the 121. Keep in mind, Javier Cifuentes was the driver that was struggling earlier on, so I don't mind the fact that they're coming in earlier, maybe changing the tires, changing the driver, do something different, because that was a mighty struggle midway into this stint. So now, go ahead and reset your strategy at the halfway point. Makes sense to me, especially try to get your head back in the game, get some of those spots back.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, halfway mark, like you say, Jesse, kind of mentally reset, pull yourself together and see what you can do. But I've just seen the number 8, Jesse, stop go 30. That can only be for speeding in the pit lane. There's nothing on the stewards reports at all. It was looking so good for the number 8. It's just undone all of their hard work at the halfway mark.
Well, penalties abound for many of the drivers. Stop and go 30. That is an incredible penalty to have received. The Crazy File Racing team continuing on, unfazed at this venture. Stop and go 30 only really ever means one thing, right? So quite an unfortunate turn of events. We talked about drive-throughs quite a bit here today. We haven't mentioned the speeding in the pit lane. It's super detrimental. You can get a lesser penalty now. You can get a drive-through for speeding in pit lane if you're only a kilometer or two over. stop and go 30, of course, is considered major speeding. That's anything over a kilometer or 2 of speeding. I don't know, and John, you may know this more than me. Is there a speed in which you can enter pit road that you still get disqualified? I suspect there is.
I would imagine so. If you enter fast enough, maybe full racing speed, more than likely. I would say so. And stop go 30 for the number 8. They've taken it straight away. Jonjic straight down the lane this time by. Had an outlap. In they come to take the stop go 30. That's going to feel like an eternity while they're sat there, and it just proves, doesn't it, Jesse Lee, that we said earlier, it is going to be the kind of race of attrition, how clean you can, keep your race, avoid penalties, avoid stewards incidents, and avoid any, track limits violations, etc., and just kind of nurse the car through to the end. And we spoke earlier again with we keep going back to this interview with Mark Elgard. At the halfway mark, they've only had 2 track limit infringements, and that is quite a feat, I would say.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed. I was trying to hide it. I didn't want to question them further. How in the world in this race, with the race that they've had, you only have 2 warnings? But that's actually pretty good. If they've made it to this point, that you can kind of sort of baby it from here on out if you're not too over aggressive. I think for a lot of teams, what they did was they got into trouble quite early, extending track limits, trying to make up positions. And if your team didn't do that, you've only got 1 or 2. Of course, you get 1 more freebie, and then comes a drive-through. I think you're able to deal with that quite a bit better, and we'll see. I don't think we're done with that today. I'm quite sure we're going to see a lot more of those drive-through penalties. Early stops have started to come in. A couple of cars from the top 10 have pitted. The 669 into the lane. This time the Luna Rossa Racing team. Tier Sim Racing Esports, the 133, has got a drive-through penalty, and I assume that for track limits, based on the fact that stewards have not said anything, and they went ahead and served that. The Team Shumi Skin 63, piloted by Matt Bird, into the pit lane. The 911 Shumi Skins Porsche, by the way, the big beneficiary of that stop and go 30 for one of the other teams inside the top 10, because that promotes the 911 inside the top 10. So Pitka back inside the top 10 for Shumi Skins. It's all coming to plan here for the 911 final.
Yeah, the 911 absolutely playing the kind of long game we said earlier on. They're just outside the top 10, of course, with a few mistakes from the cars ahead, has promoted them now to inside the top 10. And I remember running a few seasons ago, I think it was World Tour, we were in the same kind of team, same split, sorry, as the 911 drivers lineup, and they are very competitive, very kind of good at playing the long game. They do kind of creep out of nowhere in the race, so keep your eye on this 911 moving forward in the season. Even at tracks where they don't look so strong, they do tend to kind of run it clean, run it very sensibly, and then just kind of meander their way up the top. So Chris Picker now coming down pit lane, stand on the brakes nice and early for the entry line, and he does so, gets it drawn up very nicely as the pit limiter board is still kind of sat on the side of the road. But an excellent stint there from the Shumi Skins guys. We're going to have to see who stays in that car, and if they do decide to elect to do the double stint, or whether they're going to do what the McLeod Sim Racing team is doing and keeping the drivers fresh and just switching every hour. We spoke to obviously Sarah Starn earlier, and her drivers are also switching kind of every stint just to keep them fresh. No real let up at Valencia, as we see now the RCI Esports blue car coming down the pit lane. Buzek on board that one at the moment. We're going to have to see if Verstappen comes out to play or not for the next hour or so. Team Vilmont have had a bit of a terrible start. Jesse Lee been involved in some incidents earlier on, currently down in P35. This is going to be kind of one to forget. And just looking at the board, another stop go 30, this time for the 420. Can only assume that's for speeding in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, that's for it's got to be right. And for the 420, it's starting to come undone for them as well. And for Adam Ostrishars, they're going to have to bring that car down to pit lane. Then the next 3 laps, get that taken care of. That's going to drop them significantly back from where they are. That's going to take them out of the battles that they are currently involved in, though currently right now they've got a 13-second gap in front of them and a 10-second gap behind them. The car directly in front of them, or front of them on the scoring pylon. It's this car, the Alpha Sim Sport 224 Lamborghini of Timothy Flamger. They're trying to fight the 82 car of Broken Bones Sim Racing. You don't want any broken bones. There's certainly going to be some bent fenders here today. Vander Katspeak, but they're still fighting the good fight for top 25. It goes to show you, racing drivers don't care if it's P1 or P last. They'll fight for it. And rightfully so.
Yeah, absolutely so. Just want to touch on that Vander Katspeak car. Has his teammate driven yet? Or am I under the illusion that he's been in the car since the beginning?
Let's see here. Let's see.
I don't remember seeing his teammate.
So he is teammates with Michael Louston and Daniel Montero. I don't believe anybody's been in that car except Freddie Vander Katspeak. I think you're right.
Absolutely mammoth stint from Vander Katspeak there. Obviously reaching the halfway mark, and he's still in the car. And he qualified the car, Jesse.
Yeah, they're also teammates with Gilles Samoy, by the way, who is, I know, has not been in the car thus far here today. So that is interesting. Freddie taking the bulk of it. That'd be a triple stint at this point.
Yeah, absolutely mammoth stint going on as we see a Porsche pulling off to the left, or the right-hand side, sorry, driver's right-hand side. Antonio Fajaro down the pit lane for the 76. Right on board at the moment with Timothy Flamger, looking at the back of probably a very exhausted Vander Katspeak in the number 82 ahead. I'd really like to try and get him in for interview to see how he feels, and not pitted yet, being told in our ear.
So it's only a double thus far,
but you count qualifying in that, and he's probably done all the practice, so he's probably done near enough a triple, I would say, as he comes down the lane, stands on the anchors, gets it drawn up just about there, I think, Jesse Lee, very close to the line, and the car even pulled him towards the driver's right. He brakes so hard there, possibly ABS kicking in, as we see the battle here. We've got the BMW in the background fighting with, no, it's not fighting, sorry, it's a lapped car, the number 86. That's Christopher Strapen back in the RCI blue esports car. So Christoph back in that one. P6 currently, great running, highest placed BMW at the moment, and that's another car, Jesse, that's made some great gains this race.
Certainly is. Watching the battle here between Salva and Rubia, trying to get that tier car up one more spot in the 17th. You're on right in front of them in the 138 Porsche, doing their best to keep themselves just in front. The Sim Brothers versus Tier Sim Racing. Interesting battle between these two. I don't think we've seen a good battle between these two teams in this race today. And it is interesting. There's multiple Sim Brothers teams. There's multiple Tier cars as well, but Mateus bringing the 138 into pit lane, that will continue to frustrate me, as I wanted to see a fight between Tier and Sim Brothers. I guess we're gonna have to wait for that one still.
Yeah, absolutely so, as we've got Picker out of the Shumi Skins team car now. Taran back in to the 911. He's focused on the back of Austin's 52. I think that's still yet to pit in the Pulse Simsport car. 5 seconds on the penalty for them as well. So Taran's probably not going to try and work too hard to get past the Ferrari, but doesn't want to obviously be delayed. Being told on my ear, Austin apparently pitted 10 laps ago, so probably going to have to force the move, I think, on fresher tyres, though. The Taran car, Shumi Skins, is going to be much faster, hopefully. And just looking to the stewards board, nothing really to report other than lap 88, turn 8, involving the 52 and 888. 5 seconds for the number 52. 888 to the outside to let cars by. The 52 does not leave space in the corner exit, causing contact and pushing the 888 off track. Lapped cars are not expected to just stop, and lapping cars need to pass safely. So, you know, a driver being a bit too courteous and a driver being not courteous enough has caused that one. And it's not like, of course, GT Racing F1, where you have to yield on a blue flag. Of course, it is up to the faster car to pass you safely and do so in a respectful manner without contact. Obviously, heavier penalties being handed out for those faster cars that are making contact, but equally so, the slower cars do need to be aware they need to remain predictable and safe to avoid said contact as well.
Well, the 52 was down pit lane 11 laps ago at this point, but it wasn't to the attention of the crew. It was a drive-through penalty that they had to serve, and that's further frustrated them. They've got a 5-second penalty, and it's frustrating Nigel Terran too, because obviously the 911 Shimmy Skins car has a little bit more pace. The 52 has that 5-second penalty, and at some point you get a little upset in the car. Be like, come on, you have a penalty beyond this. I'm gonna get this spot no matter what. All you're doing is holding me up. You're making yourself slower. But Nigel Terran able to execute the move, get around. Not a whole lot of fight out of Austin either, realizing he had him in that corner. That's what you love to see. Co-opetition, I mentioned that earlier. It's a real thing. That was cooperative competition. Co-opetition right there. Austin realized he was beat. Terran knew that he was rightfully, should have been in front in that case on pace alone, able to settle it between themselves like gentlemen racing drivers as intended. Scrap still going on here between, this is a three-way scrap, in fact. Anderson, Hobson, and Stallworth all going at it.
Yeah, so the little trains are starting to form again, the threes, the fours, up and down the lane. We've got Tim Rulin now for the SPHE Motorsport car. The 969 leaves the pit stall and away it goes. Martin Ulrich is also down the lane. We saw earlier on his teammate in the box. Elgard will probably be now jumping into the 41. A little update from the Hymo guys watching that out the car. Tatsvina Hacker now back into the 221. And once again, Jesse Lee, Small PP Racing, is leading the race.
Yeah, they certainly are coming in to the pit lane for this time. So they didn't lead as much this time as they did last time. I wonder if they're trying to mitigate the time loss of going longer. Robin Moe bringing that car in. It says meatball flag delivery zone in the thing, but on our team list that we have on racerci.com, you can look at this as well. That car is actually listed as the Small PP Racing team. So the in-game name doesn't match that, but what we do here is we go by whatever they've registered as on the website as the official name, because of course you can name your car independently of that. So realistically for us, that has very little bearing. A lot of times it syncs up. The teams do that. Sometimes it is different for whatever reason, not fully considering that for them. The 133 Stallworth had a moment there unto themselves. I don't know if maybe they tried to gas it up a little too early. Maybe got some marbles on the tires, unsure. But Stallworth lost a lot of ground there. The car looked completely unsettled. And they've fallen off the back here all of a sudden. Tyler Hobson, though, on the back of Anderson. They've got cars all around here. Oh, that's interesting. Anderson's going to dart down pit lane in the Zaza Racing car. That will release Anderson and everybody else, that will release Hobson and Stallworth behind. And that was an excellent move. Did you see the draft into pit lane Hobson took there? Not willing to waste it.
Yeah, got to make every single kind of 10,000th of a second matter in this stage. Of course, it could be anything that loses you the race, but every kind of margin you close up, the better. Tobias Lang also down pit lane. Imagine the limitless speed drivers are going to switch their driver in that one. The number 34, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, has also changed driver as well. So they're also now in P3. Kovac's back in the number 800. And we see a brief kind of screenshot there of the pit stops that have taken place. Looks like 105s, 106s. We've got a 111 for Rule. That's probably a little bit of damage being fixed there. 117 for the 121. That's definitely going to be damage being fixed on that one. And everybody else relatively in the 106s, the 107s, 108 where we kind of expect to see them. So as the drivers begin to take their pit stops, us up here in the commentary booth will also take our pit stop with, of course, myself, Jesse Lee, and Stewie being with you for the full 6 hours today. Getting very taxing, very tiring. So we're going to take away, have a little short break, just refresh ourselves. And when we come back, we'll jump right back into the action. But for now, of course, turn up your volume. We can give you a few onboards and a few sights and sounds of the World Tour. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023 live here on both Twitch and YouTube at RCI TV. Second to Valencia is playing host to round one. We are just over even 2.5 hours to go until the checker flag drops. Battles are still raging up and down the field. We got Team Homo out front, 32 seconds to the good now, followed by Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Small PP as well, Sim Racing in P3. And Jesse Lee's favorite team name, of course, in the whole field and sign up is the number 800.
It's just the way you said it. There was no reason for you to say it like that, but John Dalton, you know what you did.
I'm innocent.
Yeah, just like every other racing driver.
Exactly.
Just over the halfway point, it has been a slog out there for many of the racing teams. The action has been close. It's been furious. A lot of mistakes have happened, both that required stewarding and both that were automated by the system. Most recently, a couple of stop-and-go 30s on the pit cycle. Pit cycle has resolved itself for now. New players have entered the game and new cars threatening to enter the top 10, a couple dropping out, of course, by virtue of the penalties. But you know what? We've got another interview. We've got another of the Kvetch drivers with us.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm
All
Nick.
right. You're what?
Nick. My name's Nick.
Nick, tell us. Sorry, I didn't. Carlos Caladia that's been off for Rebound Racing, and that's a very expensive tractor, that McLaren. So Nick, tell us about your race as it has been for the first half.
Completed 2 stints. We've been doing all right. We got collected on turn 1. I think Sarah has told you about this. But so far we've been keeping it clean. Got our 3 black cuts warning since the first stint, so we've been hanging on by a thread. And so far it's been all right. Our drivers have had minimal mistakes. Actually 0 mistakes outside of the track cut warnings, and we are slowly and steady picking up the pace up.
How many warnings are you on right now?
The last one, so one more and we're gonna get a drive-through.
Are you gonna try and make sure Sarah's in the car when that happens?
Well, it's all been collected by me, so it's a bit mean for me to hand it to her, but we'll see what we can do. Maybe our current driver might get it across the drive-through, get us a drive-through, but if not, maybe Sarah might have to take it. Hopefully not.
Well, hopefully we can make it through the final 2.5 hours. You know, Sarah mentioned earlier that you were fighting for a top 20 place. You hope to be in the top half of the field. Has there been any progress in the last couple of hours?
Yeah, we are currently actually in top 20. We got spun out to last place on first lap, but we slowly steady climbed to 25th after my first stint. And because of all the drive-throughs, as well as all the penalties have been applied, we kind of slowly got our way back onto the top 20. Our drivers are kind of similarly paced, so unlike some drivers in split 2, where you have fast drivers in front, then you get swapped in with slow drivers. Because of how consistent we are, we expect ourselves to start climbing up the grid. But time will tell. If we have minimal mistakes, maybe maybe we can capitalize on some of other drivers' mistakes. We can get top 15. Who knows? It's only up from here, I guess.
It definitely sounds like it's working out. How hot is it in split 2? Obviously, you can see split 1 where we're dealing with 39 degrees on the track. What's it like in split 2?
It is cooling down. It is also very hot temperatures. Things are starting to cool down on the track. The current driver is also saying that they are experiencing faster lap times. It's definitely more pleasant to drive now, but it is still pretty warm. At least for the Porsche, our rear tires are passing 3 digits in our tire temperatures. So we do have to make sure that our tires can last the entire stint. It gets really dicey at the last 2 laps before we have to swap drivers. So I think that is where most of the mistakes might happen for ourselves. We have to look out for that one.
I've got to ask this as well. Didn't ask Sarah this earlier on, but I've got to ask you, what is it like What is the dynamic like inside your team with your teammates? Is there good camaraderie between all of you? Are any of you sort of new to the team, or is this old hat for the Kvetch drivers at this point?
For our team currently, it's all hats. Sarah's driving with Skyler, our both founders of the team. Chris is their long close friend, and I definitely raced with Chris for a while in Kvetch Motorsport as well. But in total, we kind of have all four of us are pretty experienced here. It's not our first time here. The last time we were here, we were in EWC last year, and we were driving in 2 teams. This time around, we didn't have enough to get 2 teams. We were all driving in 1 team, and we hope to, you know, be as consistent as we are right now, and finish the entire series as we can.
Just looking to the latter half of the season. Any particular rounds that you're looking forward to? You know, any that suit your team set of skills, should we say? And of course, Sarah said earlier the Porsche is a bit of a learning curve at the moment for the team, and he was really focusing on getting it good for the 24 hours at Suzuka, the big one that obviously everybody wants to win.
Yeah, for me, I've driven in Suzuka in the Porsche, but for me, whatever comes up, I'm happy to drive. Bathurst is going to be very interesting. Right? Yeah, Bathurst is very hopefully we survive that round. But I think the one that I'm interested the most is Watkins. Watkins is such an interesting track to me. And the last time I was here, I was driving EMG in EWC, and it was just so pleasant. The car just feels really well. The only downside with the Porsche is that it just doesn't take perks well. So that is something that we really have to make sure that we don't crash out, and just make sure that we all get through this as smooth.
Yeah, Bathurst going to be a very bumpy circuit. It's going to be a tricky one for sure to keep the 911 or the 992, should I say, pointing on the straight and narrow. Just under obviously the halfway mark now. What's the plan ahead? Have you got any more stints to go, or is it just split between Sarah and Skylar now?
It's going to be split between Skylar and Skylar after this current driver is done, because it is currently 3 in the morning for me, and for me to go to bed.
Oh wow, yeah, it's crazy to think when you obviously sim race around the world with so many people globally, you kind of forget that everybody's in a different time zone when you all come together on the same server. So I think we're going to let you head off to bed. Kudos to you guys, and obviously good luck with the rest of the race. Pass on our regards to obviously the rest of the members in the team as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No worries at all. You're very welcome anytime, and any drivers, of course, watching at the moment that do want to be a part of the broadcast, feel free to jump into the ready for interview box. Jesse will pop in and meet you there, and then guide you on through to the broadcast. But for now, back to the action. Of course, we have MO plate for the Steady Start Racing blue team, the number 33, of course, in the little train of cars here. We've got the race leader breathing down their neck, the Hymo Lamborghini, of course, the 221 car. Currently, Tatsumina Hacker at the wheel there. Doesn't want to give up too much ground or make it too easy for Felix to get through, because, of course, the 33 is breathing down the neck of Hobson just ahead in the number 87 as well, although there's going to be a definite pace difference soon. So watch for Felix to send this Lamborghini around the outside, and very heads up there, Steady Start Racing letting Felix through. And I think if he could stick with the back of the Lamborghini, of course, he might be able to shoehorn open the door on Hobson on the 87 as we ride on board here with the Lamborghini. It's going to be an absolute masterclass of how to Valencia. Essentially, the Hymo guys so far out ahead right now. They've just got to keep it clean and drive to a set of numbers, and they should make it all the way to the end, but nearly getting caught out there by the number 87. Kind of tried to give them the inside line, but didn't necessarily make it clear enough with the indicators, and very easy to kind of trip up on a back marker. Say, well, I'm sure I speak for everybody when we've all done it. We've all been a bit too close or misjudged a situation ever so slightly, and it's just, you know, not ended well. But very good reactions there from Felix to take the inside line and progress himself through. Next up, another queue of cars, 3 more cars before he gets a little bit of breathing room where he can really get the hammer down and drill in the lap. And MO plate now for the Steady Start Racing can again focus on the back of the 87, but a big wiggle through turn 12. Very well held for the Ferrari driver there, and the car behind isn't Stallworth. It's not the 133. That is in fact the 888 just behind them, so they're obviously out of contention for the moment. So probably don't expect any moves from the 888 on the 33, and hopefully they can get their battle done and dusted. A blue flag waving on the right hand side of your screen, of course, indicating there is a slower car somewhere in the train behind, and it's all kind of settling down a little bit again, I would like to say. It's kind of, you know, coming to a head. We said this last time, myself and Jesse, and then it all kind of exploded once again here. Great skies at Valencia, a little bit of cloud in the air, nothing too major, still very warm, 31 degrees in the air, 37 on the track surface. Now see the team WRT of Skidinov come down the pit lane, the number 920. They've had a little bit of a rotten day, currently running in the back end of the field. And I've just noticed in my timing board, Jonjic with another drive-through penalty. I'm pretty sure that's going to be again for track limits. They had a stop-go 30 not too long ago at the pit cycle, and now they find themselves with a drive-through as well. And another car with the drive-through is the number 52 Pulse Simsport, currently Ashley Coupland aboard that car at the moment, and that's going to be for track limits as well. Jesse Lee, track limits kicking off left, right, and center.
Yeah, and you know something for the 52 car, it's just been a race to forget thus far. For I believe the 52, yeah, that's Pulse Sim Sport. They have just had a race to forget. They have fallen through this field. They're going to continue to do so. The drive-through is going to drop them 24th thereabout, and unfortunately the 996 is going to come with them. We talked so much about track limits and discipline and stuff like that today, simply because here probably the worst it's going to be all season long, and at some point you're just shooting yourself into the foot. And for TE Racing, it's their third of the day. That is crushing with over 2 hours left to go.
Yeah, so they've had some absolute brilliant pace when they have been running, of course, in clear air and battling away with people. They've definitely made some good moves today, but unfortunately just a bit too greedy with the track limits, and it's come to bite them once again. So back down the field they will tumble, and I think it's got to the point, Jesse Lee, where everybody's a little bit tired and fatigued, and they're all kind of getting caught out a little bit by these track limits. Of course, turn one, we spoke to Sarah earlier, and obviously they discovered how far you could really go. The limit is up to the green on turn one, but then the rest of the track, it is the red curb, so it's very easy to, you know, think you're on the limit when you're not. And I think even Mark Elgard said that he'd made a mistake in turn 12, ran a little bit wide, just about kissed the gravel, and that was enough to pick them up with a track limit warning as well. So it's you know, a very easy circuit to pick them up on, and the rest of the calendar is you know, not too far behind it, I would say. Bathurst, of course, track limits are non-existent. The track limit is basically a concrete wall over the mountain. Monza can be quite easy at Ascari if you're pushing the limits. Zuka, again, spoon 1, spoon 2 can catch you out. And Watkins Glen, if you get a bit too greedy on certain corners, that can catch you out on track limits. So drivers are going to have to learn from their mistakes in this season, I would say, and really reel the track limits in towards the latter half of the season.
You know, different tracks, just like you mentioned, different tracks have different penalties. If you do violate track limits at Bathurst, you're going to pay the pit lane penalty in the vein of having to sit on pit road and repair damage, right? Or you're going to be faced with the, no one ever wants to deal with it, being backwards in the S's. But if you run afoul of it here, you're going to start accruing drive-through penalties. It's different tracks, different kind of driving styles are required to take them on. But one thing's for sure, one way or another, you're never going to be able to cheat the racetrack. And certainly here today, nobody doing that, or nobody getting away with that. A lot of people doing it, nobody getting away with it.
Yeah, so very hard to get away with it in ACC, of course, with the automated track cut penalty system, and then of course stewards watching their BDI over proceedings as well. You are going to fall foul of some penalties at some point, unless you do have an absolutely fantastic race. Nothing really to report on the front of the stewards. Speaking of them, the last two we had through was lap 102, turn 14, involving the 545 and 41, deemed racing incident, minor contact. And then we had a lap 104 turn 3 involving the 420 and the 113. No further action. The 420 breaks into a corner that is usually flat. The 133 cannot expect that leading, cannot expect the car to brake, and of course it was wrong. No further action for either parties in that. That was when we were interviewing, I believe, Mark Elgard, and a little collision happened just ahead of their car. Forgive me if I am wrong. Carlos Calatayud off the circuit not so long ago. Now finds himself in and amongst the field. This is a lapped car ahead. I believe this is the 545, possibly the Lamborghini. Just ahead of him, he's got Stolworth actually for position. That's the Mercedes next in queue. So he's going to have to get past this Lamborghini if he wants to have a stab at that. And then a nice train forming ahead of them as well. Diaz is back in the 1-2-1 after Cifuentes tumbled that car down the field with an incident as well. So they're looking to see if they can climb up to the top. We still got the 2-2-1 at the front for Jaimo, the 34 in second, and the small PP racing car in third, with the 969 chasing, and Verstappen in the RCI blue car as well now, Jesse, up into P5, slowly making gains towards the front.
Slowly making gains towards the front, needs to do that. Nice steady pace, don't need to do anything too crazy to lose time. Timothy Flamber, the 224, this is another Lamborghini. And I'm starting to detect a bit of a pattern. This is the Alpha Sim Sport Lamborghini off into the gravel backwards. And I don't know if there was additional help there or if that was a solo spin. But either way, we have seen our fair share of Lamborghinis spinning off left, right, and center. You worry, is that a balance problem? Is that a grip problem on the rear end? And I can tell you, those Lamborghini Evo 2s, if you abuse the rear tires, a lot of times you never really get that grip back, especially if you abuse it early on into the stint. It never rebounds, it never comes back, and you're just left with, you know, whatever grip you have. You have to baby the car a little bit. Also too, it's sometimes on some corners, especially flat corners, flat banked corners, not flat out corners, it's easy to over torque the rear tires in some instances as well. You've got to be paying very close attention to that. But just a frustrating day for Alpha Sim Sport. Oh my goodness, and just as I say that, that's a McLaren off directly in front of us. That's the 87. Isn't that the 87?
That's the 87. Team Spin living up to their name, unfortunately, on that one. Tyler Hobson at the wheel. Team Spin, of course, doing just that. Side by side through turns 9 and 10. The Ferrari backed out of it almost, and I think the 87 of Tyler Hobson expected to go much deeper on the brakes, biased a little bit too close to the rear, and unfortunately the back end just went on that. McLaren safely rejoins, back on his way, although a few positions down and a big chunk of time lost there. And just as you said, Jesse, about the tires being, you know, grained, once you get them to that stage, they never quite come back. That is probably going to be a set of flat-spotted Pirellis from holding the brakes to avoid any further contact.
Unfortunately, like you said, they're living up to their name. But yeah, what really happened right there, what set that off, was trying to outbrake, like you say, but just having to put too much brake in it. You get sideways quite easily right there. It's a double, maybe even a triple apex, depending on how you take that corner. When you're trying to turn a significant amount and brake quite heavily, a lot of times if you're just offline a little bit, it's quite easy to over-rotate the car through the rear end, and it'll start to come around on you. I've seen a lot of drivers be able to save it. That was it's always an unfortunate, long, lazy slide. It was on that instance as well, but damage done. Exactly like you say, those tires are going to be cooked. Not too up on what the McLaren's tires do. I don't know if you can ever get them back into shape, but it's going to be a cautious couple of laps as they try to get that car back under control. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once you spin, you've of course got to dissipate all the extra heat out of the tires, while of course remaining on the kind of pace for the race. And the number 420 now with a drive-through penalty as well. And I stand corrected earlier on for the 52 drive-through that they served. That was in fact for the incident involving the 41 and the 52. The 52 takes out the 41 position not returned, and that's how they've ended up with another trip down pit lane. So Stewart's keeping us in the loop there. It wasn't track limits, it was in fact for that. And apparently the number 8 as well was a earlier an earlier incident. There was a correction regarding the incident on lap 82 turn 6 involving the 52 and the 8. It was in fact a drive-through for the car number 8. Dive bombs the 52, attempting to overtake a back marker, forcing a takeout of the 52. Originally the drive-through was mistakenly given to number 52. They're just correcting that there. That's why the number 8 also came down pit lane at the same time.
Saw a replay there of Christoph Verstappen in the RCI 769. I think that was a back marker. They were working their way around, but the back marker was trying to give way, probably caught Chris Verstappen unaware and nearly ran into the back of him. That would have been a penalty for the RCI car for doing that, unless, of course, the stewards deemed that the back marker acted in a sort of unpredictable manner. But either way, a scary moment. It goes to show you just how quickly things can change and just how quickly it can all come undone for any of these drivers. Got a car inside the top 5. Everything looks like it's going well, trending in the right direction. Then in an instant, one decision, not even a wrong decision, one decision can lead to something like that. Ali Shah's bringing the 420 into pit lane, serving that penalty, getting that taken care of for the Simu Nation Esports team. Be rejoining the fray, sadly, outside of the top 30, or at least I believe outside of the top 30. Tudor Voodoo for Harwell Motorsports 1 liveried car. The Rational Driving Brilliance team, actually, for them, trying to keep in front of Louston for 27th place. De Jong in this group as well in the AAA, trying to make some of that time back for the Jordy Suss racing car.
Yeah, so Van der Katsbeek finally out of the number 82. So he's getting some well-deserved rest there, and now makes a move on Tudor Voodoo. So that's Michael Lautzen now up into P27. Voodoo down into P28. And he does give way to the lapped car coming through there, and it gets a bit dicey going in to turn 11. That's not what we want to see, although all the drivers making it out of the other end, I believe. We've now got Dulapov in the 296 on the back of the 271. This is a bit of McLaren on McLaren action, and now the number 420 is going to be the next car in the train, although that is a way off yet. So these two going to be fighting on their own for a little while. This will be for position 32nd, and the 271 not had the best start to the race, and unfortunately they've just kind of ended themselves down in the bottom half of the grid, unfortunately, due to a few earlier incidents. The number 29 involved in those incidents is still in P35, so they've had an afternoon to forget as well, Jesse Lee.
Yeah, they certainly have. It's not completely over here. You can't lose sight of what you can possibly do. Here is De Jong taking a look down into turn 1. Hit just about side by side on the 141, and that's pretty much it. 141 yields basically at that point. Nothing else they really can do. Get back online. You take another look. You see the 90 there getting involved as well, trying to look to the inside. That's the One Sim Sport. We haven't talked about One Sim Sport pretty much at all today, which in a race like today, I'm going to take is actually a good thing. They've got the 90 and the 91 in the field here tonight, and sometimes no news is good news.
Yeah, sometimes it's the quiet teams you don't have to worry so much about if they're doing all right. They're just plodding along, you know, getting their race done and dusted, and then just kind of moving on with the season. And just looking into the World Tour chats, Chris Picker, we saw him just a moment ago in the number 911 Team Schumi Skins Porsche, currently in P11 with Taron at the wheel. Quoted as saying, "This track is so hard, especially with these temperatures and so many cars. Can't really catch a break either. It's just turn after turn, braking zone after braking zone, and it's super tricky to obviously bring the temperatures down. I guess they're kind of worried about the Pirelli tire temps on the Porsche. Of course, the engine over the rear axle and the fuel tank over the front. The rear tires really do get a workout, and when you're pounding them around with no real braking, no real brake in the corners or the braking zone, the Porsche is probably not going to be a pretty car to drive come the end of the stint."
If you put too much through the brakes too, it heats up the tire as well, and it creates adverse effects. It's a whole vicious cycle. That's why you got to do the practice. You got to get that stuff right, because in the race, there's not a whole lot you can do to correct issues with the race car. You can add air pressure, you can make adjustments on the aero to the car, but some of the finer stuff about the car, once you get into the race, what you see is what you get, and that's bad news for some people. Booter's holding off the 90 here for the time being, and that's not for position, of course. They're on 2 different laps, but quite interesting to see these two kind of going out. The 90s trying to unlap themselves to the 141. Talked about in the driver's briefing that if you are a lap down, you are allowed to go up and make passes on cars that are on a different lap than you, but you need to treat it as if you are actually the leader, essentially, and you are picking your way through blue flagged cars. It's weird how the roles reverse like that. Also, too, being in that position, personally, John, I've always just let those cars go, because all they can do is more damage than good in that situation, I find.
Yeah, sometimes stuck behind a car that you're faster than, even though you're a lap down, can get really frustrating. It leads to kind of, desperation moves, should we say, where, like you say, Jesse, they can do more harm than good. Tudor Budu does have the 545 Lamborghini just behind him, and it was being separated by Fredrickson in the number 90, although Fredrickson's let the 545 go in the last turn. So that now frees up the 545 to the back of Budu. And maybe Fredrickson's hoping if the 545 gets a move done, he can sneak through as well and claim back some of that lost time. Running on board here at the moment, De Jong in the Geordie Suss Racing, the Triple Eight. They had a great start to the race, and then a few calamities along the way as shoved them back down the field. They're looking at the back of Lauston's car just ahead, the number 82 on that one. Dulpov is still going at it with Thibaud in the number 271. Tries the outside of turn 1, nothing to be had there. Very hard to get the move done there. Like you say, Jesse, all the corners here at Valencia kind of camber in to the inside and kind of suck you around, so you end up being on the outside of most of these corners, and they don't quite have the grip that the inside line does. Just find yourself out in no man's land, finding it very tricky to find grip and find a way past your rival. But fantastic scenes here up and down the grid. Of course, we're just under 4 hours into the race, and battles are still going up and down the field, but we hit that quiet lull again where normally it's all about to kick off any moment.
You know what, too? We have also seen a little bit of a cooling of the racetrack. It was 39 degrees an hour ago. It's now down to 36 degrees C. So we are cooling off quite a bit, and we'll take that here on a hot day like today. The ambient temperature hasn't changed. It's still 31 degrees ambient, but the track temp cooling off. The sun no longer beaming directly down. It's starting to move off towards the west just a little bit, and that indirect sunlight will help. Oh, and it's a big one here in turn 1. That's the 800 and the 34. P1 and P2 have had contact. Oh, excuse me. What I say? I say 1 and 2. The car 2 and 3, and the 34 regaining Thomas Ing Sim Racing. Federico there. What exactly happens here? Is it just a mistimed move? It is. The 800 gets into the left rear, and that sends Federico around. The 800 is trundling along the racetrack there, trying to, I suppose, give it back. Small PP trying to do everything in their power. I mean, short of stopping, which they didn't do, but you don't really want to see that. That is the worst case scenario. Oh, he has done. He has let him pass. Look, the 34 back out in front of the 800.
Yeah, let him back through there. It's a very awkward place to kind of stop and, like you say, Jesse, let them go. So they've trundled around to a place that's safe, lifted right off, and let the Thomas Enger car back through, although the small PP guys, I can only imagine that it is going to be a penalty impeding from the stewards at any given moment. Of course, a mistimed move, as you said, Jesse, darted out for turn 1 just a little bit too late, caught the rear quarter of the number 34 and sent them round, possibly.
Or, I like to see it both ways. I'm a Libra after all. Or they could see a different angle of that shows that the 34 is moving under braking, which would nullify the contact at that point if the 34 is acting unpredictable. I have no reason to believe that is what happened. but it could go either way. We're not the BBC, but we were on that instance I wanted to cover up.
Absolutely so. And the 34 coming down the pit lane and fumbling the pit limiter almost looks like nearly stopped on the speed limit line. And then the hazards came on the McLaren and off it went again. So maybe coming down and trying to reset for a longer couple of final stints. Of course, you've got an hour, 5 minutes of drive time left. You've got 2 hours and 5 minutes left in the race. So you can just about make it if you elongate both stints by about 5 minutes or so. Maybe coming down, going to fix the rear end damage on that car. Going to keep an eye on the pit stop timer in the next couple of minutes or so, see how they progress through. We know a full service, Jesse, is about a 1 minute 5, 1 minute 6 in good condition. So anything more than that, I'm going to say they've had some big rear diffuser damage. They wanted to get that fixed.
Yeah, whenever you get hit like that, it changes the way the car handles, and it also, based on what kind of car you're in as well, also can change it. Some cars are less susceptible to aero damage, others are quite poor. I know that the McLaren back in the day was the world's worst for getting aero damage. You would damage the front or the rear part of the race car, and it would lose all grip. It turned into a combine harvester to drive after that. I have no idea if the new one is anywhere near that bad, but sometimes it's better to just come down pit lane, fix what's wrong, get back out into the race. And if there's a steward's decision, which I can't imagine there's not a steward's decision coming from that incident between P2 and P3, just let that fall wherever it may. Just don't do any more damage to yourself. Do not continue to shoot yourself in the foot. Get it fixed, get on with it, continue on. They were so far out in front of the field anyway, those lead group, that you're not losing a ton.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they were so far forward, but of course it does promote them up. It does promote everybody up a few positions, really. The number 34 now, Cassiaro at the wheel, all the way down in P9. So they've absolutely tumbled due to that pit stop. And on the pit stop timer, it was a 1 minute 12 from pit in to pit out. So roughly about 6 or 7 seconds of damage on that one, or possibly even just the fumble coming into the pit lane would have cost them a few more seconds as well. So possibly a mental reset. Maybe the driver's a little bit fired up and they said, you know what, we're going to bring you in, we're going to put somebody fresh in, we're going to forget about this, and then we're going to bring you in later on to have another shot at it. But you know, not what you want to see this late into a race. It's very hard to come back from. So he had a couple of yellow flags here for the 91 and the 812, I believe. Let's have a look, see what happened here, Jesse.
Oscar Fernandez is going to go for a trip. Was it assisted or solo here? See the Lamborghini looming large, getting close, and just, oh my goodness, not back on the power as the 91. The Lamborghini goes off as well. And I think the 91 was trying to get out of the way, slowed down on the racing line, took the Lamborghini unaware, and that introduced contact right there. Both the cars spun. Just another horrible situation. And it's not one that we didn't expect, admittedly. We assumed lap traffic would come into play here, and it certainly has. Yeah,
say lap traffic, of course, just being a little bit kind of unaware there. Maybe didn't indicate or signal clearly enough their intentions. Of course, the ACC does support indicators in the game, and they can prove crucial sometimes in communicating to the driver behind what your plan is. Of course, Chris has been in the chat as well, saying glory to Porsche, superior car manufacturer. Of course, the horse behind the car always made sense in reality. It's an awesome stream as always so far. Tricky race this one with such high temps. So again, the tire temps being probably the thing for the Porsche here. Very tricky to keep down for sure. But yeah, great to have you all on board, whether you're watching at home, whether you're racing, or just supporting your favorite team. And you can of course support us here at RCI by hitting that like button and hitting the subscribe button as well, so you know what's going on here at RCI TV. Calendar breakdown next week. We do have the round 4 of Mini British GT. We head to Snetterton, my least favourite track, despite winning at it earlier. If you were in the broadcast, you'd know the story. Last week, Donington, we saw Christopher Streppen win in a very dominant fashion in mixed conditions. And Friday sees our brand new Roulette Mini Championship begin, where each round you must pick a different car. No pre-qualifying on this one, taking it back to a much more fun format of racing. Round 1, of course, took place last night at the Nürburgring, and our very own Stewie took victory from Christopher Streppen and Joe Dorber, which Jesse Lee, I think, is a little bit suspicious, seeing as this championship was his idea.
Yeah, it is quite interesting too. We talked to him after the race, Stewie, that is, who is on our broadcast today. So if our mics get cut, just know that he did it in retaliation of what I'm about to say. But no, he explained that they, he was playing the odds. He knew that Nürburgring was race number one, which was the only round that they're going to know for Friday Roulette. He knew that. He enjoys the Porsche. I would say that Stewie's a Porsche enjoyer, and he wanted to go from strength to strength. I think he picked the right car for the job, and he raced in second place for 58 minutes of that race. And as the sand ran out of the hourglass, one mistake was made by the leader of that race, and that allowed Stewie to win that event. And what a race it was. He didn't seem too pleased about his prowess behind the wheel, considering it was almost in his terms almost gifted to him. But that's sort of part of racing, though. Part of racing is not always about being the faster car. It's about being the smarter or the more disciplined driver. Stewie certainly was that one day ago. Hey, and his reward for winning that race in dramatic fashion, he got to hang out with us for 6 hours today. So you know he's thrilled.
I'd say that's a great prize to win in a championship, of course. Hanging
Some
out
might
with
call
myself.
that a punishment.
Some might, but some might also be enjoyers of broadcasting. And I think Stewie, as well as enjoying Porsches, does enjoy broadcasting for us here at RCI, and his efforts are very much welcome. Been a long old slog this afternoon, Jesse Lee. We're 4 hours deep, just over the mark now, 1 hour 58 to go. And we now see a few more fights forming with Carlos Calatayud on the back of Stallworth for the Tyre Sim Racing esports team, the number 133. It's been in the wars a little bit, a few penalties dished out here and there. They've managed to remain in the mid-teens. And Carlos, we saw him not so long ago taking an excursion over the gravel. Stallworth pulls it down pit lane, jumps on the limiter, just about draws it up in time for the line, and down he comes to take his mandatory stop for the hour.
Yeah, when you're in a fight like that, that's what you have to do. You have to be on it in pit lane because you can't give up time. You give up a tenth on entry being a little bit careful, then they're going to be by you because you're nose to tail. That's exactly what Stallworth was doing right there, just trying to get every last bit out of it before you got to the line. I'd say he did a really good job of that, actually, making sure that he got everything he could, but not going over the limit to get a penalty. Drive-throughs continue to be issued by ACC. That's what the 87 of Monbra has. Is not, as far as we can tell, a steward-assigned penalty. So yet again, track limits has come into play for one of the cars. This time 87, the Spain without the A. That spin. They didn't spin, but they certainly are going to take a spin down the pit lane. Sorry, I am so sorry.
Very good on play on words there, Jesse, as Julian Vanbrugh comes down, jumps on the limiter nice and early to avoid any additional time penalties, and he will trundle through pit lane at 49 kilometers per hour, which even on a short straight like this feels like an eternity. Tim Rule has found his way now up into P3 for the 969 SPHE Motorsport car after a few dramas earlier on. Small PP Racing just ahead of them as well in the number 800, and the RCI Esports blue car now up into P4 as well, although slightly away down the road is Christoph Verstappen, but a fantastic drive nonetheless so far from those guys. Alsvin Hacker still out front by dominant fashion, and they've still got one more driver to cycle through, Jesse.
Yeah, they sure do, and you gotta wonder. Obviously, you had Max Wajna, who did a double stint early, in the middle of this race, and Hacker is now sort of bookending that stint. You're just hoping, and it's a dangerous spot as a driver. Your team has done all the hard work. All you have to do is not screw it up. I was talking about earlier about being a driver racing with 3 track limit warnings. You don't want to be. Nobody wants to be the driver that gets the 4th one. It's the same thing relatively when you're the leader of a race. You've got a really decent lead. Your team has been nailing it all day. They've not put a foot wrong. All you have to do is not screw it up. And let me tell you something, folks. The hardest thing in the world to do when all you have to do is not screw it up is not screw it up. It is the weirdest thing. You become a magnet for incidents. Hopefully that isn't the case here today. If they're able to pull this off, it's going to be one of the squeaky cleanest wins we've ever seen in RCI competition. By the way, talking about making mistakes, talking about them track limits. 86 drive through for, you guessed it, track.
Yeah, say another one to add to the tally. I mean, people have been going now maybe 4 hours without any kind of penalty, and like you say, Jesse Lee, they are the one to put the nail in the coffin. We saw then as well, it was the Mercedes, the 133 of Nixon, making a move stick on Coupland, the number 52 Pulse Simsport car, and then the 888 of O'Lila capitalised on taking a lap back of that fight to progress themselves forwards a little bit more. Michael Louston still fighting the back of Sims in the 712 Ferrari. I feel like these guys, well, these team cars, should we say, have been locked together in a train of various forms throughout the race. I think the 82 has been ahead for the majority of it, but the 712 has now snuck on through, so they are now leading themselves. The 86 down pit lane for their drive-through, indicated by the white P next to their name, so watch them tumble down the grid maybe towards the back end. Track temperature is slowly dying, along with air temperature now 30 degrees in the air, 36 degrees on the track. I wonder how much it's going to crash in the next 2 hours or so. Could we see a flip come through, Jesse Lee? Could we see, the cooler temperatures treating certain cars a little bit better? We heard earlier from Pika with the Porsche struggling with temperatures. Of course, the Danish duo in the BMW of Elgard and Ulrich were saying their front end is non-existent. And speaking of non-existent front ends, the number 82 there running very wide in the final turn, losing a ton of ground to the 712, possibly letting the McLaren by on that one. Let's have a look, see what happened on the curb. Braked, kind of didn't turn. So yeah, I would say intentionally let the Thomas Angus Sim Racing car through there, the number 34 gold McLaren, as they try and claw back some of the positions. Cassiaro in the car at the moment, number 34, currently in P7. Next on the board is P6, Thomas Ehrentraut in the Limitless Speed racing car. And speaking of the Danish duo, here they are on screen now, Jesse, the number 41, Elgard at the wheel, coming under insane pressure from Bullwinkle in the 812 Lamborghini.
Bullwinkle trying to make a move here on the 41. Elgard was with us earlier, talked to us about his race, said that there are going to be better races in the future. Today is all about getting everything they can. A top 10 would be pretty darn good, and just move on, because this car is good. It's just not exceptional at any particular thing, and that's where they're getting beat. Some of the other cars do have exceptional feats here at Valencia. Trying to survive and advance is Mark Elgard, but right now has Tristan Bullwinkle for Grid Finder right behind them, and just about nose to tail, as close as you like. Doesn't pull out here. A little bit of a gap, tries to undercut, covered off very nicely by Elgard. Elgard not showing any sort of defensive line necessarily, coming through turn number 2. Race replay here. What do we got? We've got Vanbrugh.
Living up to the name again, I would say, Jesse Lee. The spin, or Spain without the A, should we say, Team Spin. Finding his way back onto the circuit very sensibly indeed, waiting for the train of cars to pass through before then looping it back. And now we've got Elgard very wide indeed. Bullwinkle, not sure if we had the elbows out on this one, Jesse. Let's have a look what happened. This is towards turn 7, I believe. To the inside goes Bullwinkle, stands on the brakes up the inside and just runs a little bit wide, and a hip and shoulder to the BMW, sends it out to driver's right. Back on, avoids the gravel though, and hopefully that wasn't a track limit infringement as well, Jesse.
Yeah, the only other problem with racing people, as hard as some of these drivers are, is that's where they're getting a lot of their track limit warnings. They're going wide, trying to either avoid other cars or gain a little bit of a space, or making mistakes in battles with cars, and it's so easy to turn those mistakes into track limit warnings. Again, discipline, a huge part of the game. It's one of the hardest things for a racing driver, let alone a sim racing driver, to learn. Maturity and discipline. Anybody, in my opinion, can go out there, turn enough laps, and be a fast driver. A veteran driver, a smart driver, the driver that I want to drive for me, is an intelligent, calculating driver. And also, too, if you can have ice water in your veins, that's pretty good as well. One of those unflappable, undeterred, and unmovable type as well. But yeah, just being cautious is one thing, but also just being intelligent about your driving within yourself. Rarer than you think in racing, and it's something that can't necessarily be taught, but eventually, if you survive in the sport long enough, you eventually learn that. Louston was hoping, by the way, with that car, you'll recall a couple laps ago, they let the lead lap car through. What Michael Louston was hoping was going to happen was they would catch the car that they're racing in front of them and slow them down in a unadvantageous part of the racetrack. Well, didn't really work out that way, and nearly half a second back still is Louston. Felix Tavenza Hacker, we haven't seen the Hi-Mo car. We've talked about the Hi-Mo car a lot, but we haven't seen that Lamborghini much at all today. They've just been the class of the field. They've been way out in front. They've not done anything to really say that they're any weakness. Will there be places, I wonder, where this Lamborghini is not quite as strong, or is this just the raw talent and pace of the Hi-Mo Lamborghini team?
I'd say it's probably a combination of both, Jesse. You know, the Lamborghinis were looking very strong in the practice, and the quali, unfortunately, some bad luck for them has shuffled them down the grid, and the McLaren's looking far superior at the moment in the top 10, at least, of manufacturers. I think it's a combination of their raw talent, like you say, Jesse. You know, all of them are seasoned esports drivers in their own right. They've won, you know, numerous races along the way, and you know, paired with each other, it could be a very deadly combination indeed. And I'd be excited to see who they will draw in for the season, whether they're going to change any of the drivers out, or whether we'll see this lineup all the way to the end. Of the hip and shoulder check there from the 545. Not sure what they were thinking, but looks like Skidanoff was well alongside by that point and should have flashed up on the radar. Should be no reason to kind of turn in there, and down towards turn 8 now on the brakes. The Lamborghini trying the long way round, although the grunt of the BMW should pull it off the corner very nicely through turns 9 and 10 up to 11. And the 545 does have to back out a bit, but can they get it drawn up for the hairpin? Is there going to be any contact side by side still for these guys? And it draws all the meanwhile. Hannes in behind on the 420. He's got front row seats to this fight. He is ready to capitalize should they make a mistake, and they bang again through turn 13. Contact. Both drivers spin Jesse Lee towards turn 14, and that is not what you that's what you don't want to see. Of course, the stewards more than likely going to be getting a report from one or two of the drivers on that one. Again, no racing driver admitting they were wrong in that one. Great switchback from Skidanoff, sorry. Looks like he just, it's hard to say from this angle, Jesse. We're going to have to see what the stewards say on telemetry on that one.
All I got to say on an incident like that is those are two drivers that are, their judgment's a little bit clouded, and they're not thinking straight. And on top of that, it got personal. They let a battle on the racetrack become a personal feud between the two of them, and that is the outcome. Skidnov and Arlavi getting into it. I would say that was a heated discussion gone wrong. Well, we've seen a lot of Lamborghinis do this here today, but here is a Mercedes doing it just off the racing line. The grip lower there, trying to turn the car hard to the left, and Olila just sort of half spinning the car, damaging the tires, losing time, but just odd. We saw this in some of the RCI Weekly series that ran here, but nowhere near as significant as this. I wonder if the track temp over 35 degrees is playing into a lot of these long slides we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I'm not sure if it's, you know, drivers trying, again, to match each other in different machinery. Obviously, Olila had Satsvina Hacker ahead of him in the Lamborghini. Maybe he thought, I'm going to try the Lamborghini's braking point and see what happens. And found out exactly what happens by trying that. You know, it's a very different platform, mid-engine versus front engine, different wheelbases, etc. And I think this is getting very personal, Jesse Lee, as you said earlier. They are letting their judgment get clouded by the fact they want to win this position off each other. And let's have a look down into turn 1. Looks like the BMW just about got enough of a gap to kind of stop a move happening from the 545, although much more speed for the 545 carried through. And I think they've just about fended them off to turn 2. Let's have a look at the race replay, see what we're watching here. This is again down into turn 11, coming out, and there's contact again, Jesse Lee. The BMW just about manages to save it. Very good reactions there, but the 545 into the back of them. And just while I've got you all, let's have a look here into the final corner, turn 14. Let's have a look what happened. The BMW tried to kind of come back on to avoid obviously the curb and the track limit. Maybe lost the rear on the sheer torque of that BMW spinning the wheels up, and just got into the side of the Lamborghini. Lila now finds himself in a bundle of traffic, trying to filter his way through, claim back some laps if he can. And the number 7 Crazy File Racing McLaren also down the lane with a drive-through. Jesse, I can only assume that's track limits because I can't find anything in a steward's report at the moment.
Yep, certainly looks likely there. Ignacio Morera in the 141 now, trying to make up some of these spots. That's Kucherenko directly in front of them. Heads-up fight between two Lamborghinis. Because, of course, Kucherenko's trying to get by Lila now as they're all going at it. And this back to the battle that certainly is a personal grudge match now. You know what's interesting about this, folks, is the way that stewarding works for the World Tour is one of these drivers, somebody involved, has to submit a protest form or a report form, if you will, for this to be looked at. This is not something that the stewards are actively monitoring beyond, any sort of safety concerns. So for this to be officially looked at, it has to be submitted. Now, if it goes too far, though, the stewards may, and it might have already done. Arlavi off into the grass, dirt tracking it. Is this a different car? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Contact a 5th time, folks. That is a 5th contact. That time sending Robert Arlavi into the infield grass. And was that the end of it there? It is honestly a bit disgusting to watch. This turning into something of a destruction derby.
Yeah, it is getting a little bit too physical, I think, at this late stage of the race. There's no real need for it, of course. Still just under 2 hours to go. There's plenty of time to, try and make a move on your rival. You've got pit stops to come as well. You've got 2 of them potentially at this stage. And speaking of pit stops, the Hymo Lamborghini has come down the lane. They were 50 plus seconds to the good. Now with a gap of 2.1 seconds, of course. Small PP still yet to make their pit stop, I believe, and the 969 also in tow to them, still yet to stop. Thomas Irontrout, I believe, is down the lane in the number 23, if not is due to come down at any moment. So pit stop cycles ahead of us, Jesse Lee. It's not going to be long before we maybe see some position changes.
Certainly a possibility here. A couple of pit sequences are out of sync with some of the other cars. Mark Ogard into the pit lane. Andrew McWilliam installed into the car as we expected. The only driver that hasn't driven today for the Hymo Lamborghini. They're out there now, and will be interesting to see. It won't be a full 2 stints for McWilliam. It might be a stint and a half, an equal measure. I don't foresee anybody else getting back into that car, so it might be on McWilliam to finish this race off today. No pressure or anything, the leading car.
Yeah, as you say, Jesse, when all you don't have to do is make a mistake, the only thing you want to do is essentially make a mistake. So hopefully Andrew McWilliam can challenge his focus and keep the Hymo car on the straight and narrow. A couple of more stewards reports coming in, bearing in mind we're on lap 165. These are stemming back to lap 140. Turn 8 and 9 involving the 224 and the 545. Drive through for the 545. Loses control while being lapped, causing a takeout of the 224. Position not returned, and an incident on lap 140 turn 1 involving the 52 and the 596. Have a drive through for the 296. 296 does not leave space on track for the 52 exited into pits, causing a takeout. So the 296 Karpov down in P35, and the 545 we just saw taking lumps out of each other with the 920. Both dealt the wrath of the stewards as well.
Yeah. I'm not sure we're done with that quite yet.
I think there's more on the horizon.
Yeah, there might be something more on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. I don't feel like that's the end of it. I think the stewards are working at max capacity, and the more they see of that, if they do continue to see those incidents, they're not going to be pleased, are they? Really? That's just it's unfortunate driving. It's drivers that are losing their head late into this race. They're losing sight of what really matters, and they're basically beating 7 bells out of each other, which is not on, the British would say.
Absolutely, we would say that is not on, not good. Certainly something we don't want to see, of course, here in RCR, though tempers get flared, battles get personal, as you said, Jesse Lee, and I'm seeing a yellow flag for the number 82. Freddie, very surprising. Freddie van der Katsby is back in that car, Jesse Lee, after one stint from his teammate. And I'm not sure what's happened down here into turn 14. Brakes on the curb, loses the rear end, and that's the second Mercedes we've seen spin in the past 10 minutes or so. And when he gets it together, the number 82 back on the track safely, although a little bit of time lost, and probably another flat-spotted set of Pirellis. And Chris Brook now with a drive through for the Steady Start Racing red team. I can only imagine that is, of course, for track limits as well. Not seeing any more stewards reports coming through on that one at all. So, you know, drama's happening still. We still got a few stewards reports to come, I reckon. Cassiaro for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing. We saw him earlier on getting taken out, essentially, by the number 800, or maybe a poorly judged move. He is now back under the wing, Jesse, of the number 800. They fired Cassiaro up. They've said to get him on the way, and the 800, of course, has already made his stop this time by. So this is a battle that will be settled on the track, hopefully. And I believe Jesse's internet has died once again. A few connection issues here in the RCI booth. And around goes Andre Dixon Chen in the number 91. Let's have a look what happened here. Braking for what is essentially turn 12, I believe this is. And the 669 clattering into the rear quarter of the Ferrari, sending it into the inside, and then a few pirouettes to get it going again. But very unfortunate to see a few incidents happening down at turn 12 today. The number 91 again round in turn 12. Let's have a look what happened here. Probably stems from the turn 11 incident. Goes wide, gives way too much room by the looks of it to the Porsche.
Oh, that's such a dangerous place.
Right in front of the guys battling for P3 as well, Jesse. That was Kovacs and Cassiaro you saw going through there. The number 969 of Gutman had to take to drive his left through the gravel. Very well held to not upset the Audi R8. We know how badly that car can behave on bumps, but this battle is going to be settled on the track, Jesse, and we saw what happened last time. Let's hope it doesn't happen again.
Let's certainly hope it doesn't. I just want to add something on Dixon Chen. That was not their fault. Obviously, accidents happen, and it's not their fault where they ended up sitting, but they did the right thing. They did the predictable thing. They didn't move. Unfortunately, they were facing the oncoming traffic so they could see it, but where they were parked was the exact point where you want to run over. You want to run over that curb. You want to stay to the inside. That's what you typically want to try and do. All those cars coming through that corner at full force, trying to nail that section. It's the most technical part of the racetrack. If you ask me, it's where you can either lose or gain a bunch of time. And Dixon Chen sitting there looking at them head on. A scary proposition. The first batch, of course, took to the right. They were able to get off the throttle and go to the right and just sort of use them as a mobile chicane. The next group, of course, caught up in their own battles, were not quite so lucky. They had to take to the beach all the way into the sand to get away from them. And you worry, did some of those cars pick up a track limit warning for basically having to avoid an accident? It's an unfortunate reality that we all deal with. Herrera trying to stay in front of Panis in the 420, looking to the inside, just about side by side. Herrera gives him room. Panis down to the inside. They're still side by side as they go up to turn number 2. The inside should favor the 420, but we've seen cars around the outside hang on. Nothing doing here. Wide turn for the 141 as if letting Panis go. Herrera yields the position. That's more like it. That's what a battle's supposed to look like.
Yeah, very respectful driving from both cars there through turn 1, 2, and the move was already signed, sealed, and done by the time they got to 3. But like you say, Jesse, we have seen cars claw on around the outside of 3 that then becomes the inside for 4 and 5. So it is possible to kind of mount a counter-attack, could we say, on that one. And just ahead of him, he's got Chris Picker in the Schumi-Skins Porsche, number 911, the red liveried car. Looks fantastic. We had a look at it earlier on the grid walk. It's great to see so many custom liveries. We say it time and time again on RCI TV, and if you are watching, of course, back on the broadcast, get your custom livery submitted. We want to see more cars on the track in custom liveries. Put little Easter eggs on the livery for us to find and give us a little hint in chat. It would be great to see. We saw earlier a hidden anime girl on one of the cars. I think it was the 86.
And anime, John. Get it
and
right.
an anime on, is it the 86? I think it was on the Kucherenko car.
We
currently down
never
in
found the anime
P30.
on the other car. They told us to look into the brake ducts, but there's nothing in there as far as
I don't think it's there, Jesse. I cheesed it earlier on. I looked at the
I
file
see.
of the template, and I couldn't see it on there. So I think they might have been pulling our leg, should we say, as the British would say.
Do you know what's really cool? And this is something that the teams don't have to do, but there's a lot of beautiful custom liveries in this race. I think we can all agree. And there's something that some of the teams did that's completely voluntary. There are certain mandatory parts of the race car you might be interested to know. The Pirelli stickers on all four corners of the car, that is required. The official Assetto Corsa Competizione logo is required to be on the hood of the car and big enough to be legible. There's a couple of other things as well that are required. What's not required are some of these teams using the RCI logos on the cars, on the wings, putting it on the roof, putting it on the sideboards of their cars. That's completely elected, and it's really cool to see that. We saw on the grid earlier, I don't recall what number it was, but there was a car whose wing was RCI logos. Of course, we provide our logos to people if they want to use them in their streams, their cars and everything. And it always amazes me. They have nothing to gain. These teams have nothing to gain from promoting RCI or putting our logos on their cars, but they do it anyway. It's very, very cool. You love to see it. And John Dalton, I've seen a couple of SRO cars with some RCI logos.
Yeah, I've heard rumors in the mill that a few are sporting RCI logos now. It's great to see, obviously, branching out into other aspects of sim racing. And the car you're thinking of earlier on, Jesse Lee, was the number 33, the Steady Start Racing blue car, has RCI end plates on it. I'm not sure if the red one does, but the blue cars at the moment come
Makes sense. It's a blue car.
Exactly.
Sense.
Why not?
I'm just curious how you knew that so quickly.
I've got a keen eye for liveries and stupid trivia. Liveries are my thing. If you ever need to know any updates that have new liveries, I'm your man to ask.
Connoisseur.
A livery supremacist, maybe.
I don't know if that one works, John. Moving very along. Zaza here in a fight. It's been a while since we talked about Cleto Gaza, but Zaza now involved in another battle on the track, trying to keep Herrera behind them. And it actually, Zaza, I think, made the pass. Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, I think Moreira's ahead in the Lamborghini, the black one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Zaza got passed by Moreira. I had that backwards initially, but that's
okay.
That's what's happened. The timing and scoring hasn't updated, but Moreira has got by Zaza. And of course, yeah, that is the 800 car out in front, the pink car. But position changing here. Zaza going the wrong way. Moreira will be happy to have that spot up. Of course, Moreira losing the fight to Panis earlier on, or not necessarily hotly contending. Completely fair to Moreira, but fight here with the 712. Zaza not giving up here into turn one, not letting Moreira drive away with it. A little bit of a cheeky look down into turn one, nothing else doing, as these cars behind them are all trying to filter through. That's Cassiaro in third place, flashing, getting through, and I believe the 12th place car is right behind them, also trying to make their way through. Three groups, 3 different laps.
Say Cassiaro is given the break a little bit to Moreira from Zaza, and Moreira runs a little bit wide in that turn to allow Cassiaro through, and that's going to allow maybe the Lamborghini around the outside, although it's not. He parks it on the apex and then lets Cassiaro go, along with the number 8 Lamborghini of Beranek on the ASG events, but it's given a little bit of a breathing room from Zaza at least, although got to be careful that Zaza doesn't sneak through with this Lamborghini next in line, and that, the meanwhile, has of course given a break to the race leaders ahead ever so slightly Of course, the number 800 is now that little bit further up the road than what it once was, thanks to the traffic. And we do say it a lot: traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And all the meanwhile, the Hymo car is allowed, of course, to drive up the road and be very careful here. This is what I was talking about. Zaza now alongside Morera through turn 13. The sweeper down on the brakes for 14. Morera's got the much wider line, could get a better run off the corner, although Zaza parks it perfectly on the apex. And all the meanwhile, just behind, you've got a charging Gutman in the 969. He's trying to pass the 86 Lamborghini, and soon they're going to be on the rear of this fight. And Gutman's going to want to get through because obviously Cassiaro in the Thomas Enger car is just up the road. He can see him. He's a couple of corners ahead, and it's getting a little bit messy in the background of turn 1 down into 2, all relatively calm. Zaza through on Morera, and all the meanwhile, we've got the charging 969 behind. While we're talking about East, just want to speak on the 121. Just a few laps ago, had a drive-through penalty. I'm not seeing anything in the steward's report. However, we do have a few reports. Bearing in mind, we're lap 173. This stems back to lap 148. The 87 and the 41, 5 seconds for the 41, causing avoidable contact while lapping. Between lap 150, turn 1, involving the 34 and the 800, 15 seconds for the 800, taps the rear of the 34, taking them out. The 800 does return the position, so probably a less favoured penalty there. That was down into turn 1. We saw it earlier on. So all Cassiaro has really got to do is just keep it close enough within the 15 seconds of Kovacs, which he's going to for sure do, and then not let Kovacs back through. Gets very dicey in to turn 12 there. This is Matthias Thornberg and Blizzard going together. Jacob Blizzard on the inside there, elbows out racing, and all the meanwhile the sister car has a fantastic view behind on that one. The other Sim Brothers racing car, the grey coloured Porsche versus the white one. The McLaren tries to open the corner to get a better run, but we know the Porsche does have great traction off the corner. Can he make it work? Although the McLaren, just look at that, pulling length, tries to squeeze him to the inside. Matthias Thornberg very fair with the positioning of the Porsche, giving him no room at all. Will dart out now to the right hand side to open up the corner, leaves Blizzard on the inside, understeers off way past track limits there, and that's some fantastic racing there. Very well defended by Thornberg, gave just enough room to make it not dangerous and not to squeeze the McLaren onto the grass, and just about managed to make a defense through turn 1. Back to the stewards reports. Lap 151, turn 11, involving the 545 and the 34. We have a drive-through for the 34 for taking out while lapping traffic, and that's the race leader as well. Actually, yeah, not the race leader, sorry, that's P2 and P3, both with penalties. Jesse Lee, the number 800 with 15 seconds, and Cassiaro with a drive-through this late on in the race. This is going to be very detrimental. This could promote the 969 and the 769 up a few positions. And finally, lap 158, turn 6, involving the 41 and the 812. No further action, minor contact, but just as we think it settles down Jesse Lee, it all explodes again.
Look, racing is actually quite simple. That's a complete lie. It's very complex, but the fundamentals of racing are quite simple. Stay on the track and do not harm yourself. Whatever you do out there, I don't care if you're 8 seconds a lap slower than anyone else. Just do not hurt your team by making the big mistakes. Don't get involved in any extracurricular activities. Don't put your car in a bad position. Whatever you must do, protect your car, protect your team. We've seen an utter failure of that on multiple accounts today, up and down this grid. Nobody has been immune from making mistakes. I don't know what they're putting in the water in Valencia. I don't know what this track has done to people, but it has created some incredible action and some very frustrating moments for a lot of these teams. And now both second place and third place have run afoul of that. Two very different penalties. The drive-through, I think, actually, I don't know what the time down pit lane is. I've just realized I don't know how long it takes to get down pit lane. So it takes about 30 seconds from end to end. Okay. So Kovacs and Small PP are better off with the 15-second penalty. There are racetracks, folks, in case you're wondering my dilemma. There are racetracks where a drive-through is better than getting a 15-second penalty. Not here, though. 30 seconds from the end. It is quite a long pit lane. John Dalton, I am super happy that at the conclusion of tonight's race, you and I get to go home and sort of relax. What I definitely do not envy is a lot of these teams that are going to have debriefs, and there's going to be a lot of talking and explaining to do.
Yeah, some of these guys are going to have a few points to make, I think, to any team managers or organization managers within their talent camp. And it's, you know, it's very tricky. Like we said, Jesse, earlier on, you don't want to be that driver that gets the final nail in the coffin for the track limit. You don't want to be the guy that gets the 15 seconds down pit road, or the drive through, or the stop go 30 for misjudging where the pit speed line is. It's you know, not good, but you know, we live and we learn from these mistakes, and if we didn't make mistakes, then of course we wouldn't be progressing as people, especially in sim racing. Of course, the field sometimes can be made up of you know, quite young folk in their, you know, late teens, early 20s that haven't had so much experience maybe on the racing circuit. I'm feeling pretty old this year, Jesse Lee. I'm feeling pretty old this year. I'm turning 30 in a few months' time, and yeah, it's one of them things, you know. 10 years ago, I look back and, you know, I was probably quite young and naive and had a lot of lessons to learn on the racetrack and off the racetrack. But, you know, it's how you learn from those mistakes, and it's how you progress yourself through the season and the calendar as well. You know, a long old season ahead, one race essentially every month now up to December. And of course, the big 24-hour, that's where you want to be learning all of your mistakes too.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams too, I mentioned earlier several hours ago that this is almost like a tune-up for some of those other rounds. And I think the overarching thing that we've learned up here is a lot of these teams did need tune-ups. They needed to get a better understanding of their cars. They needed to get a better understanding of each other's teammates. And also, a lot of these drivers, it's not out of question to assume this is a first time that a lot of these teams have raced against each other in this kind of format, in this capacity. So they're eyeing up the competition a little bit as well. And everybody is going back to school. You're learning something out of this race. For too many today, that lesson is going to be a harsh one, that so many things went wrong, and they're going to have to try and find a way in September to rebound from all of the unfortunate incidents that happened today. I will say this, and this is the solace that I take, and I think everybody else should take, the teams I mean, from this race. This is probably the most physical, the toughest race of the season. There will be longer races, there will be arduous events, but as far as racing the racetrack, the temperature of that, the relatively small notebook you could possibly have for your car and this racetrack, I think all of that compounds to make this the most difficult round of the season. So I'm all for silver linings on clouds and stuff like that. And if you had to have one, I think that's it for today.
Yeah, I would say hands down, this is the toughest race on the calendar. Just how twisty and technical it is. It's almost like Brands Hatch in nature, where there's just no real breathing space on any kind of long enough straight. You know, you look to the rest of the calendar, you've got Monza, which has, you know, a ton of straights to kind of wind down and kind of switch off a little bit before the next sequence of corners. You've got Bathurst, you know, Mount Panorama. You've got the big long straight from turn 1 to 2. You've then got the Conrod straight all the way down from the mountain to the chase. Suzuka, you've got the straight between, you know, 130R. You've got straights that are technically slight bends in the road, which are a little bit relaxing. And Watkins Glen, of course, with the long drag from turn 1 all the way to the bus stop through the kind of twisty uphill section, not really too taxing on the driver. But Valencia here, we had Chris Picker earlier mentioned in the Team Shumi Skins Porsche number 911, currently in P11. He was mentioning that there's just no break. It's just, you know, turn after turn, braking zone after braking zone, and it really takes its toll on not only the drivers but also the cars. The Porsche possibly struggling with tire temperatures, and Mark Elgard was also saying the same thing earlier on with the BMW. It just has no front end here, and obviously the temperatures dropping ever so slightly now. Air temperature 30, track temperature 34. As the sun sets here, Tobias Lang flashing the lights to try and get the traffic out of the way ahead. Obviously, he wants to try and now capitalize on Cassiaro, who just has one McLaren between themselves. You see Cassiaro in the gold-fronted McLaren going through the front of our shots here. Here it comes through the shot now, followed by one more McLaren, and then Tobias Lang at the back of that train. He's going to be chomping at the bit to try and capitalize on the penalty that Cassiaro has just served.
Just going over chat, reading some things earlier on in the day. The 911 team dropped by, and we thank you, Shumi Skins, the entire team, all the teams skins out there today. We thank you for participating in the stream and the race as well. We appreciate your very, very kind words indeed. And Zaza Racing team stopped by and had the same sentiment. So thank you very much. And Shumi Skins, actually, speaking of them, they just rejoined us and said, hello there. Can't drive today, sadly, but how's it going overall? It's been a race. You're going to feel this one. We're feeling it here in the booth. It's been, to this point, nearly a 5-hour race, and it feels like we've been here for 12 hours just because there's always been something going on in this event. We've never had a time to take a break and take a breath simply because it's just been that action-packed. There's been so many cars. There's been so much drama. And I think we've seen a lot of the Shumi Skins cars out there making passes, working their strategy out there today. Well, what an event. What an event. What a way to start this championship. But I can't imagine a more chaotic start to the race. Whoever came up with 6 hours of Valencia round number 1, I don't know if I should thank them or take them off my Christmas card list.
I'm torn between the two, Jesse Lee. It's been a great event. It's been, action-packed. We've had a few lulls in between now and again, but there's always been a fight or something going on somewhere. And the fight on the screen at the moment, Valencia and Cassie Aro, these two are fighting for position. This is for P5 over all, of course. No pro, no silver, no kind of split categories in split one. Split one is competing against themselves and only themselves. So Tobias Lang going to want to make a move very quick, and we've watched the limitless speed drivers, Jesse, on Mondays making moves in the mini British GT Championship, and they're very capable guys. And Tobias Lang now to the inside of turn 2 gets the move done. I think turn 3 is even ahead, although Cassiaro might have the inside, covers off the inside very sensibly into the next turn and gets the move done and dusted. Although Cassiaro, I think, is going to want this position back. He's not going to take it lying down with just over an hour to go. But yeah, it's been action-packed from start to finish, essentially. Always battles going on everywhere. And, I don't know whether to, like you say, Jesse, thank them or remove them from my list, because it's been such a hard slog, not only for drivers, teams, cars, also us here in the broadcasting booth with Stewie and ourselves. It's a long old 6 hours this afternoon, I feel, Jesse. Has somebody messed with the time continuum?
No, but I will say this. Do you remember earlier on in the week when I said, what would be fun if it's just Stewie, you and me for 6 hours? I could not have envisioned what actually happened. I expected, despite where we were, I expected this to fan out, and sort of most races of this caliber, what happens is people fan out, they're following each other quite nicely. Nobody's really able to make too many moves. It usually takes mistakes for moves to manifest. Today, the pace has been there. The pace has been completely fine. The talent has been there. But what hasn't been there is the control. It has been flag to flag insanity. Drivers missing corners, slipping up, going around the outside, bumper to bumper contact, wheel to wheel contact, late braking, missing braking points, running wide, hitting the walls, penalties on pit road, penalties that send you down the pit road. Nobody in this field that I'm aware of has had a perfect run of it except the Hymo guys.
Yeah, we said it in qualifying, didn't we? The only thing to undo the Hymo guys, I reckon, would be themselves. And they have run so far, touch wood, no commentator's curse here, an absolutely kind of flawless race almost, from the green flag onwards. A little challenge from the 1-2-1 into turn 1 was had, although no move was to be stuck. And yeah, the 2-2-1, the Hymo cars have driven away, as we see a fantastic view here of the rear view of the Shumi Skins Porsche, the 911. Currently, Chris Picker at the wheel, getting very close indeed with the number 8. This is for position. Number 8, of course, with a penalty earlier on, sends it up the inside of turn 2. Chris Picker gives the space, tries the old switchback, uses the traction of the Porsche to try and draw alongside into the kink of 3, although just not enough overlap. The Lamborghini powers away and sets themselves up perfectly for turn 3. So Chris Picker down into P12. Just behind him there is the number 420. Don't worry, that isn't for position. The next car he's got to worry about is the number 63. Is quite a way down the road from what I'm looking at. I believe Jesse has unfortunately departed us briefly once again while Discord sorts itself out. Nicholas Keller here on your screens. This is, position change here. So we've got the 86 that is showing us behind on the pictures, is showing ahead on the timing board. So this is a position change. This will be Keller up to P30. There we go, the timing board updating. 86 slips down to P31. The 86 has had a bit of a rotten run as well, getting caught up earlier in a few incidents, finding themselves down pit lane for some penalties, and they've just slipped down the board after a fantastic start to the event. Just over an hour to go now. We're probably going to see pit stops cycling through in the next half an hour to 40 minutes, depending when drivers want to come. Of course, you've got an hour, 5 minutes on the stint timer, so got to give it another 10 minutes before you come down the lane, and even then, you are cutting it very fine for the final stint. I would say you want to see how much the track temperature is going to change, run it right up to the line, and see if you can get some perfectly pressured tyres on a slightly lighter fuel load to see if you can ignite any positions to be had along the way. Nicholas Keller, team at Vermont, for the 271 into turn 14, and the number 8 is putting no, this is again for position actually, the 669 slipping down into P11, and the number 8 now up into P10 through turn 1. Got a much better run up to turn 2, got the overlap, stood on the brakes, just about got it drawn up in time. The 669 gave just enough room to the number 8, but the number 8 is now up into P11, I believe. No, this is the number 8 up into P10, sorry, P10. That is the 669 down into P11.
Interesting overtakes, and we get to the point of the race where you start to ask yourself, your team will ask for you, what's it worth to me? What's it worth to me? Meaning, is it worth holding this person up? Is it worth trying to fight for these positions? What strategy are we on? Where are we realistically going to finish? Now is the time where most drivers are at their most rational, not necessarily in the final hour, not in the particular waning minutes of the race, but just far enough from that where you're a little less likely to fight it, especially if you've already had a rough day or you've been in the wars. Now you start to consider, the end game. Essentially, you'll have been about halfway. You would have started to run this race backwards, I would have imagined. Most of the teams, a lot of those teams, rather unfortunately, have been down pit road again. Not for a routine stop, but for a penalty. And I do worry what, ooh, my goodness, that Porsche right there, I thought was going to clip the end of pit lane wall. They were so far over to the right. They didn't. It's a scary moment, nonetheless. Are we gonna see how close? So what's going on here? Never mind the rear view here. Don't worry about that. Oh, I see. They're following the Lamborghini in front, and that's a Tech Pro barrier on pit exit that looked like it ballooned out at the end, but it actually didn't. They were in no danger whatsoever, but expertly picked up there by Stewie. At least we get to see. Our view was a lot scarier than what they were doing. What they were doing was completely fine.
Yeah, absolutely. So the camera position there making it a bit tricky to figure out what was truly going on initially. The number 141 Lamborghini two-door Voodoo piloting that with, of course, Morera. Two-door has been in our YouTube chat. The track is just insanely hard on the tires. Maybe some people can keep them alive, though, through driving and or setup, but we are definitely struggling for most of the stint. So tires overheating, and of course overheating tires, a very unhappy car. Chris Picker there with a little bit of traffic behind. I think that's that's Gutman in the 969 contending there, and Chris Picker's going to be focused on the rear of the 669 McLaren just ahead, so maybe not aware of the Audi steaming up behind him, although going to want to try and let him through if he can. I would say for running, he's not going to be too detrimental. Maybe overtaking the Audi, being told in my ear there. Maybe we caught the tail end of the fight at hand. But Chris Picker's going to want to try and get his way through the 669. Whether or not he lets Gutman through in the 969 and sees if he can use the faster Audi to open the door a little bit. Let's see what is happening here. This is Cassiaro on Tobias Lang through turn 1. Looks like Cassiaro gets a much better run and breaks much later than Lang. That was an absolute send, but Lang's seeing it coming a mile off and getting the switchback done, Jesse, out of turn 2 down to 3, and Lang stays ahead of Cassiaro. Meanwhile, Chris Picker is getting very close indeed with the train behind. He's going to want to keep his eye in the mirror. Doesn't want Gutman, like you said, Jesse, earlier on. Sometimes faster cars or slower cars can do more damage than harm, so hopefully it's not the case this time by.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the Lane Cassiaro turn number 2, sort of back and forth that was right there. I love that. That's a veteran racing driver in Tobias Lang, knowing that Cassiaro could not, of course, they're in the same car, of course, so the handling is relative on those two. Lang realizing at the last second Cassiaro was there, and there's no way that he was going to make the apex of the corner, breaking that late, so he goes wide, allows Cassiaro to run up the racetrack. Lang is able to break in and sort of round off the corner, or V off, or diamond off the corner, and just get right back by him as easy as you please. That is a split-second decision, 2 split-second decisions. The first decision Lang made was to see Cassiaro coming up his inside, not able to stop and pull the car to the right. That's what Lang did. Second decision was to see that Cassiaro was running well deep and clear, and in that split second, turn extra brake and turn hard left and get that car back onto the apex and regain that position. That's something that is either instinctual or you can learn that behavior, but Tobias Lang certainly seen that move before and knew exactly what to do, saying, there's no way you outbroken me here. You're going to go wide, and I'm going to take the spot back. Excellent job there, and no real harm done there. Cassiaro was just trying to run down the inside, outbroke himself. Lang saw it coming, so no harm, no foul. They'll probably continue racing it out here.
Yeah, absolutely. So no harm, no foul, and Chris Picker has just let through the 969 of Gutman in the Audi R8 Evo 2, maybe hoping he can use the Audi's toe down the straight to draw himself even closer to the back of the 669. Maybe when Gutman gets through on the 669, Chris Picker can follow through, although Picker is now coming under fire from the number 420, I believe, way out of cycle for this fight, and they look like they want to get a move on as well. Just looking down the 420, indeed, P26 currently. Chris Picker, of course, in P12, and we spoke earlier to Chris Picker. He said the temperatures are the detrimental thing for the Porsche. We know how much the Porsche can overwork its rear tires, especially 29 degrees in the air, 33 on track. Jesse Lee, it's getting cooler, but it's not changing that much, and just over an hour to go. I can't see it dropping much under 30.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know. As the sun continues to set, flashing of the lights there, by Pica trying to make the pass on Orton, and it actually, no, was that, I don't think that's what that wasn't what that was at all. That was I was gonna say that was a lead lap car coming through. This is Pica now in the 911, Porsche right behind him. They are nose to tail, but that's how it's supposed to work right there. A lead lap car comes through, they flash the lights, you're able to facilitate the overtake in a safe manner, and it doesn't really impact your battle. It didn't impact Orton too much, it didn't impact Pitka, but now in the background, another car trying to make their way around the long way. Pitka is preoccupied at the moment with Emil Orton, but now the gap grows just a little bit.
Yeah, an update from Elgard in the Danish duo of Ulrich and Elgard in the number 41, currently down in P14 with 5 seconds penalty to their name. Status, everything going well, more or less. So I guess the less part is the 5-second penalty they picked up. Everything going well relatively means that there's nothing really to report. It's all going to plan. So BMW looking quite stable down in P14. Nicholas Keller now on the back of Morera. Lamborghini on McLaren down into turn 1. Pulled out of the slipstream a little bit too early for my liking. Maybe tried to show the nose to just upset Morera, and it's enough just to throw him off the inside line. Keller goes through P29. Morera down to P30, and a little bit of dust being kicked up here from an unliveried Ferrari. Not sure who that was in the background, but this is Bullwinkle Bullwinkle on the 1-2-1 as well. That's Bondsville's in the 1-2-1. That's for P8. Dieter Sanden in the number 90. Hooks too much curb in front of these guys and just turns hard right on the exit of the corner. Very well held, kept out of the Armco and kept it going. But Bondsfields and Bullwinkle, the 1-2-1, the 8-1-2 ahead there through turn 13. You saw him nearly making contact there. Now next on the cards, and Bullwinkle already into the back, riding on board here through turn 1. Jesse Lee up to turn 2. I don't think he's going to be close enough. The Audi is quite good on the brakes, although we watched on board earlier. This Audi is very oversteery through the twisties. Not sure how the Lamborghini compares.
Yeah, Bondsfield made a mistake a lap ago, and that allowed Bullwinkle to get quite close, but able to recover enough and run a defensive line was Bondsfield, and able to hang on to P8. But Tristan Bullwinkle for Gridfinder seems to have the superior pace. Catching him's one thing, passing him quite another. But if Bondsfield's made one or two little errors, it's very quite possible he's going to make another one. Look at that. That's the defensive line there. Trying to go around the outside too is Bullwinkle. This is a very tight portion of the track, but if you could stay side by side, you can make it work. But he hasn't done. Bondsfield's back out in front right now of these two. Bullwinkle looking for an opportunity. Sees the inside. Not quite big enough. Has to back out of it, and that's going to allow Bondsfields to stay just in front of them for the time being. Bullwinkle might have to wait an entire another lap to get that opportunity again. It looked like almost a carbon copy of the previous lap. Bondsfields pulls it out a second time. Bullwinkle losing time in that particular section of the track. I don't know how many of these teams have race engineers or strategists, anything like that, as the lights flashing on the Lamborghini there. I don't know how many of these teams have the added support of crew members that aren't drivers to help coach them through situations. But in this case, I'd tell the Bullwinkle, I'd say, don't get too close to him at the end of sector 1. Save that up, get a better run through the middle sector, and set him up in the final turn and make the pass. He seems better in sectors 1 and 2, but he's getting too close to him at the end of sector 1, and that's basically all Bondsfield has to do is make that one block in the middle of sector 2, and he's stuck for an entire another lap.
Yeah, that's it. It's all about heads-up racing. Analyze what the car ahead of you is doing better or worse, and see if you can capitalize on any little margin of error. Chris Picker having a sniff at the inside of the 669 into turn 1. Nothing to be had for the Porsche. A little bit too cautious, I would say, if anything. Needed to really fire the Porsche up the inside, although just over an hour to go. You've still got a pit cycle to come through. Maybe the Schumi Skins guys can get that Porsche serviced a little bit quicker on entry and exit, and they could jump each other in the pit stop. Same with these guys here, Bullwinkle and of course the 1-2-1 ahead of Bondsfields still have their stops to do for the final end of the race. So if the Lamborghini crew can get through faster than the Audi, then that could be a position gain. But the Lamborghini looking much more confident on the brakes in turn 14. Needs to, like you say, Jesse Lee, kind of set himself up for 14 for a better run through 14 down the straight and maybe get a move done into turn 1 for the Gridfinder Racing 812. A couple of stewards reports coming back again. Lap 163, turn 11, involving the 91 and the 669. No further action for the 91. 91 takes a wide line into the corner while under blue flags and cuts to the inside, causing contact. And lastly, we've got the lap 158, turn 5 and 6. If you remember these guys, the 545 and the 920. Valentino Rossi, WRT, BMW taking chunks out of each other with the Lambo, and that was a no further action, minor contact as well. As we see through turn 1, Chris Picker still nothing to be had there on the 669, although looks like he nearly outbraked himself. Jesse had to take avoiding action into 2, and that's going to give the 669 that little edge. And all the meanwhile, the race leader is trying to get through there as well, so maybe he can use the Hymo car to open the door on the 669.
Very true, but if you're McWilliam, you got to be careful. Again, one of the hardest things to do in sim racing, the hardest things to do in any sport, is play with a lead. All you got to do is look at football, for instance. What is the scariest thing in football? Being 3-0 up, because you have nothing to play for but everything to lose. It's so easy to let another team come back and get back into a game. It happens all of the time, where one team has a massive lead and they lose it because they get complacent or they take their eye off the prize. For McMillan, or McWilliam in this case, it's quite simple. Keep the car out of trouble. The only problem with it being that simple is it's never that simple. Even
Yeah, it never
here,
is.
look, this is what I'm talking about. Oh, this is the kind of thing that can happen to anybody in a car sliding across the racetrack. And that is not exactly how you drew that up. Bullwinkle takes a huge slide. Emil Orton goes off as well. And it's all come undone at different ends of the racetrack.
Yeah, Chris Pickett to the inside in turn 12, and that was Jaimo involved in
my.
the 669. A hip and shoulder check. Again, we saw it earlier on, a couple of cars going through turn 12, not fast enough, catching out the car that was chasing them that carried a lot more speed, and it's very hard to back out the throttle when you're that far deep into a corner. Emil Alton, unfortunately, comes down pit lane to take his final stop. He's going to have a 5-minute grace window or so by the time that car comes out. Jaimo involved there, so not sure if they will file a report or not to the stewards, of course, to look into. They're going to have to watch out for that one. And I said it, Jesse, didn't I? Jaimo will be the undoing of themselves eventually, and that moment could have just happened.
They're playing with a 3-0 lead, John. That's as
They
simple
are.
as it is. And it just takes one mistake like that. If that team takes exception to that and they report that, again, I don't have my stewarding goggles on today, but that looks pretty slam dunk as a 15-second or something like that. Will that be enough to completely undo what they've accomplished here today? I don't think so. But finally, I talked about earlier, the only team that didn't have any cracks showing today was the Jaimo Lamborghini team. Finally here, with 1 hour left to go, we finally saw something that resembles a crack.
Yeah, a little crack in the armor indeed, and Louis observing that maybe even with a drive-through they would still have a very commanding lead, and it's probably true. I mean, the nearest car is the number 800, of course, but they've got a 15-second penalty to serve anyway in their kind of next pit stop, so a drive-through down the lane is about 30 seconds or so. You only realistically lose about 25 overall, so count the 15 off that, and not really too detrimental to the leader. And the next nearest car, of course, is Gutman in the 969, although they're quite a way down the field, and Buzek in the 769 is the next car in the train, and they are way out of contention. So Jaimo could probably afford a drive-through, but you know, for a near perfect race, it's something you don't want. You know, if you walk away here with a sense of achievement that you've beaten the hardest race on the calendar with no mistakes whatsoever, every other track should be an absolute walk in the park for these guys.
Should be, but it's never that easy. You can have a plan on paper, but you tear that up almost immediately once the race gets started. So few plans survive lap one, they say. But we'll see as the series goes on. And again, credit to the Jaimo team. There's nothing at stake here. This is a community race. This is RCI. And this is not the esports series. There's no money. You're not going to get a trophy at the. I mean, you get something on your profile on racerci.com, but you don't get a physical trophy. There's no physical reimbursement. There's there's no entry fee to this. For those drivers to be involved in this series is a testament to not only them but the series itself. It's a great sort of training device. If you have esports prizes, and I've said this for the entirety of RCI, RCI is a great place to do your esports testing, simply because there's races going on many days out of the week. Even in the summer this year, we had many races going on throughout the week. And you got esports series that we did, which is great, but you've got series like World Tour and EWC, which will be back in the winter of 2024, right? All of these things can help you tune your setup, get your drivers in the right mind, and also give you a really good idea of what to expect. Every driver, no matter how horrible of a race it's been for them, is going to leave Valencia tonight a little bit richer. Not monetarily, but knowledge. They will have a lot more knowledge of what it takes to race around here in an endurance race than anybody else. There's not a whole lot of people, like you said when we started today, not a lot of people that run endurance races here at Valencia. It's mostly known for its sprint racing, but endurance races will come up here, and these drivers will be better off for having ran this race. For better or worse, they've gained something today, and that something is knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely so. And you know, you're going to understand so much more how a car evolves over a stint. You can understand how you can, really work the setup into what you want. Some drivers struggling here with temperatures, and Crazy Far Racing getting very close to Chris Picker's Porsche. I'm not sure if there was contact there at all. It looked very close indeed as the Crazy Far Racing car pulls out to driver's left. I can't help but think Chris Picker might even lift off and let them go here. Like you say, they can cause more damage than good, and just being inside the top 10 is more than an achievement, I would say, for the Porsche team here. Of course, the highest placed Porsche in the grid, the next closest one you've got is down in P20 for the Sim Brothers Racing team. Mattis Thornburg currently at the wheel of the 138. So a few manufacturers struggling here today, BMW being one of them, of course, with a few dotted up and down the grid. Little insight again from Mark Elgard in our chat, getting in with about 40 minutes to go, going to run less fuel and give it all we can. So keep your eye on the number 41 for what they can do. Of course, an additional 5 seconds to be added onto their pit stop, so they're going to be a little bit delayed down the lane, and once they do go out, they're going to be going like a scolded cat, Jesse.
You can bet your bottom dollar on that. Everybody in the final phase of the race, you would call this the in-game portion, the final hour. Some teams have already completed their final stop, the 420, by the way, in the pit lane this time, to the attention of the crew, or hopefully the last time down at pit lane. The last time voluntarily down at pit lane, at least, I'll say that much. A couple of cars are going to cut this quite close with the 65-minute stint limit. I noted that they came in right after the hour 5-minute mark countdown had occurred, so they're going to try and go for the maximum. Most of the teams, if not all of the teams here, are not doing that. They're more on the Elgard strategy, where they're going to come in around 50 to 40 some minutes and do a small final stint. There's a good reason why you might do that. It requires less fuel, the car runs lighter, maybe it's a little bit quicker, and it's easier to defend, if you will. Maybe your car drives a little better in that regard as well. You were talking about the weather, John, and I was going to say before it kicked off, I don't know if that's true. You said that you weren't sure it was going to get below 30. I think it will do here in the final hour as the sun continues to shift. There's less sunlight on the racetrack. The sun's not necessarily setting, but it is starting to go behind some of the hills, some of the trees, obscuring parts of the racetrack, or it will do at some point in the next 55 minutes or so. It's already 29 degrees C. It's 32 on the track. This could be a curveball too, because what they're trying to do here on this final stop is figure out just how cool the track is going to get. Are they hedging their bets that it's only going to be about 30 degrees? Will it get cooler? And if it does get cooler than that, and they have the wrong temperature or the wrong tire pressure in, they're going to be off here.
What has been filed, time will tell. We'll keep an eye on the stewards chat and keep you updated if we do see any penalty at all coming through. Final few stops beginning to cycle through. We've got the 63 down pit lane for there, probably what is going to be a final stop as well. The 800 of Kovacs, a small PP racing team, still have to make their stop to serve their 15-second penalty. That should, in theory, promote the Audi of Gutmann, the 969, up into another step of the podium. Whether or not the RCI BMW will sneak through, time will tell. We'll have to keep an eye on that one as well. Crazy Fire Racing, the number 7, ironically in P7. Vino Gradolf in the car at the moment. He's on a bit of a mad pace. He's setting to see if he can make any small late gains in the race as well. Cassiaro next car by the number 34. Just looking on the track map, the 34 is just about to cross the start-finish line, so they've got a big gap to make up. And this fight here has been raging on for a little while, Jesse. The Zaza and Van der Katsbeek car is still raging on. Van der Katsbeek only taking a 1-hour break, we believe, in the race so far. We've only ever seen his teammate in the car for one stint, driving what is essentially 4 hours now, I guess, Jesse.
Yeah, that's brutal. That's brutal because it's summertime in the Northern Hemisphere. It's quite hot, and also the track demanding, as we've documented all day long. What do you do if you're Van der Katsbeek here? Do you just not have arms left? Do you not have any feeling left in your legs after a race like today? And surely you got to take a day off sim racing or something to sort of recover, because it's not like driving around any normal racetrack. It's not like we're at Donington Park and it's a simple shape. This is a difficult racetrack to race around, and they've been racing people this entire time, so absolutely no room for rest. More drive-throughs coming through, and we'll see a little bit of contact here between Tristan Bullwinkle. 812 off the racing line, the 8 going through here and taking care of business. Just a little bit of contact between the two of them at that stage. That again for P11. The car with the drive-through penalty I mentioned is the 133 Stallworth. Has themselves a drive-through. That's one of the tier sim racing cars. And 16th place, trying to figure out where that would drop them. They don't have to stop in pit lane, mind you. They will have to come down, though, and it'll be outside the top 20, best we can tell.
Yeah, it would be somewhere around there, I'd imagine. Stewie calculating furiously in the background in our ears. But yeah, a few penalties still coming out late in the race. Just under an hour to go now. We are on what is essentially the home stretch at 50 minutes on the clock. That's 50 minutes to go, indicated at the top center of your screen on a nice countdown that I've been staring at far too much, I would say, Jesse Lee, in the past hour or so.
Final 50 minutes of the race, and this is the part where all the drivers are a little bit tired. Well, most of them will be tired. Some of them have 3 or 4 teammates. They'll be less tired, but everybody quite tired right now, waiting for the checkered flag. They're trying to execute here on the final stop of the day. You don't want to get caught out here. If you're one of the very few teams that haven't really made a mistake today, you don't want to start doing that now. Certainly a lot of cars will be on 3 track limit warnings as of right now, and you start to worry about every time you drive off the racetrack. Perhaps you don't fight somebody quite as hard as you would have done earlier in the race. And if you're in good standing, maybe you pile on the pressure here at this time because you've done such a good job. Your team has done so well throughout the entire day. You have afforded yourself a little bit of a breather, and breather in the respect of you can drive the car a little bit harder. So certainly some cars do not have that, and one of them is the SETI Start Racing car. Olivier Kierton behind the wheel. Another drive-through penalty for track limits again in the final hour.
Absolutely so. Something you don't want to pick up this late in the race, of course. And the Schumi Skins guys now together on track. Taryn and Zoran in the Porsche and Lamborghini liveries. It's a bit of an awkward one at this stage. You know, do you work together? Do you try and make a move on your teammate, or do you just wait for the pit lane to decide fate and see what happens? But Asiaro just behind in the number 34 Thomas Angus Sim Racing is going to look to put another lap on these guys, see if he can get any closer to Tobias Lang in P5 to recover from the drive-through incident. And Marcus the Forzo earlier on with a drive-through penalty. Of course, we saw him come down the lane, Jesse Lee. Good pace in the 996 today, but just not their day, it seems.
No, some days you just got to accept it's not your day and you got to move on. You got to get to the checkered flag or whatever race, get whatever you can get, even if it's a bit of a meager finish, and just move on. Know that there's greener pastures ahead. There's going to be better races. Maybe this wasn't the one for you. Whatever you got to tell yourself, get to the checkered flag, got to move on. If you're one of the drivers on the team, at this point, I think a lot of drivers these days are quite smart. They don't dwell on stuff, and they realize, yeah, it wasn't the right car, it wasn't the right combination, we missed something on the setup, or also quite likely for the race that we've had today, maybe you were sent to the back or the shadow realm at some point in today's race and just hasn't worked out. Big defensive move here from Hobson. Hobson not willing to let Surfazo by right there, and that has created a little bit of a log jam there with another car that is on a different lap, the silver McLaren that is, and that has created quite a gap. Tyler Hobson, the spin team, able to get just a little bit of a gap out now. Surfazo stuck with that other car that they're not technically racing with. They're just hoping that when that other McLaren catches up to Hobson, they give them a little bit of strife as well at this point.
Yeah, you can only pray, can't you, that, you know, if you've been hindered, hopefully they help you later on. And looks like Tyler Hobson ran himself a little bit wide there in the turn 8, I believe, before 9 and 10, of course, and 11 coming up the hairpin. Looks much more confident on the brakes. It does the 669, and Tyler Hobson now looks to be holding up the 996 ever so slightly, and the 545 in the wars again,
Oh,
going
wow.
backwards into turn one.
That
Jesse
had
Lee,
help.
what? Yeah, what happened here? This is a bit weird. Big front end damage to the Lamborghini as it slid through shot. Not sure what happened. Apparently, rumors of the 41 circulating around. That's not what we want to hear. That's of course the Danish duo, Martin Ulrich and Mark Elgaard. They're minutes away from their pit stop now,
The
coming up.
Danish duo.
It's almost a sim racing version of Nicky Tim and Marco Sorensen. I like to compare them to.
Nicky Team, one of my favorite human beings. Don't understand him, but one of my favorite human beings. Nicky
Yep.
Team is the Doc Brown of motorsports, and I love it.
Yeah, I would agree.
Oh my goodness. For those of you
what a
that are
great
wondering
human.
what I'm saying, I'm not calling Nicky Team a mad scientist. I'm saying that people in the Back to the Future films didn't understand what Doc Brown was on about. Didn't understand his experiments or what he was trying to achieve. You could say the same with Nicky Team. Nicky Team's all over the place. Just a lovely human being wherever he is. Hope he's doing well this evening. He'll win in races in 2023, though. Nicky Team. Good to see
Yeah.
that.
Still doing
It's,
well for himself, indeed. Oh, Jesse Lee, top of the timing boards. It's come through. We're going to have to go have a look at the steward's report. Let's see if we've got one at all. It's for the incident earlier on with the Hymo car. We do. We have an incident lap 190, turn 12 on the 669 and the 221. Drive through for the 221 does not leave space on track for the 669, causing a takeout. So we're going to have to see how that impacts the Hymo car. And I said it, didn't I, in qualifying, Jesse? The undoing of Hymo will be themselves.
Well, I'm pretty sure they can withstand this, but I think it's a shot fired across the bow just a little bit. There was an apology issued by the Hymo team, as you read out earlier on, but apparently not enough to keep them from getting a report on that. So the leaders of the race have a drive-through penalty. It'll be for not, of course, Kovacs in the small PP 800 car. It never is not funny to say. They have a 15-second penalty. They have not done their final stop of the race. Most of the cars inside this top 10 have not done their final stops yet. Just as I say that, Tobias Lang brings the 23 Limitless Speed Drivers car into the pit lane. Andrew McWilliam has brought the Hymo car, not to the attention of the crew, but to the attention of the stewards. They have served that penalty, and they are back out there half a lap in front of Kovacs anyway. So even if the 800 did not have the 15-second penalty, it still would not have been close. A small PP tends to, or stands, if this result holds, to lose at minimum second place. They will be knocked down a step on the podium. Gutman in the 969 HP or SPHE Motorsports car. They've done well enough here to potentially regain second place. That's what you talk about, staying in the game. Meanwhile, battle for fifth place well and truly on. The RCI Esports car being hounded by the Thomas car. Got Buchek and Casiaro. Casiaro has done so much of this race as well, but still fighting here to try and get back inside the top five. You love that spirit of that team, that driver for the Thomas Eng sim racing car.
Yeah, so even after a bit of misfortune, they are, of course, fighting back and still trying to take a position away from Buzek, as you said, in 769. Whether or not Christoph Verstappen will be put in the car to finish, time will tell. We're only minutes away, hopefully, from a round of pit stops with the final, of course, 40 minutes, knowing that Ulrich is coming in around 40 minutes mark to go. They've already revealed that in our YouTube chat. So the 34... apparently as well, cutting it fine according to Stewie, Jesse.
Yeah, if the leader were to take the last lap of the race or cross the line with a few seconds left, that may damage the pit strategy of the 34 team. Thomas Eng Sim Racing might have an issue with that. They are hoping that they've timed it to the very last, but you never can tell. And especially with the drive-through that McWilliam had to do, if you were trying to time out how long it would be and how many laps it would be, that might have screwed it up. That might have delayed the end of the race. I'm not saying it did. It's impossible to know right now because who would have foresaw a penalty for the leader of the race and where they came out. Who knows how hard they're driving now after that? Maybe that was a wake-up call. Maybe we need to be a little bit more careful with a half of a lap lead. So you can't ever tell what's going to happen to the Hymo car, and they're the ones that control when the race ends. We have seen in instances in the past where teams and cars, they do cut a lot of the other racers a little bit of slack, and they will slow down when they have a big lead, as if not to add an additional lap on the field. But we've seen the opposite of that too. We've seen people play devil's advocate and absolutely maximize it. But who's to say how this is going to end? We'll know in 40 minutes time, but not a second before that. Saw the sun looming low in the skies above Spain. Soon will be over the Atlantic Ocean to the west. But right now, it is still 31 degrees on the track, 28 ambient at just about 6:30 p.m. sim time with 40 minutes left. Many of the cars inside the top 10 still have a pit stop left to give and will likely need to pit sometime very, very soon, if not right now. Martin Ulrich, the McLeod Racing 41, into the pit lane for what should be the final time. And maybe there's a little fight left in the McLeod Racing team here late on for a top 10.
Yeah, of course, 5 seconds for those guys as well, so we'll be stationary for that little bit longer, although no stewards reports coming through other than that was the IMO 221, so that's fine. We're all up together on the stewards report, so hopefully nothing ending in the pipeline. Not seen an incident since the HIMO one, and I feel the 545 and the 920 fight was never reported that we saw, where we saw the Lamborghini and BMW literally taking lumps out of each other as they went around the circuit. Unfortunately ended in the Lamborghini's demise in the end of it, so they probably cut their losses tit for tat. Fair enough. Let's move on and see what we can do for the next round of the season. Shumi Skins still in flying formation as well. Taran still leads Doran. No kind of change in that lead at all, as for the final time our race leader will come down the pit lane. The Hymo car, Andrew McWilliam, currently at the wheel. Whether or not they will change to either two of their drivers, time will tell again. I feel like Tatsvina Hacker has done the majority of the driving for today. Wojner, of course, with the double stint in the middle. Tatsvina Hacker to qualify the car as well. And this is the next man down the road, Martin Kovacs for the small PP racing team in the number 800. Of course, the naming game is slightly different to the name on the sign-up sheet. So we go by what, of course, the team signed up on the website with. They now round through turn 14. Will they come down the lane this time? Time will tell. They do decide to stay out. Of course, the 996 just behind them is chasing them down, although not for position. The 996 currently down in P21, so maybe just going to work together and see if they can progress themselves up the field ever so slightly. A couple of laps probably left in this one, if anything, as they provisionally become the race leader. Andrew McWilliam comes out for Team Hymo still in the car, so a double stint for McWilliam as well. Christian Lindgren for the Sim Brothers Racing Team with a drive-through penalty, Jesse Lee. Not seeing anything in the stewards report, so I'm going to guess it's yet another track limits violation.
Such a frustrating time to get one, too, in the final hour. Talk about a lot of these drivers just sort of wanting to coast in and get to the checkered flag, and you make a mistake like that. It's just so frustrating. And it sort of encompasses how frustrating the day has been. We've actually had a chatter ask, how is the 116 boys doing? Well, based on that drive-through penalty for Lindgren, they're doing quite well. They should gain a spot up to 23rd place because of that. They're only about 15, 16 seconds back, the 116 car of SRT. That should gain them at least that spot before the end. Don't believe Lindgren or company will be in close enough proximity for the Sim Brothers to contest that at the end. It will be about 20 seconds or so down pit lane. They'll be about 5 seconds or so out, with the 116 taking that spot. So everybody now trying to get to the checkered flag. Everybody now trying to make their final pit stops and do it right. The 800 led for a lap or so into the pit lane. The 969 of SPH into the pit lane as well. That will give the lead back to McWilliam and Jaimo Lamborghini, who have dominated this race. They dominated qualifying. It's just been just about a perfect day. Had there not had that rather unfortunate contact earlier, or just a little while ago, that got them a drive-through, it would have been just about a perfect day. But even still, they've driven such an immaculate race, John. I mean, it just hasn't mattered at all for them. They could get another drive-through, and it probably still wouldn't matter.
Yeah, I say they've got such a good commanding lead, haven't they, at the moment, that, you know, it's going to be very hard, like you say, to kind of upset them and get going. On that one, we've got the last pit stops being flashed up on the screen at the moment. Jaimo slightly longer, 1 minute 11, probably fixing a little bit of damage from the 669 incident. Everybody else in the 1 minute 5s, 1 minute 6s, looking all relatively the same. The number 7, 32 seconds, that's probably for a drive-through down the lane as well. And yeah, looking all relatively kind of as expected, I would say, for the final stops.
Nothing crazy going on there with the stops for the final time. Pretty much everybody in. We talked about a couple of those cars. Again, the left number on the last pit stop is the lap that they pitted on, and a couple of them are cutting it quite close. Will they be able to make it? Have they done the proper calculation? Certainly anybody that is pitted north of the 195 lap mark should be fine enough. Anybody else in the 180s, though, could be quite close. We'll see. Well, it's just about time for us to take our final break of the day with about 35 minutes left to go. We thank all of you for being with us today. We'll be back to bring you final coverage of the finish. But for right now, turn the sound up. Enjoy the sounds of the race one last time. We'll be right back.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023, live both on Twitch and YouTube. Second to Valencia has played host, to round one today. We're back with you for the last half an hour or so, should we say, and it's been an exciting race so far. Battles up and down the grid for the past 5.5 hours, and lots of drama to boot as well. Currently, Team Hymo lead the way with a very dominant performance, followed closely by the 969 Audi and also Small PP Racing in P3. And still, anything could happen in these final moments, Jesse Lee. You know, time will tell, as they say.
It's interesting about the 800 car. Obviously, they lost time with the additional 15-second penalty. They're 6.5 seconds down. Now, that's a long road to make up in 30 minutes, which is the task that they have. But it's not insurmountable. If they have a pace gap over rule of the 969, I think it might be possible. But again, it's a long old way. But they didn't get into second place by accident. It's never over until it's over. But SPH has complete different ideas in their car. They have just been, they've been a car that we saw quite early on, and they've had their share of foibles today. But credit to Gutman and Rule. You're better off even drive today. I don't think Boris did. I think it was
No.
Tim and Frederick all day today.
Yeah, it's a two-car lineup on the entry list for today, with Tim Rule and Frederick Gutman involved in that effort. So again, kudos to these guys for splitting this down the middle. It's been a crazy, crazy draining race, as we've been told a few times by obviously various members of Split 1 and Split 2, whether it be team managers or drivers themselves dipping in and out of the chat. It's great to have you guys with us. And I think the most admirable thing so far is Van der Katsbeek has driven every single stint bar one, we believe, if our calculations are correct.
Yeah, I was quite curious what a lot of these teams were going to do at the end of this race. I was right about McWilliam coming in late in the race. That's always a good thing for a lot of drivers. If you are the third driver in the car and you're the one taking it home, you're doing the final about 2 hours of the race, you're likely not even around when the race starts. You're either sleeping or you're doing whatever, but you're not at the racetrack a lot of the time. Now, don't get me wrong, there are teams that live and die together. You know what I mean? They're more like a family than anything else. But a lot of these bigger teams is you're designated to drive at a certain time. You show up. You're expected to show up at a certain time. Now, I would argue that Andrew McWilliam is one of those drivers that showed up probably about halfway into the race, feeling refreshed, has done the final hour and 40 some minutes is what he'll end up doing his total drive time today. But you talk about some of the other drivers that have taken the lion's share, 4 hours of driving today, and you just worry, you know, what is their recovery process from a race like this, a physical race where there is no relaxation, there is no time to sort of unclench. You've driven 4 hours. Certainly, you would imagine, especially with direct drive wheels being what they are in 2023, you're gonna wake up with some cramps tomorrow, I would imagine.
Yeah, you're certainly going to wake up very sore on Sunday morning, should we say, and hopefully they've got all of Sunday to do absolutely nothing to recover for next week, because some of these guys are putting some absolute mammoth efforts today. And yeah, some of them have been doing the majority, like you say, Jesse, the majority of the driving. And, you know, they are making it to the end, and a few mistakes have started coming through in the last few hours or so, but been relatively clean for the final hour once everybody got all the penalties out of their system. I think everybody's probably turned it down a notch or two, and they're just trying to focus on getting to the end, of course, just over 22 minutes or so to go. You know, I'm sure if the leader comes to the line with enough time to spare, they're going to slow down and end it early to save it going another lap. So I reckon these guys are feeling it right now.
Reckon they are, and hopefully for McWilliams' case that they're not by themselves necessarily. They're in turn 4 and 5 right now, but they're in a particular pocket where there's not a lot in front of them, and they'll be hoping that they can run the majority of these last 22 minutes without any major traffic. They've been in traffic for the last hour, 2 hours, and we saw that it didn't always come off well, did it? They got the drive-through a little while ago, and they don't want to put themselves back in that situation. They don't even want to have to deal with that traffic. It's all about just getting to the finish here. They know they've done a great job on the whole here today. You can say that for all of our drivers in the top 10. We've seen some rebound drives as well. Oh my goodness, Ashley Copeland in the 52. Was that at turn 1? It sure was. Was this contact or self-inflicted? It's going to be a gap. Oh, and the Lamborghini into the back of Copeland's 52. And that sends the Pulse Sim Sport Ferrari around. Late race drama here continuing for the 52. They have just not been able to catch a break.
Yeah, it's been a rough day for the Pulse Sim Sport guys as well. I completely agree with that one. Not sure which Lamborghini was involved in that one. Just trying to scour up and down the list to try and work it out, but not entirely sure. But maybe the stewards might get an early report of that one before the checkered flag drops. And, you know, hopefully nobody is going to be picking up penalties in the next 20 minutes or so, because you really can't undo that once you get the penalty this late in the race. You know, if you pick up a drive-through within the first hour, you've then got 5 hours to undo it, essentially, whereas now you've got 15 minutes at a push if you're lucky to really get something going, and you're never going to make back the 30 seconds you've lost in 15 minutes. It's just physically impossible, especially at this circuit. The fight on the screens at the moment, this is for P8 overall, the number 121 ahead of Bonsfields in the Audi The 121 heading towards the line. Lamborghini in the slipstream. Not sure it's going to be close enough to make a move into turn one, although we saw how fast the Lamborghini was last time by when it ran the Pulse Simsport car off the road. Let's have a look. Through turn one they go, not looking all too close, both keeping it on the green within the track limits. The 121 using a lot more of the external curb to try and open up turn two, try and maximize the limits as much as they can. And the 121's been a particularly loose car all day. We've seen it really wrestling the steering inputs through this sector. So maybe if the number 8 Lamborghini is a bit more planted, they could set to gain here. We've seen the Lamborghini look very good in the last sector as well, Jesse Lee. We saw a very similar fight not too many laps ago. So Jean-Jacques is probably going to be, casing the Audi, seeing where he's good, seeing where he's weak, and seeing where he can really stick the Lamborghini to make it awkward. Running out of time though, under 20 minutes to go. Best get a move on and best get it on fast.
Still positions to play for, still important positions and championship points. This race, of course, part of the Greater World Tour for 2023. This only the opening round of that season. So many cars, 90 plus, took the green flag in both splits today combined, and it's been a race with a lot to unpack. I think there's a lot of drivers that are going to be frustrated with themselves and looking forward to the next round, to greener pastures, if you will. There's going to be several teams that are going to relish this opportunity, a newer racetrack to them, certainly. Some of them with newer teams, newer names to us here at RCI. It's been sensory overload for the majority of the race. Speaking of sensory overload, Jordan Daly, current reigning Night Owl champion and the only Night Owl champion in pro to have swept the entire season, says that most of these drivers will likely be back in the rig tomorrow. That in reference to them icing up after the race is over. Daly's probably right. Jordan Daly's a psychopath. He is the same way. He'll have a rigorous race where he will do the lion's share of the driving. He'll take a couple hours off and he'll be right back at it. I don't doubt that other drivers do that, but Daly is just an absolute Iron Man. So I think he's sort of indicative of what some of these drivers are. They live for this. I mean, we go back just a few years. You have like Jardier, for instance. He would run races before and then run RCI races and then run races after that in one single day. That's his entire day. He's just running multiple races one after another and doing well in them as well. Some of these drivers are just incredible.
Yeah, I seem to remember the early days of Jardier, of course, when he began streaming on YouTube, just hopping from race room to project cars and then to anything else that took his fancy at the time, and flipping backwards and forwards between the sims. Very hard to do and be good at it, but Jardier certainly managed to do it. I seem to remember him tying a few events together in ACC where he was racing RCI and a few other communities at the same time on the same day in different cars. So absolute madness. And yeah, it's what these guys live for, the same as myself and you, Jesse Lee. If there was a comms gig tomorrow, we would probably be doing it after a 6-hour long slog on a Saturday.
We have done stuff like that before.
We would be doing it, and again, it's what myself and Jesse live for, is the commentary side more than the driving side. But yeah, these guys do absolutely enjoy it, and like you say, some of the guys here, it is their career or their chosen path that they want to go down and try and make it into the esports realm. Of course, look at the Hymo guys; a lot of those competed on the big stage with various organizations such as SRO. The capacity is there nowadays. If you told me many moons ago when I started sim racing, the best part of 15, 16 years ago, that people would be earning money and competing on the big stage in racing games, I would have told you absolute lies. It's never going to happen. And fast forward to 2022, 2023, and here we are. It's fantastic to see.
The genesis of that's quite interesting as well, because the way it all started, before there was esports series in major popular video games, it started out with leagues, and leagues would make you pay dues for to race with them, and they would pay out a prize pool at the end, and it wasn't ever anything significant. It was $5 most of the time, and other leagues were a bit more audacious with their entry fees. But as little as something $5, and the winner takes home, you know, based on how many cars you have, they take home 25, 30, maybe $50 at the end of the season. And it was used as almost a gateway of like, okay, you have skin in the game, right? So you're paying to be here, so you're going to drive better. And a lot of times, believe it or not, that actually works, because if you do make mistakes, you're only hurting your ability to make some of that prize pool back up. And like you said, 15 years later, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line any given weekend, and there's contact there. Ennis spins the Lamborghini. And was that Morera's Lamborghini? It was. The Barwell Motorsport liveried car. Our broadcaster and director has said that that looked a bit fishy, as if there was connection-related issues there. We'll see. Is there a gap there? Yeah, the cars don't lurch like that by themselves. That definitely looks like Herrera having something of a connection issue here, leading to that contact. You hate to see it.
Yeah, you do hate to see it when hardware's at play, especially. It just makes it that more frustrating, because you know it's nothing you did in your driving ability wrong. And you can see through the last corner, it looks like there is a slight connection issue for Morera in the 141. So maybe just catching Hannes out that little bit. But luckily, I don't think there's too many cars behind to come now. I think they're pretty cemented in P32, providing they do get past cleanly on 145 last time by. 132 is the current race pace, so a good chunk of time lost, but only one position, I believe, was lost overall. Jean-Jacques and Bonsfield still at each other. Nobody really giving an inch or giving up a place. Jean-Jacques can't find a way through, although a little bit of traffic ahead. Jesse Lee, traffic giveth, and traffic taketh away. This could be the taketh away, maybe. Who knows?
Could very well be. Stewart's not taking anything away here late. A couple of reports in, though. No further action for an incident between the 545 and the 920. 545 goes very wide to let the lapping car through, then cuts sharply in front of the 920, and then gets taken out. So no further action, simply because the aggressing, or the offending car, in this case, span themselves. Also a no further action for an incident with car 138 and 29. No significant connection issues found. So one of them was claiming a car was lagging. I don't know which one they were claiming was lagging, but I think we've just seen another issue of that, of a little bit of a connection thing, but that was not the one we just saw.
Yeah, absolutely. So not sure who's reported who there. A little bit strange. Everybody looked quite good on our end. So yeah, maybe another connection report coming through in a little while. Still Jean-Jacques sizing up the back of Bonsfield. Still nothing to be had here, getting ever closer to the traffic through Sector 1. I'm wondering if any of these guys ahead are fighting for position. I'm just trying to work out which cars they are. I think the 86 is at the head of the train. Just looking, it is the 86 and the 420 are battling for position, whereas the car at the back, P16 at the moment, the 134, doesn't want any part in this, probably hanging back a little bit, Jesse Lee, I'd say, letting these guys kind of crack on with it. And the 420 looks to the outside in turn 7 and gets covered off for turn 8. The Lamborghini very good on the brakes, as we've seen. No gap to be had. Panis getting ever closer through turn 8, flicking through 9 and 10 into 11. Will he see a move on board? No, he will not. Keeps it in line in stern. You see the Lamborghini just behind, showing its nose as well. I don't think wants any part of this, but all the meanwhile, it looks like the top guys are getting closer for their battle for P8. A little bit wide there for the 86. That allows the 420 to get a little bit of a run through turn 13, although on the outside, 86 covering off the inside. Maybe the 420 is trying to open up the corner, and he is. Look how close he gets by the apex, Jesse, but the Lamborghini just drives off the corner, of course, with the NA power, not having to wait for a turbo to spool, such as in the McLaren. McLaren tucks in to the slipstream, blue flag waving above the gantry. That is, of course, for the P16 that's behind. He's happy to sit behind by the looks of it. He's got nowhere to go, no move to be had into turn 1. So we've got a line of battles here. This is a P29, and then behind, also got a battle for P8 as the McLaren looks to the inside again in turn 2, but nothing to be had. It's line of stern still, Jesse Lee, and just over 10 minutes to go. I wonder if this will get resolved.
I think it will get resolved. I'm just hoping it gets resolved in a peaceful and non-race ending way. And it's an unfortunate situation that you find out that you're racing somebody for 29th place and you've got a battle for P8 coming up behind you. And if you're the battle for P8, it's actually less advantageous for you simply because these cars are fighting and they can't necessarily just dump out of the way. There's a lot of moving parts right here. It's the end of the race. There's no more give anymore. It's going to be all take. They're looking for a move. They're looking for any sort of weakness, and they're going to take it. There is blue flags, and you still must adhere to blue flags according to the way that the rules were stated in the press briefing today. But beyond that, it's race on the line for these cars, and it might have just been ruined there. The 86 car, the Ukraine Amateurs car, has got themselves a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, not good there, and that's the last thing you want to see. It is a steward's report, I believe, lap 213, turn 1 involving the 52 and the 86. Drive-through for the 86. Takeout position not returned. And that is exactly why the 86 has to make a trip down pit lane now. So the position will be essentially gifted to Panis at this stage. And it looks like the number 121 is getting very close to the back of the 134 in this fight. A little hip and shoulder check. Could this allow the number 8 Lamborghini even closer? It does. Through turn 5, I believe this is up into turn 6 now. Snuck on through is the number 8. I imagine the 121 was hoping the 134 could maybe hold up the Lamborghini, but a little bit of manufacturer's help there from the Lamborghini squad. Looks like the 8 has had a gap pulled on him by the 121. The 121 now has to deal with 2 battling cars, and it looks like the 86 doesn't want to surrender this position despite the drive-through, Jesse, and rightfully so. He's entitled to defend it right up to the pit lane entry.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's more than 3 laps left in this race. He is going to have to come down the pit lane, but I think he's drawn the line in the sand right now. He's making his feelings known. He's making the statement of, look, I know this is over, but I'm gonna give you the battle anyway. And whether or not the car behind is, aware of that or can appreciate that, that's by the by. The point is, he's drawn the line in the sand. The 82 of Michael Louston has gone around again, and that is hard into the wall. That car has made it into the tire barrier. He's hit it a couple times as he's trying to right that car. I suspect suspension damage on the car itself, and also trying to probably not back up on the racetrack, I've just realized as well, trying to rejoin as safely as possible. That 32nd place car, the 82, still just trying to make it to the end. If it's drivable, I probably wouldn't even bother coming into pit road for Ram Racing. I would just try to gut this out. I feel like that's what Lauson's doing here. Steering looks straight.
Yeah, I was going to say steering wheel looks pretty bang on, maybe a little bit off to the side, but nothing to the more positions. Obviously, if he's still circling round, he's still essentially making distance rather than being stationary in the pit box, getting that car fixed.
Yeah, 7 minutes left in the race. Is it really worth it? Probably not. Just stay out, try to get to any points, though, outside the top 30. There are no points. Top 30 gets championship points. Anybody below that doesn't get anything other than the satisfaction of seeing the checkered flag this evening. I spelled checkered flag with a CK, not a Q, just so you know. Drive-through penalty for car 90 for a takeout on a lapped car, or takeout by a lapped car. That's how it's actually worded. So I believe the 90 has taken out a car that was on a lap ahead of them. What that is indicating. That was the 52 and the 90 down into turn 1. You'll recall the 52 being dumped unceremoniously the outside of turn number 1. So the 90 got a drive-through for that. Fredrickson will probably have to come down pit lane. I don't know. It depends on when the leader takes the last lap of the race, if it will be 3 laps left to go. Actually, no, it doesn't. There will be 3 laps left to go. Just done some quick math, which I'm known for, John.
Absolutely. American maths, I believe, is slightly different to the English
public school system, isn't it?
Something like that, Jesse Lee, as we see the I'm not sure if this is the battle here. Is it with James Mead in the 224? It is indeed, yeah. The 224 and the 133. Stallworth, the Mercedes ahead there. These guys about to start fighting. And it looks like James Mead has got the nose of the Lamborghini up the inside and through before turn 12. I can't help but think Stallworth probably gifted him that. Didn't fancy going side by side through turn 12. Of course, we got some points on the board at least for finishing inside the top 30, as you said, Jesse Lee. So probably people realizing where they've lost fights now and just calming it down and trying to salvage what they can.
That's the name of the game. If you're nowhere where you thought you were going to be, it's all about salvaging it, and you should have been working on that for the whole entire second half of the race. But right now, what is really important is if you have a battle, if you have an opportunity to gain one position, and especially if you have points to gain, you've got to give it your all here late. And it's the worst possible situation, and it's gone wrong. Stallworth has had contact with Mead, or maybe it was the other way around. Either way, Mead and Stallworth both involved. Mead is released. I wonder if Mead had made the pass. Stallworth got a little over aggressive and made contact. That's exactly what happened. Mead is through here. Stallworth's in the 133, and yeah, just goes in there and tags him after the pass was made.
Yeah, very strange indeed. Looks like Stallworth kind of outbroke himself, but then it looks like Mead was maybe a little bit too cautious going into turn 2. It was a little bit hard to tell that one. Wondering if any reports will be filed, but Stallworth doing the honourable thing, letting Mead get back underway before obviously finding his way again in first gear. Buzek behind, he managed to stay in the car for the RCI Blue Esports team. I remember saying we need to keep an eye to see if Verstappen would take that car over, but Buzek still in the hot seat, and it's going to be a very hot seat indeed. Taran still in the 911 for Shumi Skins. Doran still in the other Shumi Skins car, the number 63, trying to obviously get some more ground gain to see if they can claw back anything on Buzek, who is just, of course, up the road. Just over 3 minutes to go, Jesse Lee. I'm not sure if Cassiaro's left this too late, and there has been word from Stewie that Cassiaro may need one final stop if he's not careful.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier on. They pitted it with, what was it? It was 180, lap 180 something. And I said before we went to our last break that those cars that did that may be on the verge of not making it to the end. We'll have to see. You would hate to run out of fuel, because if you run out of fuel, you end up going to the tail end of whatever lap you're on, essentially. Even if you don't finish, it's not as bad as a complete DNF. But it's Le Mans rules. You go back to the previous or to the end of the lap, regardless if you crossed or regardless if you finished the lap or not. That's what you are credited with, the last lap you completed. So that would lose them several positions, and you almost wonder, is it worth it to come in and pit? And you almost wonder, are there going to be more drive-throughs? And the emphatic answer is yes, there is. The Crazy File racing car has got themselves a drive-through penalty in the final 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, final 2.5 minutes. Of course, track limits probably being at the front of that. No stewards reports to come back on. Last one was, of course, the 52 and the 90 incident we have reported. So keep an eye, but more than likely going to be track limits, and it's the final nail in the coffin, unfortunately. Looking at the stint timer in the car, they've still got 5 minutes to spare, Jesse. So even if it goes another lap, they should be good to the end. Talk about cutting it fine, though. Not something I would be doing.
Well, folks, as we wind down this race and this championship is coming to a head here very early on, there's going to be a lot of drivers with a lot to talk about. Hopefully they do it quite civilly indeed. By the way, this drive-through is not for track limits. This drive-through is for exceeding the stint timer. You get a drive-through for that, and you can serve it, or he could take it as a penalty at the end. He's decided to serve it, and I think that's smart, because it would be a bigger penalty at the end if he didn't, based on how long this pit lane is. So the smart call for Crazy File is to come in and serve this penalty. Anton and the team doing the right thing. They might have not had a choice, Crazy File. They might have had to invalidate, or they might have had to run long regardless, and knew this was coming. Either way, serving it now, and coming down to the pit lane, of course, does reset your stint timer. Like I was saying, it's going to be close to the line, but before we get there, we just want to thank all of our partners that make this race and every race possible. AK Esports for providing our server solutions. For more information about how they can help you with your esports event or server hosting, akesports.it. Digital Motorsport, your one-stop shop for sim racing hardware, all the top brands from all of the top people, even a bespoke sim rig builder, digitalmotorsport.com. Well, here he comes to the line for the final time. Will he get there? No, he won't. The checkered flag is going to be out for the fantastic Andrew McWilliam and the Hymo Lamborghini team. They've done it. They've struck gold here. They've led it just about flag to flag. And Hymo fires the opening shot in the RCI World Tour 2023 edition. They win the 6 Hours of Valencia.
Very strong start to the championship for Team Hymo. Of course, they're nearly flawless, flag to flag, as you said, Jesse. One drive through and a little lapse where they, of course, were off cycle on their pit stops, and other people popped through to take the lead for just a lap before they then trundled down the pit lane as well. Superb performance from those guys and everyone else in the grid as well. Kudos to you if you've made it this far in the broadcast or whether you have been racing. Of course, congratulations to you and your teammates for finishing. This is probably going to be the hardest race of the season, and you've managed to do it. A flash of the lights there from Andrew McWilliam. Great to see on the cool down lap, and everybody else driving past and probably giving a little wave and a clap out the window to the Hymo team.
Just a brilliant job. A distant second place, but a good race nonetheless for the 969, the SPHE Motorsports car. Sort of a newcomer to us here at RCI. A couple of names that we may recognize, Tim Rule and Frederick Gutman, but still, excellent job. And they will come home nearly half a lap, maybe a little bit more down, but it's still a brilliant second place. And the small PP number 800 car, it could have been a second place, but it's still a podium finish for the 800. Scott bringing that car home with Mo and Kovacs behind the wheel also today. A Lamborghini, an Audi, and a McLaren the top few steps. RCI, our own in-house team, comes home in P4 here today. That's actually quite incredible and remarkable improvement. Cassiaro in 5th place is your top 5. The remainder of your finishing position scrolling across your screen, and I will remind you as you look at these names in these teams, the top 30 will get championship points. 31st on back receive none championship points. I also don't know why I said none. I meant nil in the championship standings. They will live to fight another. Well, it's all over here, but that doesn't mean we're done with you just yet. We're going to try and do some interviews, but in the meantime, we'll set up the next round, September 9th, just under a month from now. We will be at Monza for the 12-hour of Monza race. It is going to be incredible to see how many cars we can fit into turn number 1. How many cars do you think? How big is the train going to be during that race? I imagine it's going to be a race that you're always going to have groups of cars together, just like we saw today, John.
Yeah, that's going to be like a train format, like we say when we race at Alton Park. When you get these kind of groups of cars forming, and it just turns into one giant slipstream battle. So it's going to be a very interesting fight next time out of Monza. And like you say, 40 plus cars potentially barreling down into the first chicane. I think it's going to get a little bit ugly.
Well, I certainly hope not, but I do think Monza is going to put on an epic 12-hour race. A couple other people to think that we haven't already. Driver 61. You can get 25% off your driver coaching by using our discount code in the description of this video. Driver 61 offers one-on-one driver coaching and full-on racing schools. Help hone your craft, get better, get quicker, and compete more. Driver61.com. They got an excellent program over there. Go Setups, of course. They have all sorts of setups. They've got esports level setups that I know a lot of drivers tend to enjoy using. And of course, safer alternatives that anyone can use. They offer singular setups and setup packs. You can find all of that at Go Setup's website. Visit the link in the description. And last but certainly not least, the leader in direct drive hardware, Fanatec. They still offer, I'm pretty sure, the 199 direct drive base. Pair that with a wheel and pedals. Get the base for 199. An incredible value by Fanatec. Certainly putting their money where their mouth is. absolutely the case. Fanatec.com, use our affiliate link when you make purchases. We've seen that some of you have, and we appreciate you doing so. And on top of that, just a huge thank you. If you were here for this race today, we want to thank you and finally invite you, to, if you haven't already, to like and subscribe. John Dalton, myself, and Stewie will be back with you in 2 days on Monday for the next round of the Mini British GT Championship. It's been a fantastic season. We're turning the corner around the halfway point in that series. It's still anybody's championship. It's been fantastic to watch as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to go down the mini British GT route with the Monday Championships. Monday, of course, the August 14th. We head to Snetterton for round 4, where we take two 30-minute sprint races. And the sprint race format last time out did provide some very exciting action indeed. Christopher Streppen currently leads GT3 Pro, 9 points adrift from Andy Boardman, and Tobias Lang just bringing up the rear on that one as well. So it's, very exciting times, and anyone's championship as we now flick to a little highlight reel. The Hymo car starting, of course, on the right-hand side of the grid. A little bit challenged into turn 1 by the launch the Audi got on the outside, but sailed up the inside and kind of off into the distance, Jesse. Fantastic performance from the Hymo team.
Yeah, you got to give all credit to the Hymo Lamborghini. They just refused to lose today. They came with a plan. Every single driver they put in there was fast. They executed their plan. The one mistake they made was one that they I feel like they sincerely apologized for, making contact with the back marker. You never want to do that. It's just an accident. Sometimes you lose the car a little bit. I suspect a little bit of that happened in that corner. But beyond that, otherwise, just unbeatable today. 69 seconds. A nice gap, I think we can all agree, there at the end of that race. I've only just realized something. I didn't tell them in the driver's briefing this morning, it was morning for me anyway, that the race winners were required for a driver post-race interview. So because of that, we do not have a Hymo team here to celebrate and have a post-race interview, but I'll do a mock one anyway. It was a great race. We controlled the pace, and we were untouchable today. I think that says it all, John. Back to you.
Yeah, I think that pretty much hits the nail on the head. If Jaime were here, it would be something to that effect. Something to note next time, maybe for your driver's briefing, Jesse, to get the drivers in, and we'll have a little
I might
chat
want to
and
do my
see
job
how,
correctly. I agree.
You might, yeah, definitely, sir. I didn't want to say it, but couldn't have said it better myself. And a few highlights rattling through as we begin to round up tonight. It's been a fantastic event, been a real good season opener, and it's been an absolute mammoth slog of a broadcast for all 6 hours with yourself and Stewie as well.
Yeah, one final time, a big thank you to all of the drivers that made this possible. We started off with 40-plus cars in both splits. In 1 month's time, we'll bring you the sort of the conclusion of what happened for Split 2. We'll keep you up to date with Split 2 throughout the season as well. Give the credit where it's due to the Split 2 cars and drivers. For everybody that came in for an interview, for those that stuck it out with us, especially Stewie, John Dalton, and the entire RCI stewarding event management crew. We appreciate everything you do. I appreciate it for my department, especially for being here and putting in the long hours and making this possible so we can watch some fantastic racing. All done here at Valencia for the 6 hours. Hymo Lamborghini, your victors today. We'll be back with you on Monday and Friday this coming week for routine weekly action. We hope that you've enjoyed tonight's broadcast. John Dalton, you took us in. It's only right that you take us out.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic event. The hardest one on the calendar, as many drivers have been saying. Battles up and down the grid, and a very victorious Hymo team at the head of it as well. Next race you can find us for the World Tour will be on September 9th, when we head to the Temple of Speed, also known as Monza, where we'll put these drivers through 12 hours this time, so double the length of today, and we'll see how they fare down into turn 1 on the opening lap. As always, exciting calendar ahead, takes us all the way up to December 9th, just before the holidays, and just in time to spend time with the family. But from myself, John Dalton, from Jesse Lee alongside me, and from Stewie behind the cameras, and all the live stewards that have taken part in this race, plus all the drivers and teams as well, we'd like to bid you farewell Thank you for joining us at RCI TV, and we'll catch you again on Monday for the Mini British GT Championship. Take care.